Keep it weird.
Guys know a thing or two about modern Russia, then you probably know that it's not exactly the most liberal country when it comes to free speech. Oppositional media in Russia is often banned and censored, people who voice their opposing opinions are under risk of persecution, and it seems like there's never a shortage of people strangely disappearing. And a lot of you guys probably think that this is only happening in Russia, or so to say on the Russian side of the internet and Russian social media, etc. And that obviously Russia is not able to affect Western social media in a way like this and also delete the stuff that they don't like on platforms such as YouTube, Twitter, Reddit, or the extremist and banned in Russia Instagram and Facebook. Well guys, what's going on? It is your boy Roman, your favorite neighborhood Russian, and in today's video guys, I'm about to ruin your day because I'm here to tell you about how Russia actually influences Western social media.
What?
Now, if you guys are not aware of the overall situation with Western social media right now in Russia, basically most of it is still available. For example, YouTube, Twitter, and Reddit still work in Russia as far as I know. However, the company Meta and its products Facebook and Instagram are now officially banned in Russia, and Meta itself is considered as an extremist organization. And it's all because Meta essentially allowed certain hate speech towards Russians and Russian soldiers on the platform, which is a discussion of its own entirely, you know. But basically, Russia got pretty mad at that and banned Instagram and Facebook. And in another video on this channel, I already actually talked before how Russia has been trying to create awful social media.
I just had a really dumb thought. I was like, you know, there's the Confederate flag. Why does nobody use like the Union flag? Oh god.
Replacements for these platforms, creating this sort of awful Instagram copycat called Rosgram, Russian Instagram essentially, and that never really went anywhere.
Wait, we gotta check up on my TikTok. Maybe it got fucked up more?
Do you have any change?
I don't have any cash on me.
Really? That's okay, thank you.
Wait, your dog is so cute. What's his name?
No, wait, god damn it, how do I...
Papi,
It's so funny.
montate.
Do we have to click on it?
This might be the end of the road. I don't know. If these were real, I don't even know if I want to see them, because then I'd believe that aliens exist.
Can't you hear me? I'm not coming home. I can't see, I'm blind.
I don't even know what this is at. I'm trying to see if my TikTok got fucked up.
Did you see what Miss said you got home?
Lord have mercy. Women better hold on their husbands tonight.
This is literally just a part of a movie? The fuck? I did fuck up my algorithm, but not the way I wanted to.
Okay. You're going straight to jail.
We're so pretty. Let's all first dance together. Sorry.
So let me introduce myself to everybody. My name is Tina. I am Phoebe Barlene's mom. I am Nevaeh Diamond's maternal grandmother. And I am the one that's on here trying to spread fentanyl awareness. I'm being asked questions as to why was she even smoking weed in the first place.
Fearmongering. That's probably... We should probably like that then. Again, we're still trying to fuck up our algorithm. And I think we're getting there. I think it just might be like a few day journey. Not like a... It's not like a day trip, you know?
How bad could I possibly be? Let's see.
I'd like to take this time to apologize for making you see that like I did, because I know country people like they tractors, but this just a leap past that, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna get back to the video. There's a saying that if you can do something, that don't mean you should. And now you got that.
Oh. Did you order 3 ocean waters? They are gonna be a little late. Yeah, it's my first day on the job.
This is pretty lazy comedy, so maybe we should follow this. Got shredded in a storm overnight. Wow, it's like isn't that supposed to be like illegal to leave your flags out in a storm? I need people to know where I'm from, so we don't get confused. I moved my monitors? No. What do you ask? You took it down? Well, not soon enough!
I'm still getting used to the skates. I'll be back with those. You need 3 of them, right? Whew, I'll be right back. Did you, want the mint? It's
People who moved overseas and created a new identity. Why did you do it? I was falsely accused of a heinous crime and disowned by my family. My ex-girlfriend cheated on me. After I found out and confronted her about it, she got scared and told nearly everybody we knew that I had intimately assaulted her to cover up her cheating. I was placed in custody during the investigation but released as there was no evidence. My parents had already disowned me and most of my friends had distanced themselves from me. I wasn't even proven innocent by a jury, so my parents still believed me to be an abuser who had gotten lucky. My best friend began to help me behind their backs and I ran away. I had nothing to lose as nobody liked or even approached me, and my college barred me from attending lessons, only emailing me the work and bringing me in for exams.
Okay, that is clearly a lie. So we should definitely follow this channel to fuck up my shit more. And this is supposed to be like a joke. Do I have to watch the whole thing? Oh, it's a Reddit story. Absolutely, we have to follow this channel.
Nobody gonna put up with your shit the way I done. Nobody is coming here to save you. I did enough. It's you. No one looking with me but you.
Guess what this kid's about to do? She's gonna dye her hair. So what are you gonna do to it?
Raccoon tails.
On what side? Both sides?
I think like right here.
What color? Black.
Yo, chill the fuck out, dogs.
Black or
no,
something?
Blonde. Blonde is blonde and red.
This kid. You're gonna hate it probably. And then you're gonna go like, Dad, we need some more hair dye so I can cover it up.
No, I have hair dye at the house though.
My favorite place to shop. You want some Ugh. When are you gonna do your hair? On live. Y'all wanna be on the TikTok? Oh, that's gonna look pretty cool.
Actually kind of sweet that he's hanging out with his daughter and shit, you know? Like, yeah, interested in her interests. I think a lot of parents don't do that. Or maybe they do, and mine just didn't.
Cool.
It is.
I thought it was just gonna be like one single color.
No.
That was sweet. We can't like that, that's too wholesome. We need some fucked up
first day of school.
shit.
Yesterday was fine with my kid's first day of school. Today is now the
Oh, we definitely have to follow like mom of 6. We gotta get on like that mom. I want that like conservative mom TikToks where they slowly turn into like QAnon shit. It's kind of the goal. Oh shit.
happy first day of school. Yesterday was fine with my kid's first day of school. Today is now the 6th, and today is the first day that they're officially all 6 back in school. I haven't quite figured out yet what time we're all gonna get up. We're kind of playing with that still. That way we can all go to school on time. Today I got up at 6:15. The house is quiet. I need to go wake them all up. Just making sure you're up. She's up.
It really disturbs me that she looks like she's probably around my age.
Morning, sunshine. Hey, get up, guys. Come on, get dressed. It's not going well. Back to the lunches, which takes up the majority of my morning.
All right, chill with the cuts, my lady.
Why is she crying? It's hard to wake up.
Okay, why are they making it seem like this is natural? Like, this is psychotic. Yeah, mom's gonna... I know you're crying. I gotta set up my phone to record this really quick. For some randoms on the internet.
Do you want to make you some oatmeal?
Yeah, that's a cool... whatever shit is. I feel like you could have done part of this already. I guess then that would require you to have like 6 different lunch boxes, which... If you have 6 kids, I'm sure you can't afford. Bro, I don't want to be a parent. So much work.
Good morning.
Oh, of course this person's in Florida.
So handsome. Where's your brother? Is Landon up? Bless you.
Bro, how the fuck old was she when she started this shit? When's the panel? It's at 7. So in about 20 minutes. Well, your kids look like they're pretty old. Like, I don't know, how old do these kids look? Like, maybe some of them are like twins? I don't have any ability to tell, like, the age of, like, children. Like, until they're, like, 20. Like, it's all kind of a blur. Like 12? Yeah, so I guess that makes sense if she had kids starting at 18. Oh my god, look at how pale she is. It's just like so distracting. These are the same color as her shoes.
Yep. Good morning, sunshine. Eat something before we leave. Yeah. Okay. You can.
I don't know, that kid looks pretty old.
Bring the snot out of my finger. Chris, I need you to make white rice. That works, yeah. Do you have popcorn, Kaden? Abby's leaking all over the back. Oh, my back hurts so bad.
And I gotta go.
Did you eat?
Yeah.
Take a few more bites.
I feel like the jacket completes the outfit. Could have just walked in.
Ready?
I don't know, she looks like she's like 13 or 14. I don't know, I'm not really... Yeah, I'm not good with the... not good with the ages.
To 8th grade. Oh my god, you're so beautiful. 8th grade.
Oh, 8th grade. What are you in 8th grade? Like 13? Right? 12 or 13? I guess you guys were right.
Here we go. She's got to go early today to pick up her schedule for 8th grade. I left the rest of them to fend for themselves. Hopefully they can figure it out and get to school on time. Get all of their lunches. They're all dressed. Like, they should be able to figure it out. I'm taking this one to her first day of 8th grade. Do you want to do the honors of picking the music? I vote Barbie. Disney. Okay, you bet.
Really nice. Here's some advice. Listen up, biatch. Buying stuff they cannot. Max and Dad's credit card.
Oh my god.
We guys are realizing that she was recording this whilst driving. I mean, I get it's Tesla, but like, just give her the phone. The fuck?
All you wanna do, baby.
I love you so much. Have the best day ever. Have a good day. I love you. I love you. I love you.
I thought she said she had to get her schedule. This is a family's in Florida, so probably not.
Evidence you can never unsee. You can never forget the visual or audio of this exhibit. It is chilling and tragic.
This is what like 90% of America looks like.
Going hot from the plane at LAX.
You're not real. You're not real. You're only made of moonlight.
You're so much smaller than I remember.
You're not real.
Wait, is this a real scene from this? What the fuck?
actually wrong, dude.
Clearly see other people talking. The lies!
How hard are y'all hitting your kids? Hashtag egg crack challenge.
Say hi. Hi. Okay, we're gonna crack an egg, alright? Ready? Ready to crack an egg? Oh, I'm sorry. It won't crack.
That's pretty impressive. I'll be honest, there's nothing I like more than seeing the cops get fucking juked in like a car chase, but those get risky to watch. Oh my god! Look at him get through that, it's like a cat! Why is there like no cars on the road? Go, 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 go! I know that's really dangerous and he's probably a piece of shit for doing this, but I just can't help but enjoy that type of shit. Ah, fuck, I'm fucking on my algorithm again. Like, not in the correct way. I gotta do, oh, cop talk. Did we do cop talk yesterday? Cop talk. Fuck. That's probably what I can fuck up. Oh, this is gonna fuck my shit up for sure.
Rich, 8-figure, that's my type. That's my type. That's my.
Oh my god, what year is this? Who the fuck's still doing this type of shit? The old, like, that was like popular when I was in like, when I was like 13. Bro!
8-inch bagel, that's the pipe.
Yeah, I guess your husband's hot or whatever, so he's probably a complete fucking asshole.
So I remember when we were driving in your car. Speed so fast, I felt like I was drunk. City lights lay out before us and your.
Alright, we gotta... Also, like... Where are you that you need to have all of this? So ridiculous. You ever watched Reno 911? Like, I used to watch it when I was younger, and I didn't really... I mean, I thought it was funny, but I feel like a lot of the jokes went over my head. And I've watched, like, some, like... Even the idea of, like, that one character always wearing, like, the bulletproof vest. Like, I didn't really pick up on that joke being a joke on, like, how over-geared police are. But that show still fucking holds up. I just was randomly watching it. Oh my god, I don't even remember when that was, but it's somewhere recently. And I was like, goddamn, this is some like good satire. Great TikToks, your brain has to be turned off at least 80% of the time when you're just next one you get.
When your rookie gets sent to a welfare check with flies in the window.
And he looks at me, and I look at him, and he looks at me, and I look at him.
When your rookie gets
You ever wonder if the police get overpaid a little bit too much? I love her.
Rich, 8-figure, that's my type. That's my type. That's my type. 8-inch bagel, that's the pipe. Rich.
Was that the Stitch? I don't understand TikTok. With your Wilson, well, for you. What?
Ass real fat, I can make it fatter. Wanna see a magic trick bend over
Bro, so narcissistic.
backwards, meat to meat, wall to wall, coochie to my bone. By my shirt, ass real fat, I can make.
Bro, look at all these fucking horny blonde girls. That's how I gotta get on that shit. I gotta
The
just like all this
hottest
shit.
cop walked into this gas station and going to ask for his number when he walks out.
Okay, this is just kind of creepy. It's basically her just kind of stalking him.
The hottest.
You ready? No. Taser, taser, taser. You ready? No. Taser, taser, taser.
We're gonna follow her too, because she's like a cop or whatever. That seemed oddly sexual. I don't like that.
I don't want
She'd that. Oh, I broke it. Too many cop talks.
Whew. What is the man's equivalent?
Dude, I love how like thirst traps these cops do. It's kind of funny. You boo blind out. Bro, do you really need to have scissors on you, on your vest? Like, that's not something, like, you could just leave in your car? You have to have your phone, you have to have, I assume this is your radio, I guess that makes sense. I think this is a flashlight. Pen. Papers, okay. Handcuffs, I think? And then more handcuffs. That seems a little bit unnecessary. Pepper spray. A gun. I have no idea what this is. To cut seatbelts, but like just leave it in the car. Where are you at that you're needing to, like, where you don't have your car, but yeah, you are needing to cut a seatbelt? That seems kind of dangerous. Like, it's not like it's like locked in here. Like somebody could just like pull it out and like stab you with them. I've also always wondered, why don't they use like this Silent Hill style, like shoulder mounted flashlights? Okay, but if it's on your body versus being in the car, you're going to the scene in the car. It just seems like an unnecessary amount of shit. So why do you need like 4 things of handcuffs? It's like, I think it's like 4 separate pairs. I don't understand this TikTok. You just being racist? Or is it just a joke about like... I don't know. I'll like the video just because I think it'll might be like a little bit of a dog whistle there. Oh, it's too early for this. I guess the music just threw me off. Wasn't sure if it was like making fun of Mexican music. I don't know.
Switching sides.
Then his fucking gun goes off and shoots like somebody's dog.
Switching sides.
I don't really get this joke, but it's kind of funny. We'll see what he's got going on. So he's got another clip.
Switching sides.
Or a magazine, whatever. I don't know what this is. I think that's what that is. Got his gun. Got his handcuffs. He's got his radio. Lots of pens, I notice. And what's this for? Oh, is this a taser? I think this might be the taser.
Sides.
Excuse me, officer, can I use your microphone?
No.
Is it a camera? Can I take a selfie?
Jesus Christ. Give it back.
Excuse
Haha, cop talk, hashtag ache. I feel like this is like this person's wife or something. Just gets hit by a car. Motherfucker, we pay you with our tax dollars. Why are you out here doing TikToks? What, like thirst trap TikToks too? It's like the worst. Have you ever wonder why the police takes so long to get to your fucking calls? It's because they're doing this.
Soon as I walk through the door.
Oh, he kind of did my joke, but just like not very well done.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Your license is invalid.
Metro to T1 checking on you.
Says you weigh 135.
Whoa, 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 whoa. This might be a little... Okay, I don't like it. He's someone with a warrant leaving their best life while driving beside... Wait, what? When you see someone with a warrant living their best life while driving beside you. Okay. It's like the same, I guess that's like a thing and then like cop talk. That you just don't do your job sometimes. Which, I mean, like, I agree with that when it comes to like random warrants. For like, probably like minor drug offenses. I think he already sent me the, hold on, I'm gonna turn the screen off because he already sent me the link arena, and I'm always afraid of leaking stuff, even though I don't think it really even matters. Ugh, I hate having to move all my stuff around on the screen. Lazy. Dude, I always show up on time. I'm the best. Go back to fucking up my TikTok. See, this guy's traveling light.
The time we wanted to get arrested by this fine police officer. The time we wanted to get...
Dude, that must be so fucking annoying.
21, can you do something for me?
But it's over now. The pain is gone. I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes.
Bro didn't mirror it. Oh, you can't see what I'm looking at. Sorry. Bro didn't fucking mirror it.
But it's over now. The pain is gone. I'm putting on my shades to cover up my
155 FEIH.
But it's over. He's confident. He told her the way she wasn't. She said it's that first time. I think she might have lied. He's confident. He told her the way she wasn't.
What is this? How to do it when you see a female move their cups from the back to the front? You could. I mean, how else would you do it? The fuck? Can you guys do that? Because I can. Guess probably can more likely do it. Like where you I don't know, I don't have handcuffs.
Yo, what's up, peeps?
That was probably really
Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing? What's up, Nina?
Hope you didn't just see what I was doing.
Were you watching Japanese bukkake porn again?
No, I'm trying to fuck up my TikTok algorithms, so I was watching a video. I'm on Cop Talk right now. So I was watching a video of someone with handcuffs like
Whatever you say, Nina. Whatever you say.
right.
What's up, Lauren? Nice to see you. We talked very briefly that one time when you were.
Yeah, it was a great talk. I actually need to. Janelle and I had a good conversation. We said that we were going to talk again. So.
Did you? It seemed to be highly hostile.
Yeah, but then we had a conversation off camera that was not hostile. So I hope to talk to her again.
Cool, sweet. So we're waiting on. Let me message Angela. And then Katie said she might not be able to come, but let me message both of them. Hey.
aren't cop cars supposed to lock from like the child locks? Just being asked.
Okay,
yeah,
Angela's hopping on, so it'll be good to go. Yeah, it's always good to overbook because there's always people who can't make it. Malik said she had some kind of crazy family emergency, and Katie said she's 50-50. So I think it was going to be four, well, 5 including me, but that's good. I think too many people actually gets too crowded. And I think four people on the debate panel is a good number.
I don't know everybody's side, so should be.
All right, what's up, Angela?
Hello. Hi.
All right. All right, cool. So yeah, you guys good to go? I'm gonna go live, or is there anything you guys want to discuss before we go live? Nope. I believe I messaged you guys both the topics. We're gonna go through them in order. I'll explain when we go live. Anyway, let's do it.
I never know where to fucking.
What's up, guys? We are live. So we have a pretty fucking epic debate for you today. We did one of these last weekend, the one with Destiny, Andrew, Not So Erudite, and Grace Thorpe. and it was juicy as fuck. So we'll see if we can top that this one. So we got Lauren DeLaguna, right? I'm pronouncing your name correctly?
De Laguna.
De Laguna joining us. Andrew, you guys know him, Angela Knight, and Nina. So why don't we start off? Andrew, everyone knows who you are. Nina, everyone knows who you are. Lauren, you're kind of new to my channel, so can you give a quick introduction?
Sure. My name's Lauren. I am trying to be a lawyer, and in the meantime, I'm doing content creation. And you could find me on YouTube at Lauren De Laguna.
Okay, cool. Angela, I'm pretty sure most people know who you are. Angela, the girl who ended MLD's career, but just give a quick introduction anyway.
Hi, Angela Knight, full-time housewife, part-time asshole. I'm here. That's it.
All right, cool. All right, guys. So we're going to be debating two topics. Number one is going to be, why is it that women initiate 80% of divorces? And number two, does body count lower a woman's inherent dating value? So we're gonna do about 45 minutes to an hour for each topic, or if the one topic gets stale, I'll just transition to the next topic. We'll do about 2 to 3 minute introductions, and then it's going to be pure freestyle format. I will only step in if it's getting ridiculous and one person can't talk, but generally you guys probably won't hear much from me. The only thing I'll be doing is just if the conversation gets really, really off topic and starting to get weird, or if one person can't talk, those are the only times I will come in. But other than that, it's going to be pretty much total free for all. So anyway, so we're going to start off with the topic of, why do women initiate 80% of divorces? We're just going to give a quick opening statement. Lauren, you want to kick it off since you're the first one in the order?
Yeah, I don't think it's as people say that initiating divorce is a sign that that's the person ending the relationship, but that's just the person who's initiating the legal process. And the reason that women would tend to do that is because they are frequently the ones who are relying financially on the man. And if they are not receiving, so for instance, if a man is married to a woman and then cuts her off financially and leaves, he may have ended the relationship, but she has to go through the divorce process in order to start divvying the money in order for her to survive. So that's a very frequent reason. And yeah.
Okay, solid. All right, Andrew, you're up next, my man.
Yeah, the reason that you have such a high divorce rate in the West is due to no-fault divorce. It's a massive problem. And the reason that no-fault divorce was implemented to begin with is because of feminism and egalitarianism, which is completely and totally the wrong way to go about life. It's completely false. It's faux in every direction. There is no such thing as egalitarianism. It's made up tripe, and it's been pushed by a feminist agenda for roughly 200 years. And yeah, that's why you see such a high rate of divorce is due to no fault. And we know this because we can go back before no fault and we can compare. And you can see the distinction is massive. So I think that you should have merit-based divorce, and that irreconcilable differences aren't good enough. And I also think that secularists probably shouldn't get married at all because it's for the religious and it has nothing to do with them. What the hell do they need to get married for to begin with? So that's
nice.
it.
All right, Nina, I like the whole non-religious people shouldn't get married part. I wholeheartedly agree with that. Nina, you're up next.
There's a lot in that sentence that needs to be addressed later, but just in general, divorce is really complicated. It comes from a lot of different factors on both sides, of course. I think that a lot of factors specifically with women typically come from like having more of like a social network that you can rely on, actually being willing to take those steps, instead of a lot of dudes, I think, are just kind of like, even if they're unhappy, they just kind of like stick it out in terms of like, well, I'm supposed to be married, and if I have this like failure, if I divorce my wife, it's like a social stigma. Obviously that goes on both sides, but I think it does hit differently for dudes who are not willing to like, generally, they're kind of pussies sometimes when it comes to actually taking that step. They'll just be like, whatever, I guess I'll just die. I think the no-fault divorce thing is really fucking stupid. Of you saying that that's like a bad thing, because back in the day, you either just made up an excuse, like there was literally businesses that were completely built around the idea of like faking cheating allegations so you could get a divorce. So it kind of just was like it just wasn't a very efficient way to go about doing it. So it really, all it is with having no-fault divorces now just means that either you're not having to poison your husband anymore, or and you don't have to go through all these fucking hoops to just like leave, because it's not like it just worked on one side, it worked on both sides. You couldn't just like leave your wife, you couldn't just leave your husband. Like, it was not good for either side. So I just think that's very silly for you to support that.
Okay, let's go to Angela.
Yeah, so there, like, I kind of agree with Nina and Lauren. There's so many reasons why a relationship ends, and I think one of the major factors, I think men and women truly don't understand what it takes to coexist in a relationship. And though a woman is initiating a divorce, it doesn't necessarily mean she's ending it. I think there's a lot of things that are stabilizing really bad relationships, and a woman choosing to initiate or end the relationship or the divorce, it's just her deciding to, I don't know, just take care of the situation, as to a guy is probably having an affair or coping in other ways with video games, or just being a complete slob, or just giving up in life. I think that maybe like the narrative of men feeding into this egalitarian lifestyle or marriage, thinking that they can do that, but I think women are still carrying the burden of being domestically responsible in the relationship, whether it's still working and being the wife and being the mom and being all the above, while he's still harboring like traditional wife core values, which I don't really think it aligns with what we're pushing out here. So just summing it up.
All right, cool. So we kind of got everyone's position. So now is the free-for-all portion. Anyone can speak at any time. Kick it off, guys.
Hey, Nina, did you say that the only way that men could get it, or women could get out of their evil marriages before no-fault divorce, was to poison their husbands? I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Did I say that that's the only reason or only way that they could get out? No, of course not.
Well, you were concerned about the massive non-existent industries that were out trying to prove that, the women were cheating. And I guess that if they couldn't get a divorce, their only option, of course, was to poison their husbands. That seems ridiculous to me, but I'm sure that you have lots of, I think that it's not something that was prevalent. Yeah.
Okay. So how would you get out of a divorce, or get out of a marriage back in the day without no-fault divorce? Like, if you wanted to leave,
you would go do what's called show cause. So you would show a cause, and then the court would grant you the divorce.
Right. So
what was cause back then?
Good question.
Show of cause. What was the cause back then, Andrew?
Well, it could be any number of different factors. So infidelity could be one factor. There was all sorts of different factors. It just wasn't irreconcilable differences.
I feel
you
like
actually had to have a cause.
Okay. So a lot of those factors had to do with domestic violence. So you would have
that's one factor. Yeah.
So you had an increased amount of false accusations of domestic violence between partners, because in order to get out of their divorce, they had to have some or false accusations of cheating. Whereas, and these things could have led to criminal prosecution.
No-fault divorce hasn't changed that. No-fault divorce hasn't changed to ridiculous allegations of cheating. It hasn't changed any of the ridiculous allegations
you didn't need
that are
them.
levied that are levied at people. So the thing is that just saying that there were some isolated cases where they would make these bold claims of lies doesn't mean anything. It's like, first of all, the overwhelming amount of divorces right now are due to irreconcilable differences, not due to any other factor. So I don't assume that's something because we have polling data. We have polling data. We have polling data.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
So what we have is data that shows that people are filing no-fault divorces. However, you could file for a no-fault divorce, which is much easier than filing for a at-fault divorce and having to show cause, as you talked about earlier. So even if you do have just cause for a show of cause divorce, you would typically just go for a no-fault divorce. So your data
what does that have to do with anything? That literally has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. So I'm making a comparison and saying that why do you think that people who say now, men and women now, the women are saying we have irreconcilable differences and that's why we're getting divorced? So
because it's easier.
Hang on, let me finish.
Let me finish. Or my husband cheats on me, or I cheat on my husband.
Lauren, calm down. Let me finish my point, and I'll let you talk. So you have to make the case then that before the irreconcilable differences, that people were getting divorced before this. under some false pretense, which I don't think that they were. I think that they were getting divorced under the pretense of show cause, which they were supposed to be getting divorced under, right? You did something wrong. You did something which was outside of your marital vows. Because remember, you are taking a vow. Do you remember that part, Lauren?
If we were to get married, part of our vows would be you would never tell me to calm down again.
We would never get married. I'm happily married. I'm glad that
she can't possibly leave
your vows.
But anyway,
you should have made that a part of your vows. Don't tell women to calm down. It doesn't help in getting women to calm down.
Oh no, what are you going to do? Freak out? Oh, that's terrible. But anyway, back to where I was at before I was so rudely interrupted by you, Lauren. I'd like to note that you still haven't actually given me anything here. So what I'm asking you specifically is, what is the problem with no fault divorce other than you want to get a divorce because you just don't like your husband anymore?
The reason that I have to issue with no fault divorce is because you have to make, in order to get a divorce, you have to make some sort of an accusation. So you have to either accuse your husband of cheating on you or of hitting you or of doing something. And a lot of this times this would lead to criminal proceedings. So if you feel drastically stuck, it puts you in a very hard, difficult position if you really need to leave. And also, even if you do have just cause, having to gather that evidence. So let's say your husband does abuse you in some manner, I'm not sure, or does cheat on you. You would then have to gather that evidence. And a lot of women don't have the means to hire a PI or to follow their husbands around.
Kind of enjoying the gynocentric way that you're looking at this. It's not just the poor woman has to gather the poor woman has to gather evidence. The man also has to gather evidence. The man has to gather evidence for infidelity as well.
Not the case.
Has to gather evidence for these things as well. They both have to show cause because they took a vow. So if you don't want to take if you don't want to take a vow, a marriage vow, then why are you getting married?
Well, probably for like the legal reasons, you know.
So like what?
Reasons,
oh,
like
so you can't. So we can't change the tax system unless people are married. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Another thing that I find. Okay, do you find the Constitution ridiculous? You seem like a fervent supporter of the United States and the Constitution.
Why would you say that? Based on
what?
Well,
because earlier you said that people who are not religious shouldn't be married, and it's like funny because we have a First.
What does that have to do with the Constitution?
Well, we also have a constitutional right to get married.
You do.
Loving v. Virginia.
That's a constitutional. That's a constitutional right. Which amendment is that?
It's what amendment? I don't think it's in the amendment. It's been determined.
So it's not in the Constitution. So it's not in the Constitution, Lauren.
Right. It's been determined by the Supreme Court to be a constitutional right.
Okay, so it's not in the Constitution, Lauren.
Yeah, they can't. The government, the United States, cannot prevent you. It's part of your rights to life, liberty.
So is it in the Constitution, Lauren? Can you give me the amendment, Lauren?
Do you not understand how Supreme Court precedent works?
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, that's precedent. That's precedent. That's precedent. The precedent can be overruled.
Right?
Lauren, precedent can be overruled.
For instance, it was a constitutional right to have an abortion under a case that was recently overturned. So now that's no longer a constitutional right. But
because
as
it's precedent. Because it's precedent.
Yeah, exactly. So you do understand precedent.
Yeah, but precedent's not a constitutional right. So if you have a constitutional amendment, you either need to have two.
Yes, it is.
Let me finish, Lauren. You need to either have 2/3 of the states come together to roll the amendment back, or you need to have literally an act. Yeah. Well, if it's not in the Constitution.
Oh, so it's the 10th Amendment.
You said it's in the Constitution. It's not in the Constitution. You're talking about case precedent.
The 10th Amendment.
The 10th Amendment, it says that the rights that aren't given to the federal government go to the prospective states. Lauren, what are you talking about?
No, it's the 10th Amendment says that there's a number of rights that are not specifically outlined in the Constitution. And the
like I just said,
determined under Loving v. Virginia and other cases.
So which part are you disagreeing with?
A constitutional right. People have a constitutional right to choose whom they marry, whether they be interrace or. And then it was further in Hodges v. Overfeld with gay marriage. So people have the right to choose who they marry. That is a constitutional right.
It's not a constitutional right. It's an interpretation by the Supreme Court, and they often get overruled later. Whereas the Supreme Court can't overrule the amendment.
It is a right for anyone in the United States to get married to whom they choose, whether or not they're religious. And I find it odd, even though the First Amendment.
So then I can't advocate that there's change?
So you're just going to continue to interrupt me and then get upset when I interrupt you. You seem
Well,
very
it seems to be impossible to have a conversation with you unless it's the most long-winded diatribe I've ever heard.
Yeah,
Try to keep your points more concise.
I think it's hard for you to understand big concepts. I get that.
I'm trying my hardest. Maybe if you use small words.
Okay, I'll try from now on.
So, Andrew, are you in favor of a small government?
No.
Why?
Because small government usually is mediocre, and you need to have X amount of diplomats. You need to have X amount of statesmen. You have to represent 300 million people. In this particular case, I would actually advocate that you have far more congressmen. That way you didn't have an electoral state, which was as messed up as ours is. So that's what I would do. I would actually expand the electorate because, having only 2 senators per state is probably not a great idea, just so you know.
And alimony, your thoughts on that?
I think that in some rare instances that can be adjudicated and has been traditionally adjudicated by the church if alimony is necessary.
The church?
The church, yeah. I don't see why the state needs to become involved in a religious ceremony.
How would they have
Can you give me a reason? Can you give me a reason why secularists need to get married? Any of you? Like, why is that
I would
a
assume
good
because
idea?
they love each other. I mean, that's probably
You can love each
why.
other without marriage. It's a religious.
Okay, but you might have a tradition
sacrament.
in your family like that you would want to get married.
You mean that came from the religious people in your family?
Probably.
Hold on. I'm curious. So
Yes,
you want to take the institution of marriage and make it like completely separate from the legal institution. So you would get no tax benefits for being a married couple.
You don't need. Yeah, so just to address these one at a time, right? You don't need to be married in order to address tax benefits for couples. You recognize this, right, Lauren?
I'm asking if you. I'm asking.
And
a
I just
totally
answered.
question.
I just answered your question. You don't
No, you
actually.
didn't.
You don't
No, you
need
didn't.
to be married for tax benefits because you can address the tax system separate from marriage. It's ridiculous.
Okay, but so you think that's the only. So.
Oh, you mean changing it?
So he's saying that the only reason that the government is involved in marriage at all is to monitor taxes, and then taxes could be monitored.
I didn't say that at all. You just straw man my
I'm
entire
trying
argument.
to
She's just asking you a question.
And I just answered her question, and then she straw manned the position.
No,
so like, if you want to know the position,
best.
just ask, and I'll give it to you.
She was literally just doing that. Like, chill the fuck out, Andrew.
No, she literally wasn't drunky. She literally didn't.
I wasn't. Yeah.
So anyway, back to what you were asking me, Lauren, just to give you the answer to your question.
Let me rephrase the question, if you don't mind. How is the government and marriage currently intertwined?
So right now they're the adjudicators. So at the moment, you have to go to the state in order to become licensed, and you also have to go to the state in order to get the license revoked. So essentially, they operate as a middleman adjudication system between the partnership and the marriage. So I think that can be done by the church, and it doesn't need to be done by the state at all. It's never been necessary, nor is that something which is traditional. That is not a traditional thing.
So if you separated it, right? So if you separated this into like a religious ceremony and you had the states not involved in marriages at all. However, the state would still monitor couples for the purposes of taxation. So what would that look like? And could
the
couples
same thing it looks like right now. Literally,
no, because it's not
the same
marriage.
thing it looks like
it's no
right now.
longer a religious thing. It's no longer for the dignity of family. There's in legal precedent, a lot of marriage issues have to do with the dignity of families and creating the best society possible for the modern
it's
era.
encouraging birth rates, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I agree.
You're just going to interrupt me every time I talk and then complain if I interrupt you.
Okay, well, give me the signal when you're done, because it sounds like you're winding down. So I'm
it's
just
when
trying to
I'm
answer your
not
question.
talking. That's when I'm talking.
Let's see if that ever happens. But go ahead.
I could see why you complain about no fault divorces. I could see you wanting to grasp onto your wife as best as you can. I could see that she's probably running.
Oh, great! What a swell argument. Are you going to get to an argument? Because I'm still waiting for one.
Dude, I lost my.
I'm sure you did.
Go ahead, say what you were going to say because you wanted to interrupt me so much.
Well, wait a second. You're saying that just a minor interruption, you
Oh
derailed
my
your
god,
entire
you guys
train
are
of
both
thought?
doing the same thing right now.
Come
Just get
on.
to your points, both of you, for the love of God.
You get to your point, Andrew.
My point is that you don't need to have the state involved in marriage at all.
Okay. So how is that system going to work? So now the state is not involved in marriages, but however, you're saying the state is still involved in couples being taxed differently than single people. So then couples will also want to be triples for tax purposes, maybe business partners, and then also maybe father and daughter maybe would want for tax purposes to live together. So will that be allowed by the state? Does this change things? Because it's no longer a sexual family dynamic. So I'm curious as how this is now going to work in your new society. And also
so here, I'll answer. Okay, well, sorry. Go ahead. I thought you were done
go ahead.
talking. My bad. Go ahead. You got the floor still.
I'll let you answer that.
Okay, so first of all you're talking about here is changing one position, which is that the government itself no longer issues marriage licenses. They don't need to do it. For the purposes of taxation, they still are going to track who's cohabitating. They've always tracked who's cohabitating. We have the U.S. Census, which is great at doing this. You have Social Security numbers for your job. And if you want to have tax benefits and tax breaks and things like that, you could maybe engage in what's called a civil union. There's states which have had those for an awful long time, and you can do that. That's how homosexuals used to be able to get married, is through a civil union. They would get all of the same protections of a marriage without it being the actual sacrament of marriage. And then if you want to have no-fault divorce for your secular marriages, fine. But I think that you should probably push for some kind of sacrament or some kind of value to marriage if you want people to remain married. I can demonstrate this by the fact that religious people get divorced less, yet they seem to be happier in their marriages.
Do you know the legal distinctions between a civil union and a marriage?
I couldn't hear you. Say that again.
Do you know the legal distinctions between a civil union and a marriage?
Depends on the state.
Okay, but for instance, when a spouse dies in a civil union, do they receive the estate or part of the estate, especially in a homestead state like Florida?
I mean, let's assume for a second none of them could. You, as the secularist who introduced civil unions instead of marriage, could easily ratify that for whatever secular framework that you wanted. So whatever non-religious framework that you wanted to add in and call it a civil union, another than religious union, you could add in whatever the hell you wanted.
So this is essentially marriage, but with a different terminology.
Whatever you want to call it. We wouldn't recognize it as marriage. We would recognize you as like people.
Why don't churches just have their own ceremony that they don't recognize the state?
They do. The state doesn't recognize that ceremony.
Don't Catholics not recognize the state divorce anyway? So they already do this.
So I'm going to explain this so that you understand. The state itself does not recognize religious marriage by itself. So the state itself still has to issue a license, and you are still subject to the state for the purposes of you being able to get divorced. You understand the distinction there? There's the huge distinction.
Not religiously, because if you're Catholic, the priest still won't sanctify your divorce, so you won't be considered divorced. And I know this because my dad's Catholic, and there was issue with my grandma with divorce, whatever. And her
Catholics
partner.
are really weird about that stuff. I agree.
So even though her partner wanted a divorce from his wife to marry my grandma, he couldn't. He had to wait for her to die in order to marry my grandma, even though she was legally divorced, because the church wouldn't recognize it. So that's already, your dream world already exists.
No, it doesn't. So first of all, the
Catholic church has a different recognition of marriage than the state.
Stop.
The state
You're missing the point.
Divorce, but the church did it.
You're missing the point. The enforcement arm's not the church. The enforcement arm is still the state. So he still had to go. Stop and let me finish. He still had to go and get divorced by the state, right?
Well, I mean, if it was just religious.
Answer my question. Did he have to go to the state and get divorced?
No, because he had to wait for his wife to die, right?
Were you just got done saying that he got divorced, but he couldn't still leave the marriage because the Catholic Church wouldn't let him, right?
Right. So now you're asking.
Okay, so then he did have to go to the state, and the state did have to give him a divorce.
Either way, he had to wait for his wife to die.
Because he
no.
was adhering to his religious institution, but he still
Because
had
the
to go
church-
to the state, Lauren, to get a divorce, Lauren. You just said he did.
If he wanted to separate the state ties of his marriage, which is what the state would be regulating in this civil union system that you're setting up anyway.
No, the state wouldn't be regulating anything with religious marriage. Why would they be regulating it?
So now you want the church to dictate the separation, which would be the cause of these civil unions, which would
Yes, I
also
want the church to. If you're going to do a sacramental,
You're going to interrupt me when I'm asking a question.
I'm answering your question. Yes, the answer is yes. I want the church to adjudicate that.
Have you heard of the separation of church and state? Have you heard of this concept?
This would separate the church and state. What are you talking about?
Wait, hold on. I think we're going in circles a little bit here. I just want to try and keep us back on track. So I guess I'm not necessarily cutting anyone off here, but like, Andrew, like, if you can already get married via the church without being legally binding currently, then what are you complaining about? Why did you get married for a legal purpose? Which I assume you did. I'm not sure your particular situation. Like, if you're saying that you could just do a ceremony with the church, right? That's what you're wanting, yes?
No, currently priests cannot marry you without the state.
Well, I mean, but it would be like you could have that within like your religious practice. It just wouldn't be legally binding, correct?
No, you really can't have that because.
But that's what you want, yes?
Yes, there's laws that make that illegal. So usually a
make
priest,
it illegal to
a priest, yes, a priest often in most states, I think, actually has to have the authority of the state and issue you a marriage license in order to marry you.
Are you talking about bigamy laws?
No, I'm not talking about bigamy laws.
Well, I just don't understand why you can't just
Then
have that done.
Then what law are you referring to? Because I've never heard of a law that a religious ceremony couldn't take place without the state's permission.
You can make
literally never heard of
so you can make that, but it's not a recognized marriage. The state should still have to
By the
recognize.
state,
Yeah, by the state, but you don't want it to be recognized by the state.
The state. Stop. The state should still have to recognize the marriage. That doesn't mean that they have the authority to adjudicate it.
Stop proving I'm making bad points. Stop.
What would that?
You are making bad points.
What would that look like then?
No, you're the one making bad points.
Okay, what's
what does
the
recognized
problem
by
with
the
my
state mean
argument?
if it has no actual
give me an
like,
actual
value from the state?
problem with my argument. Let me frame it the best way I possibly can.
I'm trying to figure it out.
That's why I'll try to frame it as best I can. The state does not need to adjudicate religious marriage.
Okay.
However, the state should have to recognize
What does that
religious
mean?
marriage. It means that the state is going to have to recognize that you're married by the church and recognize the church's authority to be the adjudicator over the divorce
Okay, but
portion
what
of
does
it.
that mean in practice? Is it
I
just
just
that your
explained
last
it.
name?
How stupid are you? Like, I just literally
you really
explained
didn't
it.
explain that at all. So are you
How-
saying that
how-
they would have
how
like
much
the
more can I explain
recognition
this?
of like the
Just
last
let
name?
her finish her question.
Yeah, like you're talking about like the
start your
last
question
name
over?
acknowledgement.
Well, just
are we
keep
talking about
answering
tax
the same
benefits?
question.
Like, what are we? You did not answer that question at all.
Okay, so as far as it comes to what? Tax benefits, things like this?
Is that what you mean when you say recognize? Yes, that is what
Yeah,
I'm asking.
well, whatever the benefits are that the state's going to offer up or whatever. Yes, it needs to
So
be
you
a
want the
recognized
church
marriage.
to be involved in adjudication of state issues.
Well,
involving
it's not
taxation.
just a state
It
issue.
is-
The state is a
Sure.
composition of
Taxation
people.
Sure, it's both exactly,
Stop,
but it is
stop.
still.
The state's a composition of people, Lauren.
Yes.
Okay, so people should be able to be allowed to have their own adjudicators separate of the state, and they traditionally always have. So I don't know what you're talking about.
They always have since what
Uh-huh.
time period?
Throughout most of history, the church has been the
So,
dominion.
in the United States
And
ever?
the church has been the dominion over divorce throughout most of human history. These are religious
Until
sacraments.
when?
These are not secularist sacraments.
Well, okay.
That only began during the Enlightenment period when they really started to push through laws when it came to
Okay.
divorce in order to promote the health and welfare of the individuals inside of these nations. But
When in the United States
Mhm.
did this happen?
I don't know what the exact dates were.
Never. Yeah.
No, listen. Did the United States change from no fault divorce?
That happened, but that's completely different than
Okay, so hang on. Before then, if you're going backwards, it's ridiculous for you to expect me to know the exact date that this change shifted drastically. So yes, it has happened. I just told you traditionally the church has always been the adjudicator
Not
for who
in the
got
United
married and who
States.
got divorced.
So
yes, who do you think founded the United States, Lauren? Who do you think founded it? Who got here first?
Like in what
The
sense?
Native
Like
Americans.
Who got to
who
America
landed on the
first?
United? Like I'd
Yes.
say Vikings are probably. Are you talking about the country? Like I'm so confused. It's like
In
when someone asks me
the
where I'm
United
from.
States,
Like, I'm
the United
from
States had
California,
the
my
United States had
parents
Puritans.
are like-
Lauren, the United States had Puritans who got here, Puritan Christians. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
they were not appealing to the state because the church was the state. Okay, they were the state.
And did they set up the Constitution of the United States?
No, that came later.
Oh, okay. So it's not the United States never, right, had the church adjudicating.
You mean the same
when
United
tax
States that claims
benefits
all
went
men
up.
are created equal? Doesn't say anything about women being created equal. Didn't allow women to have suffrage. Didn't allow women to have any of those things. Didn't allow women to vote because they weren't stakeholders. Also made sure that they had limited access to property. Aren't these all feminist? Aren't these all feminist propaganda?
What a
You're just
pivot.
saying
So
things.
wait, your overall argument.
What? You're asking me to give you a precision date for something. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Never
Doing a really good job of
I'm
not acting
telling you,
triggered.
there was never a
Tell me
period
what
in United
never
States
happened. Let's make sure.
history-
What?
There's never a period in United States history when the church was adjudicating marriages for the purposes of taxation or any other legal benefits.
Well, no, that's not true. The entire 1700s, the state had limited involvement in marriage. What are you talking about?
What state?
Various
So there was no tax
various
benefit.
Protestant sects. There wasn't hardly any taxes in the 1700s, Lauren.
I'm sorry.
Like,
Do you know
what are you
what
talking
the
about?
Revolutionary War was paid or was done over? What are you talking about?
Oh my God. How dumb are you? What does it have to do with
I'm
anything?
asking you. Do you know why the Revolutionary War was started in the 1700s?
I know what the propagandist said in the Revolutionary
so
War.
what
The
do you
United
think
States
it was?
propagandists.
Jesus fucking
I think
Christ.
that the war. Well, regardless of why I think the war was fought, that really has no bearing or merit on any of this.
No taxation without representation.
That was
In case you
propaganda.
forgot.
That was
no
patriot
shit.
propaganda.
It was patriot propaganda. Exactly. Didn't mean it didn't happen. You understand? Propaganda doesn't mean that it's a lie.
Oh, great. Well, now we have tons of taxation with representation. What
I
a
mean,
wonderful,
wasn't
what a
the
wonderful
Tea
outcome.
Party? Wasn't like the whole Tea
Wow, good
Party thing
argument.
about the tea being taxed too much? So you're telling us there's no taxes and this entire fucking country was
I
founded
didn't say
on
that. I just said there wasn't very many taxes, and I got to tell you that
Yeah, there wasn't
Literally, the
purpose
entire
of-
reason was because there was too many
the purpose,
taxes.
the purpose of merit. No, that wasn't the entire reason for the Revolutionary War. That's insane. You're talking about the Boston Tea Party, and you're talking about patriot propaganda, which happened. The patriot propaganda
I am
was
an
necessary for the
American,
war effort.
okay? I support my country. I don't
for
appreciate
you.
your bullshit here.
Oh,
I'm mad that I'm
Oh.
siding with the liberals. I just want to say that.
This
You
is silly.
made me, Andrew. That's unfortunate. I'm even wearing a conservative shirt. Damn.
All right, let's redirect. We covered.
So hang on, no, let's not redirect. I'm not done yet. I want to know. I would like to know, when do you guys think the income tax started?
Okay, one question, and I want to redirect back to the
Yeah, when do you think it
What
started?
amendment was that? I forgot the amendment, but I
Well,
should know.
it's okay for
I
you to
can
not
Google
know
it if
anything
you
off
want.
the top of your head, right? Yeah, go ahead, Google it.
17th Amendment? Was it
income
the
tax
17th
start?
Amendment?
When did the income tax start?
1861.
I want to say. What was it?
1861. Civil War
No.
prompted the first American income tax in 1861.
Yeah, okay, that was for the war effort, but the actual income tax that you have now, right? That started in the 1900s, just so you understand. The 1900s.
That was a good
So
history
now,
lesson. Let's
so now
redirect.
as you move back, hang on. So now,
Was it the 17th Amendment?
So I want to redirect back to the initial topic. We covered history quite enough. It's not related at all to the.
yes, it is related.
How's it
It's,
related?
because we're talking about the history of marriage, Alex.
How is that related to the idea of why
Divorce?
Divorces.
Uh,
Just give me like a simple
because
explanation.
because in this particular case, what they're trying to say is that I have some kind of incoherent system, and yet I'm saying no, it's actually your system which is incoherent, which is leading to the maximum amount of divorces which we're having at the moment, right? Because
No, that's not true
specifically,
either.
no
Let me
fault,
finish, let me finish.
because specifically no fault divorce. So if you're looking
Okay,
at,
but you know divorce rates are falling.
let me finish,
Lauren, let me finish because I asked
calm
him a
down,
question.
Lauren. So
right.
again, when you're looking at this, no fault divorce is a primary cause for why it is that women institute. So this is what the question is, right? Why do women have or institute so many divorces? Why are they petitioning so much for divorce? Things like this. It's actually really simple. It's because there's very limited penalty at all for women to go and petition the court for divorce. They almost always win, and they almost always get more assets. This has been what has traditionally happened since no-fault divorce was instituted. They usually get the kids. They usually get the house. It's a pretty bad deal for men. It's a big problem. That's why we got into all these other things.
Okay, let's just try to keep it on track with, you want to talk about the history of divorce or whatever, that's fine. But let's not get into like fucking income taxes and whatnot and like why the revolution happened. Like that's not really quite
Sure,
related.
sure.
Let's just keep it.
Did you know, fun fact, US divorce rates hit an all-time 50-year low? Isn't that a fun fact?
Because almost nobody's getting married. That's why.
So that's what you want. You don't want the secular people getting married.
You
No, but you literally just said you didn't want the secular people getting married. So maybe those are the people who are not getting married.
Right. So what I want to do is shift people. I want to shift.
Definitely, because it's
So
the
I wanna
religious people's job to get married.
Probably.
So I want to shift. So here's what you are seeing, though. You are seeing religious people stay married longer. They're happier longer. The more religious they are, the less likely they are to be divorced. The less likely a woman is to institute a divorce. All those great things. That's why I want to see more people move towards religion as a grounding for why they get married in the first place, as a sacrament, so they take it seriously. Instead of secularists who make vows and then go, but I didn't like Johnny anymore because Johnny got fat. So I decided to go bang the neighbor, right? And then they go, well, there's no-fault divorce. There's very little penalty for them. And so they instituted divorce. They push the divorce.
Men and women cheat at the same rates generally, so I don't really understand what that's going with. But do you really think that like you should just not ever have any reason to leave, or like is it do you actually believe in the fault divorces, or are you just saying that to be like annoying about it? Or do you believe that nobody should ever be divorced? I don't know what your position is on this. I'd like you to
Do you think
clarify.
Steven Crowder's wife should have been allowed to divorce
Good
him?
question.
If you have a show cause for abuse, actual physical abuse,
Mm-hmm.
or you have a show cause for infidelity,
Wait, not emotional
abandonment, right? I think that those are all good causes. When you're talking about things like emotional abuse, try to remember what your vows are. Through better, through worse. Sometimes in marriage, you're going to have years, not months, not weeks, but years that might be really rough. They might be hard. Marriage is really hard. People shouldn't enter into marriage. They shouldn't enter into marriage unless they're prepared for all those hard times.
I don't disagree that marriage is hard. It's scary. I understand like that aspect of it. But like if somebody is abusing you and you have kids, like even if it's emotionally, why do you think that they wouldn't abuse your children? And on second question, I'll let you finish, or I'll let you answer in a second, but let me just finish my question real quick. Would you think that it is okay to leave a marriage if your partner, whether it is, man, wife, whatever, is abusing your kids? Do you think that's fair to leave that marriage? Or more than anything, I would even think like maybe it's like your duty that you should for the good of your children.
If your partner is abusing your children, should you be able to leave them? Is that what you're asking?
I was a two-parter, basically saying like if somebody is going to abuse
Well, just do one part at a time.
Okay, that's fair. We'll start with the first part. If somebody is going to abuse you, like emotionally or physically, why do you think that they wouldn't? I'm saying both. Let me finish my question.
Yeah, but I'm not
Do
saying
you
both.
think that they're not going? Well, I need to clarify. Would you not think that they would do that to your children?
If you have a spouse who's physically abusive,
Physically
I think that they
or
probably
emotionally?
would. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the problem with emotional abuse is that it's highly subjective, and I don't know exactly what it means. So I know what physical abuse means, and I think that all of us would agree with what physical abuse is.
Well, you think like gaslighting would be like a
Stop,
Okay.
Nina. Let me
Go ahead.
answer.
Go
Okay,
ahead
I
and
think all
finish.
of us would agree what physical abuse is. I
Sure.
think all of us would agree what infidelity is. I think all of us would agree what abandonment is. Not sure all of us would agree on what emotional abuse is.
Okay, well, I guess I'll like try and clarify then. It's something like somebody who's gaslighting you constantly, or like, I mean, like you saw the Steven Crowder stuff, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, do you think that what he was doing to her was not emotionally abusive?
Maybe. So what?
Well, I'm saying,
So wait,
what do you
how
mean?
is that? What do you mean? So what? So what if the kids are witnessing that throughout like a 10-year marriage? Do you think that will affect the way
Well,
the
that's
kids will carry on
different.
their
So
life?
now
Well,
you're
that's
so now
what
you're
we're
talking
asking.
about so now you're asking about some elongated pattern of behavior that's like never ending or something like this rather than an
Mhm.
isolated incident. So here's what I'll say, right? As you guys kind of giggle and scoff, which I find amusing. All
Do
of you,
you?
every single one of you have
You seem
been
to love
mean,
women.
have been mean to a man, right? Or have had
Mm.
men be mean to you.
Sure.
Every single one of you have had engagements with men, especially whoever you're dating or something like
I'm
this,
sure we all
where
have.
the guy's been a shithead or you've been a shithead to the guy. But that didn't mean that you broke up the relationship over that. A marriage is something that's should be much more difficult to break up than just some relationship you have with a boyfriend.
Sure. I mean,
And the
I don't
thing is
So
that
necessarily.
I
hang on,
definitely have
let me
ended
finish,
relationships
and I'll turn it over, I promise.
Okay.
But
Mm-hmm.
emotionally, if you're talking about emotional abuse, I think that that's really difficult for us to agree on what that's going to be, because I think a person could maybe even emotionally abuse you for 3 or 4 years and then stop doing it. Marriage is work, or whatever you consider to be emotional abuse, or you them. Marriage is work. Relationships are work. Relationship
Sure.
dynamics are work. Now, let me ask you this before you guys ask me another question.
Mhm.
Who here besides me is married? Raise your hand.
Oh wow, you've researched us. Oh,
You're
good job,
married,
Angela.
Angela?
Yeah.
Planning to be
Why
in
is
the
that so
next 2 years.
shocking?
Are you lying, Angela? Just curious.
No. Why would I lie? What do I gain from lying?
I don't
Are
know.
you
I'm
just
just curious.
accusing her of lying because she's a woman?
I
She
like my
is
green card,
married.
guys.
She's
I
married.
like my green card. Leave me alone.
Mhm.
Yes, I am married.
And you're not going through a divorce?
No. Why would no? I would like
Okay.
to stay in America, so no, I'm not going through a
I don't
divorce.
know. You just raised your hand really slow. It was weird. Just saying.
Well, I didn't know there was like a follow through question, and I was like, all right, what's going on here?
Well, I'm
But yeah.
just saying, like, before you guys are so quick to say anything about what's emotional abuse or what isn't, maybe
But you have to
you
be
should have a
married to know
marriage.
which one is
So,
what.
Angela,
Like,
he's
so
a
my
border
problem
agent.
with what we're talking about is like I understand what you're saying, but if you're married, and then maybe you're comparing it to like a modern marriage where people get married within like the first 2 years of meeting, but like if you've been with someone long enough and you're saying that this behavior will slowly go away, if the behavior goes away, whether somebody is just ignoring the situation, it's only going to get worse. But I don't see how a guy can be emotionally abusive and then just slowly not be emotionally abusive anymore. I don't see like how like if you're in a
Right.
relationship with somebody, I
What's
don't see
emotional? So let's start with this then. If it's going to be pedantic, tell me what you think emotional abuse is.
like
She gave an example of gaslighting.
Mhm.
I would say depriving of funds. I would say
Why is depriving of funds emotional abuse?
so for instance, I know somebody who her husband would go out on
I
trips
don't care
and cut
about an
off.
anecdote. I care about the argument. Why
well,
would
giving you an
depriving
she's
somebody?
giving you an
Anecdotes are
example.
not an argument. Give
It's
me
not
an
an argument.
argument.
It's an example. You asked for an example. She's
I
giving you
didn't
one.
ask. I asked specifically for an argument. So what I want
So
to
I'm
know,
going to answer the way that
what,
I was going to
what I
answer, and
want,
I'd
what
like
I
for you
want
to
to know
interrupt.
specifically is an argument for why it is that deprivation of funds is emotional abuse.
Okay, I'm going to give you an example
Of course.
of how deprivation of funds is emotional abuse. I know someone whose husband would go on trips, and even though they had a newborn baby and she was in college, he would cut off their credit card when he would go on trips. And he wouldn't tell her how long, and sometimes it would be days, sometimes it would be months. She would not know. And so she would just have to survive on the food in her closet, like food that she had in her pantry. Eventually, she would have to go to her mom and ask for food. It was emotionally abusive.
Okay. Well, I know a couple, and what they do is he deprives her of money because he thinks that
Hold
she
on.
spends. Hang on. No, you hold on. I just went
maybe
through your
he's
whole
gonna make-
diatribe.
Maybe he's
gonna make your
Just
point
went through
clear.
your entire diatribe. No, it doesn't.
answer
I'm
your
giving you a
question?
counter example of how it doesn't. So I know everybody in the exact same type of situation, the exact same type of way. Just the opposite is true. Refute it. Refute. Give me a refutation.
Well, you have.
What you mean?
So the deprivation of
Go
funds
ahead.
and whatever my anecdotal scenario is good. There we go. So now
give
we're
me
at a
an
stalemate.
example. Give me. I don't understand the exact.
I know you don't
opposite.
understand.
Yeah, because you're not making.
So
any
he's
sense.
doing a deprivation of funds, and it's actually good because it works for their marriage instead of she doesn't like it, I guess. You know,
Well, no,
whatever
I'm
the
curious.
anecdote
What
is.
is your anecdote? I'm actually curious.
Yeah.
Can you
So the
tell us?
anecdote would be that she spent too much. She spends too much money. Because she spends too much money, he cut off the credit card payment. So he deprives her of funds. That's good and healthy for the couple. I've known couples where this has happened to them. Here's an anecdote for you. There you
So
go.
I gave you an
Refute it.
example
Okay,
of
well then
abuse.
that's probably not. Yeah, well then that's probably not if it's something that like she has an issue and then they like
Well, no,
agreed
it's
to
actually
together.
emotional abuse to him, huh? How dare she make it so that that poor guy has to freeze her credit cards? He'd love to share her money
you
with
might
her.
be right about
He
that.
would
That's
love
fine,
to.
but that doesn't discount what her argument was and what she was trying
What's
to
her
use as an
argument?
example.
Her argument was an anecdote, not an
Do you
argument.
remember
Well, it's an
like
example.
8th grade?
It's
What
an
year did you
anecdote.
take geometry, Andrew?
Those things are not mutually
like basic
exclusive.
geometry.
What?
I'm wondering what year you took basic
What the fuck does that have to do with the
'Cause
price
you
of
struggle
tea
with
and the
logic
Boston Tea Party? Geometry is. Hang on.
Yeah.
I struggle with logic structures because of
Yeah.
geometry.
Well, not because it's not geometry's fault.
Okay, Lauren, let me ask you a question. There's
Mhm.
3 laws of logic. Can you name them for me?
What do you mean 3 laws of logic? So are you saying, like, for instance, if A, then B?
Yeah, the
that
3
type
laws.
of-
3 laws of logic. There's only 3. Can you name even one of them?
Look it up.
Yeah, it's like if A, then B, if
Oh.
I don't remember. Like you would
Yeah.
have to know this off the
Maybe
top
you
of-
should have stayed in geometry.
Identity,
I guess.
non-contradiction,
Yeah, I-
excluded middle. Like, I mean, like
You should have stayed in
you're just
geometry.
asking. You
Lauren.
realize how dumb that you make yourself look, Andrew, when you just say,
Yeah,
like,
oh, yeah,
"Can you
I
just
made myself
name a
look
thing
dumb,
that I
that's
can
for
just
sure.
easily Google." Like, you're really gonna think like it makes her look stupid that you're just like, "Hey, name like you're basically doing the same logical argument of like the
That
oh
she
yeah,
did.
you're a fan
Just-
of this
just doing
band.
the same
Name
thing
3
back to her
songs.
that she did to
Name
me,
3
yeah.
songs from the band. Like, it's like we could just look it up.
That's what.
If
Hang on.
B, then
She.
C,
So she asked
then
me.
if A, then
she-
C.
So she
No,
asked me
I'm
when
writing it
did you fail? When did you fail geometry for your logical argumentation structure?
So
Yeah, I got a
so
perfect score in geometry. I went on to get a perfect score on the ACT in math. I went on to get a
Let's get
perfect
back on
score
the
in
rails
the
here.
GRE in math, and then I went on to be a math major.
What does geometry have to do with the logical structure, Lauren?
There's
Of an
logical
argument.
structures that you seem to be failing. So, for instance, when I gave the anecdotal example
Alright,
of
I'm
how
running to the bathroom while you
deprivation
guys
of
are having
funds can be, and this is actually one of the logic structures you were just talking about. So maybe you know them off the top of your head, but you don't know how to apply them, which seems to be an issue for you.
Oh.
If I give an
I need
example of
geometry
how
for that.
deprivation of funds can be abuse, you giving
Mhm.
an example of how deprivation of funds could not be abuse is not
Mhm.
discrediting the fact that my example was still
Right.
an example.
Both are non sequiturs, Lauren.
It
That was my
wasn't a
point.
So
Yeah,
going back
they're
to
both non sequiturs.
going back to your
They're not
anecdote to
arguments.
how to cut off the funds, like off of your example for someone who's married, is that what you would do for your marriage if somebody was spending, if your wife was spending too much money just to cut off the funds, just to like teach her a lesson? What would you do?
Well, it's not teaching a lesson, but I have children. She has children with me. I think that it's very important that if one of the partners is being irresponsible with money, that it's a duty to, in fact, to cut off funding so that they're no longer irresponsible with money. And I think that oftentimes, especially if you look at consumer spending, women are responsible for upwards of 70 to 80% of all consumer spending. They spend a lot of money. So the thing
Oh
is
my God,
that
that's still not a
oftentimes
fair
It's a
statistic.
misleading stat because women spend money on
Yeah.
a lot of things like household stuff and everything.
I
more.
agree. Listen,
So
I agree. What I'm saying to you, though, is that generally speaking, they spend a lot of money. So you're going to often find that when financial disputes come up inside of marriages, it's not usually the man who's overspending. They do. Don't get me wrong. It happens. But oftentimes it's a woman who's overspending. And so it falls under the duty and purview of the man to say, no, you can't overspend. And if he's the breadwinner and he's the provider for the family, why would it be problematic for him to say that this money needs to be used in a way I deem responsible for the family?
So
Then why
then you
don't they do the
encourage women
shopping?
to get jobs?
right, but I wanted to. So you're saying basically to cut it off, but wouldn't that be a red flag as to why she randomly started to aggressively spend on this money? Because if someone who's married and their personality drastically changes, wouldn't that be a reason to find the root of why instead of just saying I'm going to cut this off and starting the beginning of why a relationship fails because of the lack of communication?
Yeah, so I think you're conflating two different things. So if you're asking me, do you think that we should get to the root of the problem of why the woman is spending so much money? I would say sure. But that really doesn't negate the point that if she is spending too much money, and the dude puts a freeze on the money, that he seems to be justified in doing so.
I don't think it's justified because you're not necessarily stopping the situation. You're just putting it on pause, and it's only going to find other ways in the relationship
Well,
to
it's
get
both
worse.
and is what I'm saying, Angela. It's both and. So you can put a stop on it while you get to the root of the problem.
But I was going off of your example, and it just seemed like you didn't
My
really.
example is both and. You can do both things at one time. You don't have to do one or the other. You can do both, and then you can do the other thing as well. So again, marriage is work. If you're going to be working on your marriage, you have to freeze the funds. Obviously, you're going to be working with your wife on why it is that she needs to be spending this money in the correct manner, this type of thing. I think
That
that's
doesn't
totally
change
reasonable.
the fact that depriving funds can, maybe not always, but can be a form of emotional abuse. And you asked what other forms of emotional abuse are there other than gaslighting. I gave an example of how depriving funds can be emotional abuse. And so now I'm asking, you're saying that only the church should be allowed to determine whether or not that's emotional abuse and that shouldn't be adjudicated by the court?
Can
And
holding out on sex be emotional abuse?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay. So
actually
can
can.
basically everything be emotional abuse, just depending on the subjective interpretation of one partner? Isn't that really what's true? That everything under the sun
Which is
could be.
somewhat why court systems and part of legislation, when they decided to make no-fault divorce available, was because so much of this court system was wrapped up in determining these subjective arguments of he said, she said in the first place.
Well, no, not just that, but there was also a push from a feminist arm in the United States,
Have
and
you read?
especially under the Reagan administration. Yes, I've read. You should also read a book called Occult Feminism.
You
It was
didn't even
written
know what I
by
was
my
gonna say.
wife, and it'll go over all of this, just so you know. And yes, that was a shameless plug.
Sponsored.
Have you read
Rachel.
the justifications that legislators have made for the reason in which they have implemented no-fault divorces in their state, and why other legislators in their various states have still kept some sort of at-fault divorce available for those who want it? Covenant marriages.
Those justification for no-fault divorce is not even recent. So there you'll find justifications throughout feminist literature going back all the way to
Not
the
what I
early.
asked.
Listen, I'm answering your question.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Let me finish. You'll find justification literature going back all the way to the 1800s for an attempt to push no-fault divorce, or being able to get divorced for no reason at all because you want to. It's part of the women's liberation movement. They've been pushing for this forever. Under Reagan, there was all sorts of different justifications which were pushed for it. But here's the thing. Reagan started in California by doing this, and then he made it nationwide. It was a huge mistake. How did civilization survive, Lauren, pre-Reagan instituting no-fault divorce? How? Why didn't everything just blow up?
Okay, so I love how you pivot from answering my question and give me another question, but I'm just going to repeat my question.
It's like the most thorough way I could have answered it.
What the legislators wrote.
Which legislator?
When there's various legislators.
Yeah, give me one name. You don't know one name. You asked me a question. If I've read a legislator, you don't even know one name.
Letting me finish my, so under the footnotes of
give me one name.
Oh, just let her answer the question.
Just answer mine. Give me a name, and then I can answer the question. You don't know the name.
Why
is she even asking me the question?
I'll be the researcher. I don't know which Supreme Court justice wrote that. I couldn't give you the name. I've read Loving v. Virginia. I couldn't give you the name of the Supreme. Do you know the Supreme Court justice?
Have I read the justifications of the people whose names you don't know? This is big brain stuff, Lauren.
I'm asking under the footnotes of all of these laws, for instance, the creation of the covenant law. You can look up why the legislator wrote that into the law, and they give their rationale. And I'm asking,
that's nice of them.
Went back.
No, I haven't read everything that everybody's ever written, Lauren.
Yeah, then why are you expecting her to have done that? Like, yeah, chill the fuck
because
out.
Because if she applies the standard to me of have you read X?
Oh my God.
But she can't even tell me the person whose name I should know.
It doesn't matter. Like you're just Nina, like you're the type of person who thinks that you have to know every little aspect of philosophy to understand the actual concepts.
Ask me a question, if you ask me question X, Nina, if you ask me a question, have you read
what was your question?
What X person has said, and I say what's X person's name, and you say I don't know, your credibility goes to zero.
Because people forget names. That's very silly. That's very silly.
You don't know the author's name. There's plenty of things that I've read that I don't know the author's name.
Not really that
if
important.
you haven't read a lot of things without knowing the author's name. I'd be curious how much you've read in your life, which appears to be
Okay, so
Books.
what exactly
Books
is
of
your
books.
question? You know what? I will
Are those
Google
those
it. I
things that
will
got
Google
words
it
in 'em
for
and
you,
stuff?
my guy. If you don't know the name either, like I don't know. Like I will Google it for you. What was your question when that you were getting all pissed off and like trying to pivot and distract from her line of thought to answer? What was your question?
You don't remember the question that you're going to Google?
I was looking up something else.
Yeah, by all means.
Okay, so the legislators who wrote, like for instance, Georgia, does Georgia have covenant divorces? Okay. I don't know. The various states in which have covenant divorces, they typically write a treatise as to why they created a covenant divorce or why they got rid or why they changed the legislature. I'm wondering if you've read any of these treatises.
No.
Okay, so you don't know any of the legislators' justifications for getting rid of at-fault divorces.
Well, no, that's not what I said. There's more to a legislation process than a treatise. So there's all sorts of political justifications which are done on the national and localized level by several different authors. Oftentimes, legislation like this is not even drafted by the person who writes it. It's drafted by external parties, Lauren. So no, I may have read quite a bit on it, but that doesn't mean I've read an example of a treatise directly.
So, okay, if you've read quite a bit on it, can you please give us some of the reasons and why these legislators chose to get rid of at-fault divorces?
Where and which legislature?
Let's just say New York.
Okay, and which legislature? Under who? Who introduced the legislation?
I'm asking you why.
And I'm just asking you to give me the answer so that I can answer your question. You don't know.
I don't know which specific legislature.
Yeah, so don't ask me stupid questions, Lauren. Stop asking stupid questions,
that
Lauren.
really comes off like you know what you're talking about. You're not just pivoting, really, Andrew.
I'm asking you a broad question.
Yeah, I get it.
You're asking me to pin it down to a specific person. I'm asking you, what is the rationale legislators gave for getting rid of at-fault divorces?
Where and which legislature, Lauren?
Why not New York? New York, for example.
Okay, which legislator?
Literally any of them.
Literally any. You're saying that you've read some of these decisions and it's a more broad thing, it's more general, and there's these public. It wasn't just.
Are you asking me if I know? So I just want to make sure I get this right. If you're asking me, Andrew, do you know a specific legislative body in New York and their justifications inside of New York for why they did X thing? The answer to this particular question is no. What's your point?
Can you give me any rationale that these legislators gave for any legislator in any jurisdiction gave for changing the law to no-fault divorce? To at-fault divorce to no-fault divorce.
Yes, I can give you what the Reagan administration said.
Why was that so fucking difficult for you? Okay,
because,
go ahead.
Well, next time, just be either concise with your question or make it make sense. You
gotta do this whole thing. Let's just stay unfocused. Go ahead, Andrew.
So anyway, yeah. So the Reagan administration, they pushed this in California, and much of the justification for it came from literally the liberal arts section of California, liberal universities. And what they were pushing at the time was that women were subject to all sorts of different types of abuses, and that the patriarchal system in which they were living under were oppressive to them. And this was a huge push in California. And as they say, as goes California, so goes the rest of the United States. So yes, those were many of the justifications which were given at the time for why it was that we needed no-fault divorce. But there's other far more specific examples going even further back in history, as feminists have been pushing this for a long time.
All right, I'm going to give a 5-minute warning before we move on to the next topic, because we've been going about for an hour. So just a heads up for everybody.
And so these legislators didn't base this idea that women were suffering or maybe an abnormal amount of abuse compared to men in these inabilities to have no-fault divorces.
They
and
did.
Like, as I said
they did
earlier,
offer those up as justifications. Yeah.
Okay. So then.
So there was a legitimate.
It doesn't mean that their
reason.
justifications were good. It just means they offered them up as justifications.
So you don't think women going through abuses is a good justification?
I don't think that the justifications which are offered for why it should be no fault if you're going through abuses is justified. No. Do you also now, Lauren? Let me ask you the same question back. Have you read any of the counter arguments to any of these justifications?
Yeah, usually when you read the
Give me
arguments,
one.
the
Give me
counter
one.
arguments is that it will increase divorce. It will
And did it?
decrease
Did it
the
increase divorce?
Of course, it was going
yes,
to
and it
increase
probably
divorce.
also decreased
Right.
the
No
amount
shit.
of abuse. So there was Bennett, the issue that was at hand, which was women being in abusive relationships and not being able to gather the evidence and be able to afford an attorney without their husband finding out, because typically their husband monitored finances. So these women were stuck in these abusive relationships, and now they're capable of getting
can you
out of
tell me
abusive
who wrote
relationships.
that?
So yeah, there's going to be an increase
So
in
in
divorce.
California,
but over time, there was a decrease
Yeah.
in divorce.
But Lauren, in California, who wrote that counter
Oh
argument?
my God, I don't care. Honestly, Andrew, I think you have to
Lord
prove why
Jesus.
is people who are unhappy in marriages
Why is that ridiculous?
divorced? I don't
because
I'm sorry.
I read it. I don't necessarily. You don't have to know the author of everything that you
Then
read.
how do we
But
know
it's
that it's
like-
true?
You're
How do we know
like
that it's true? Can you show it to me?
Oh my God! You just seem to have maybe read like 5 things.
Okay,
in
wait,
your life
okay,
and
hold
you
on. We only have a
remembered
little
the
bit of
author.
time left here. Okay,
Can you
so
show it to me, Lauren?
I want to ask Andrew, why is divorce inherently bad for you? That it like if it's going through a bunch of abuses, why do you think that it shouldn't be fair for somebody to leave?
Because the primary edict of a marriage is not about you and it's not about your spouse. It's about your children.
Okay, so if
And
somebody's hitting you,
continuously keeping continuity inside of your family is the most important thing that you can do. The outcomes for children, and you're all consequentialists, I'm sure. The outcomes for children are almost always better if they stay inside of your household. Let me give you an example of how bad this is, Nina. Let's say that you have children in a house filled to the brim with abuse, and you remove the children and hand them over to the state. They're 100 times more likely to be abused by the state than they would have been inside of their abusive
great,
home.
that's actually a fantastic argument for divorce. Then they should stay with the parent that is not abusing them, correct?
Facts.
For physical abuse, I've never disputed this.
Okay, so then you should support divorce.
No, that's not. Well, under the
Hold on.
pretense of physical abuse, I've already said that that's a justified reason for divorce.
Okay.
Is there
Problem
any
solved.
line for emotional abuse? And that's a calling question.
So I think that the church is far better at adjudicating this than the state is.
So there isn't a line, but there is a
famously
line.
not bad at like abuse.
Yeah, I know.
Love that. That is
Famously not bad
ridiculous.
at. The state is who's famously not bad. Come on, Nina. The state is
Well, if we're talking about
awful when it comes to
Republicans, then yeah,
adjudication.
absolutely. They're
No,
they're
Democrats
known for
too.
abuse, but
Line.
Now let me
let's trust the
let me explain the
Catholic Church. Let's trust
rationale.
the fucking Catholic Church.
I'll explain. No, I wouldn't trust the Catholic Church, but let me explain the rationale so that
Is
you
there
understand.
a line for
I'm going to explain the rationale for why it is that the church would be better at adjudicating this than the state. The church would be better because
Okay,
you're part of the
not-
church. Because you're a part of the church's congregation, they know you. Your priest knows you. This is a community which knows you. They have intricate knowledge of your
Which makes
intricate
it right
details.
for
Whereas a judge, and especially a state judge or a state appointed
Yeah,
judge,
then they're
they know very little about
impartial.
you. Very
exactly,
little.
they're impartial.
Very little. They're not impartial.
Well,
If
then
they were impartial,
if they knew
then they
you,
wouldn't
that
be
would make
giving
it
women
less...
everything in divorces.
What? They don't give women everything in divorces.
Yeah, they have
God, you are
traditionally
so
done that.
afraid of your wife leaving you. I think it's very hilarious.
So once again, first of all, you can't have this church adjudicate
I know she
things
wouldn't,
that are
never.
interwoven with the state, because you can't have the church adjudicate. Like it's just unconstitutional. I'm sorry. And you seem to care about the Constitution. I think you do. I don't know. I can't really tell with you. Is there any line for emotional abuse? Is there a line?
Because you consider emotional abuse can be anything at any time and dependent upon subjective
Yes or no question, actually.
It's not a yes or no question.
Yeah,
How
it
long?
is.
How
Is
long
there
have
a
you been
line for
yes or no
emotional abuse?
question? How long have you been a moron? Yes or no question.
Is there a line
Have
for
you been
emotional
a moron?
abuse?
It's a yes or
Well,
no
I mean,
question.
I just passed the bar, and I went to law school, so like I
That's
feel
not yes or
pretty
no.
smart,
That's not yes
but,
or no, Lauren. That's not yes
I
or
don't
no.
know how long I've been a moron, because
Right,
I've always thought I
so-
was pretty smart.
So
But
back
is
to
there
answering
any
your
line for
question.
emotional abuse?
Yeah, so I'm going to answer this question. Okay, there actually can't be a line because you set it up and stated that this is subjective and everything could be considered emotional abuse. Everything. So it's up to subjective interpretation. So how could I delineate a line?
So my example of my friend being deprived financial assets, that wasn't emotion. That wasn't abuse.
Yeah, but I mean, interpreted which way? I think from the man's perspective, it's abusive that she overspends.
She didn't
Well,
spend
in
on
the case of
anything.
your anecdote, all I have to do is offer up a counter anecdote where it was good, and then suddenly it's not emotional abuse because it's a subjective interpretation. Do you understand
So
that?
you're taking the way that you're thinking is very Kantian, in like all actions are equivalent no matter the circumstance.
Well, I'm a
So
deontologist,
can I
so that
finish
doesn't
my
surprise me.
thought? So all
Thoughts on
actions are the
Thanos?
same no matter the situation. So for instance, deprivation of funds is the same whether that be depriving a woman from food and depriving her baby from being fed, and that's the same as depriving a woman who just spent
That's not what happened in your
their
example.
entire life savings on fur coats.
That is not what you said in your example, that their baby was not being fed.
Yes, I did.
He
I
literally did
gave
say that.
So hang
Yes,
on.
I did.
So you're saying in this case that the man is being physically abusive to the child because depriving the child of resources which are necessary to life, that's different than emotional abuse, Lauren.
He's depriving her of funds. So if you consider depriving her of funds physical abuse,
Only in certain circumstances where depriving of the funds would stop the child from being fed. That's a whole different situation.
I mean, I guess my friend could have technically robbed a grocery store and then she wouldn't have deprived the baby from being fed. So technically it's not his fault, right? According to you, it's not emotional abuse. He could just get it.
That would be physical abuse. You have a duty. You have an ethical duty to feed your children. And if you deprive your children of having food, that's an entirely different thing. But here's the thing. Let me ask you this. I just want to know. So you're saying that your friend, and you're willing to state this on camera, that your friend's husband was purposely starving their child because you
Yes.
wanted to teach this woman a lesson.
Because he's an asshole.
Oh,
No, he's
I have a
literally
feeling. I have a
No
feeling there's
possible
more
way
to
he
the
could have been.
story.
Of course, there's more to the story. She's not gonna air out their entire laundry.
Here's
Like,
the
it's
story.
ridiculous.
She was my friend, and she had a husband,
Sure
and
she
her
did.
husband would deprive her and her baby fucking funds.
Yeah,
and
well,
she was
if you're
incapable of
if the
eating.
deprivation
While she
means
was in
no
college-
food, then that's
While
different.
she was in college, and he was the one working.
Yeah, what's up, Angela?
Yeah. Okay. So let's just bring this back because Lauren, love you, but it's anecdotal. I don't think anyone gets married and just becomes an asshole. I think these things turn into unless you married an asshole, ignore the red flags.
She married an asshole.
And so that's her problem, and it's unfortunate. So I want to bring it
But
back
it's
to
still
Andrew.
abuse.
I don't
It's
think
still
people should
she was
marry
just trying to
with
use
red
this as an
flag.
example. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I get it as an example, but like going to Andrew, you're saying that people should stay together for the sanity of kids, but then you think kids are the byproduct of parents. If parents don't have a good relationship with each other and the kids stay together with them, don't you think you have fucked up kids to begin with? So by saying if they're not physically abusing the child or whatever it could be, it's still affecting kids, and they're still going to see parents that are neglecting each other.
So I understand the argument here. The problem with it is that when we see these kind of behavioral elements in society that you would consider to be bad, such as prostitution, prison, all of these different things, that all of them tend to stem, including homelessness, from a single mother, not from parents who have or children who have two parents in the household.
Completely ignore what you just
And
said.
what I'm saying, no, I'm not. I'm
she
not
was
completely
saying
ignoring it.
That
I'm not. Nina,
Well,
nobody
would you-
needs your help, Nina. We don't
Well,
need
I
your
think
help,
you
Nina.
need
Let us
my
finish
help
our
to understand,
conversation, Nina.
apparently. Like, it's not like
You just
it's
gonna
a whole
mumble
group
incoherently
conversation
while
here.
drunk again?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to mumble incoherently while drunk, or are you going to let us finish our conversation?
I don't
Okay,
know
you
if
knocked
that
it
makes
off.
any sense, but like, okay, so obviously
Okay, here we go. Mumbling
she
incoherently. I can't wait.
was arguing about how parents rub off on their children. I think you as a parent know that, correct?
Yes, I agree.
So that's the basis of her argument.
Yeah, what is
It's
it?
a little
Thank you,
weird.
Nina. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's why I don't
So,
understand why you're
we're
going in
talking
this
because
other
we're talking about
direction.
outcomes. Because we're talking about outcomes, Nina. So,
Yeah, but can
is the
you engage
outcome
with her
is the
argument?
outcome? I am. Is the outcome optimal for the child,
Okay.
even if they're in a home where the parents don't have an optimal relationship? That's what the real question is. Because otherwise, why would you break up the family? That makes no sense, Nina. Do you understand that?
Some people are together and they don't have a healthy relationship together. So just because of divorce doesn't mean you're still not being a mom or a dad.
I agree. I agree. Not in every single example, but if we're looking specifically looking at the outcomes for children who have both parents intact in the home. Even if the parents don't have an optimal relationship, the outcomes for the children still tend to end up being better. And the outcomes for children have always been better outside of single motherhood, which has skyrocketed since no-fault divorce. That is not something which is arguable. It's just true.
Well, yeah, two parents, but I mean that is true. That having two parents.
So
is
marriage
more
is for the
valuable.
children. It's not for you to go get your man's credit card and go on a shopping spree. It's for the children.
So I have a couple of questions. Would you consider, like, if a woman, for
Are
instance,
they geometry questions?
If a woman, for instance, deprived a man from sex for a significant amount of time and cut him off in front of his friends and was like clearly being emotionally abusive towards him, would that be grounds for divorce?
No. I think that he has an obligation and a duty
to beat the shit out of her.
through his religious convictions to work diligently in fixing that marriage first.
With a Bible.
Okay. And then another question, if you are emotionally abusing your partner to the point in which it's causing them physical stress, so for instance, their hair falls out, or they start cutting themselves, or they start doing things that is like physically causing them harm, is that considered physical abuse now? And is that grounds for divorce?
You can say whatever you want on my channel.
This would depend on if these are correlates or provables. So if you can literally go to court and demonstrate my hair fell out because all this guy does all day long, or you went to the church and demonstrated this, my hair literally fell out of my head because of all of the verbal abuse, and here's the demonstration of this, I think the church would probably grant you a divorce. That would be
so there
physical
is a
ailments.
line for emotional abuse, because that's pure emotional abuse. They're not so there is a line for emotional abuse.
I mean, again, because it's subjective, it's always going to be a subjective interpretation for arbitration for it, which why I think that having a body of a community which you're a part of arbitrate for you is far superior to having strangers in a court who usually side only with one party over the other traditionally.
But earlier you said there was no line.
I just said that again.
So,
I literally just said it again.
But you just said there
Why aren't
was
you
the
understanding
line
this?
There's a physical.
It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean
abuse,
dude. I don't know why
you
you
said
don't
if
get
the
this.
emotional abuse causes your hair to fall out, then that's enough. But earlier you said
No, I didn't say that. I said I think that a church might grant you a divorce under those grounds if you could demonstrate that your hair literally fell out due to the amount of overt verbal abuse that you were getting from the other partner. I don't know how you would demonstrate that, but if you could, I'm sure that they would grant you in that particular instance a divorce. But that doesn't change the fact that these are interpretations, subjective interpretations, which are done of what you consider to be emotional abuse. Do you understand?
All right, guys, one minute mark. 1 minute mark. So just one more minute for this topic.
Either way, whether or not it's the church adjudicating it or the state adjudicating it, it's a grounds of divorce being emotional abuse.
No, well, no, I think in that case they would make a physical argument that this led to physical ailments which are detrimental to me, and I can demonstrate this through some, crazy over the top means. But when you're talking about
emotional abuse in general leads to physical,
when you're talking about yes, but here's the thing. So does happy, healthy marriages can lead to physical detriments too. Working 60 hours a week can lead to physical detriments if you're doing it on behalf of your family. All sorts of things can lead to physical detriments of the body. You claiming, hey, it's just emotional abuse which causes these detrimental outcomes is bullshit. And it's nonsense across the board. It's a subjective interpretation that you want to utilize in order to push some sort of, but what if they're abusive in a way that can't be proven? That's all it is.
Isn't one of like the biggest factors when it comes to male health detriments in like older age is stress?
Yeah, but the stress doesn't necessarily come from abuse of your wife.
No, of course
it often
not.
comes from
but
externalities.
Stress is not a physical thing. It is a emotional thing that then causes a physical reaction. You would agree?
No, it can also be a physical thing. You can put a lot of stress in your
Right,
body
guys,
physically.
I hate to interrupt, but I let this run like way longer. It's a juicy debate. We're going to do like a open panel afterwards so you can revisit this topic. I actually have a few questions I want to ask myself, but I'll wait until the debate is over. So before we move on to the next topic, I do want to ask the the panel a question. Initially, I intended this to be pretty balanced, like kind of like more of like a 3-on-3. Would you guys be okay if we invite Rachel, Andrew's wife, on? I want to check with everyone on the panel because I didn't clear with any of you guys beforehand. So if you're not comfortable with that, there's no worries.
Okay.
I would have no objection to that.
You cool with it, Nina?
Of course. I love Rachel.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to be fair. Okay, Andrew, why don't you just send her the link directly?
I don't feel like it was unfair, but okay. I'll send her the link.
Not that it was unfair. It was like a 3-on-1. I want it to be more balanced, ideally.
Yeah, I mean, it was like unfair when considering our position.
I thought.
Listen, Andrew, if you don't want to talk to your wife, I understand, okay? But,
I thought Andrew and I would be more on the same page.
I actually kind of expected that too.
Lauren,
well,
you
maybe for the next.
said your shirt was conservative. What about
It is. It's that show tonight. It's like
a...
SNL, but for conservatives, and it's very funny. It makes fun of Andrew Couch a lot.
I don't believe you that it's funny, but okay.
It is funny. It is funny. It has my friend Michael Loftus on it. Yeah, it's good shit.
All right, Rachel, how long do you need to jump on? If you can make it in like 30 seconds, then we'll wait for you. If not, then we'll.
Yeah, I just sent her the link on Discord. The problem is that she doesn't have a camera because I'm using the backup cam, so you may have to move on anyway.
She can keep her camera off if she wants to.
I mean, she just sit next to you.
You're cutting the fun. That's why. No more fun.
You're cutting her off her camera budget.
Okay. We'll get started, and she can join when she joins. Okay. So the next topic that we're talking about is a woman's body count, and the question is: does a woman's body count affect her desirability as a long-term dating and/or marriage partner? Is everyone clear on the proposition?
Can you be a little bit more specific about that? You're saying, does it affect? But like, what do you mean?
Does it lower her value as a potential partner for long-term dating, specifically, not for hookups?
Okay, specifically women, right?
Specifically for women, but you can bring it to men. That's a make analogy. Okay, Lauren, you want to kick it off like last time?
No.
Okay, fine. Let's go in opposite order. Let's let Angela kick it off.
Do high body counts affect a woman's value in basically the dating market? So basically how men view her as far as dating?
Yes. From a subjective and an objective perspective, like meaning
we are talking about men, right? Just to be clear.
Right. Yeah. One argument, like for example, you could say that, like, well, some guys could view that as a negative. However, I personally don't think it's a negative. Blah 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 for this reason.
Sure,
right?
Gotcha.
I'm more interested in that part rather than because I think we can all agree that there's going to be some guys that are going to see it as a negative. So that's not even that interesting. It's more of like, what do you think? Do you think it's a negative?
Right. So I used to think it was a negative, but due to the fact that 1 in 3 men are virgins or sexless in the past year, I can't say you can be picky with who you get to sleep with. So we can say that it's probably unattractive to them, but I wouldn't say they would turn it down and probably realize like it's not that serious after engaging in a relationship with that girl. And that's my stance on that.
Angela, but do you personally think it's a negative? Like, forget about the men. Do you personally think it's like if you're advising your younger brother or someone like that, and he was considering a girl with a higher body count, would that be something you would warn him against, or you don't see?
I would say high. So if we say high, we're talking about like sex worker high, or just like 10 or 8, 9 high. Like, what is high?
Well, that's up to you to interpret it.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm gonna go bust. I'm a pretty normal person, so I'm a normal person. I would say it's not high. It's not that serious. I don't really know that many sex workers, so I don't think it's that serious.
Okay, cool. Let's go to. I think we got Mrs. Andrew Wilson. That's what she calls herself.
Miss Crucible. Mrs. Crucible.
The patriarchy. The patriarchy wins again.
Okay, we'll have you go at the very end, Rachel. Okay, Nina, you're next.
I would actually think generally having a high body count is probably like a good thing when it comes to like you're trying to like fuck, because like it seems like somebody who knows what they're doing is probably a better partner when it comes to doing any sort of sex stuff. When it comes to body count in general, that can be indicative of a lot of different things, right? Like if you have problems having a bonding relationship, so therefore you tend to just do casual sex, not that there's anything wrong with that personally, that might, not necessarily be a problem, but it might be, again, indicative of some personality fault. But I don't think that's necessarily the case. I wouldn't say that's the case in most cases. obviously, as you get older, the time frame's going to shift. I don't really find it at all a problem personally. I don't know why it's a problem. The only time that I really think anyone would think it's a problem if they're just incredibly insecure and it's just about like, oh, I'm not going to be able to be like as good as somebody else and I feel uncomfortable. But I personally think that somebody with experience is probably a pretty good thing if you're trying to fuck them, I assume. I guess where the question goes is like, are we talking about dating or fucking? I don't really know if those
We're
things are
talking about dating or relationships. We're not
dating.
talking about
Okay.
fucking.
So I think that's, you know, something you could talk about is like, okay, well then why? Like, well then why do you have have done that? Like maybe you had like a wild spree or whatever, or maybe you were a sex worker for a while, like, or maybe you did porn. I mean, I guess the same thing. But like, the reasons why that you might have a high body count are very significantly depending on your life experience, of course. But I don't think it inherently causes any particular issue. Personally, like the idea of like the loose pussy is obviously complete bullshit. Because then it's like if you're gonna say that, then if you've had a kid, then like what? Like you shouldn't like fuck your wife anymore if they have a kid. Like that would just be like crazy. Like to think that that like lowers her value because she had a kid. That's ridiculous.
Okay.
And I just think that it is a very insecure point of view to have to think that, like, because a woman has fucked a bunch of other people, like, they are for some reason less than. I don't know. I've never heard a good argument for it, so I'm interested to see what everyone else's opinion
Okay.
is.
Okay. Andrew, you're up next.
The answer is yes, and that every single body which is added to the count lowers the value on the marketplace of the woman every single time, at least from the perspective of the man. And the man is the one who ultimately ends up with the woman. And generally speaking, seemingly high quality men seem to want women who have had less sexual partners or no sexual partners. That seems to be optimal.
Okay. Lauren, you're up next.
Okay, so I try to look up the statistics, and it seems like as I forget what year it was, but early on, women who had 10 bodies or more had lower rates of divorce, according to these stats. However, I do have to say there was a mathematical, and also as time progressed, it seems to be more evened out. So it doesn't really seem to matter if you have high body count, low body count. In fact, women with 2 people, as I think it was like 1 or 2 people as their body count, had a very high rate for divorce in comparison. However, the mathematical issue that I found with the data that I looked up was it looked at all of the women who got divorced and then pulled them based off how many body counts they had and then broke up that 100% of divorced into the women. And now that women have more bodies on average, that's going to change what percentage of women are going to be part of the populace. But anyway, so it's hard to look at the math, but as I'm looking at the math, it does not indicate that women with high body counts actually have genuinely higher rates of divorce. I've also noticed that the people, because I've been in these red pill spaces, the people who talk most about wanting these women with low body counts seem to be attracted to women who do OnlyFans modeling or women who have had promiscuous past. So I don't think these men are being extremely genuine. And also, I have been on several first dates in my life, even though I'm not married. And I've never been asked on like these dates what my body count is. And so I don't really know when in most relationships that conversation happens or if it ever does happen in most relationships. So I don't even know how men can view women as lesser or better unless they're just guessing her past promiscuity based off like, I don't know, her face. Like I don't know where men are going to get that information. And also women lie. So how would you even know? Like what? And then also, I don't know if this low body count thing is working out for people like Steven Crowder, for instance. His wife had an extremely low body count. Allegedly, she was a flipping virgin. Look how that's going for him. Now he's a single father of twins. And yeah, I'll leave it there.
Let me just quickly clarify, Lauren. Are you talking about the study from Institute of Family Studies? Is that the one, or are you talking about a different one?
Let me see. I had it up. Yeah, Yes.
Okay, so
That is
that
the one.
study, yeah, I did a whole video on that. So that study is interesting. So basically, this is I'm not trying to get involved in debate, but this is what the study shows. It shows that divorce, I guess, whatever percentage for virgins is really low. Then it goes up when you go to 1, 2. Then it dips by a little bit, and then when you get past like 9 or 10, it starts going up again. So it's like 0,
Well,
1,
it's because
2,
it has to do with the age range that typically those things
3,
happen in.
3, and then 9. So just to clarify for the chat. All right, Rachel could go next.
So sorry, I was logging on. I really wanted to do the no fault one. Darn it. Maybe we'll revisit that after. But not that Andrew needs my help, but I thought maybe I could break up the woman prattle a little bit with something less retarded. So we're talking about body counts and if it matters in the context of marriage. Is that the thing?
The debate proposition is: does a girl's body count lower her desirability to be a successful long-term dating or marriage partner?
Desirability, like, is from the man's point of view?
No, it's more I'm looking at it from your perspective. So meaning like you have a younger brother and he's like, hey, I'm dating this girl, but her body count is like 40. Do you think I should marry her? That from your perspective, do you think that lowers your value to be a good long-term partner? That's kind of the paradigm we're looking at through.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely it does. And I would say the reasoning for that is a couple of things. Number one, the higher your body count is, the more likely you are to have been on birth control, which alters mate selection. The more likely you are to have an STD. We have about a quarter of women now having STDs. It's higher in some populations. And then also the likelihood of her having had an abortion would be higher, things like that. And then the higher your body count is, we would hope you're older, but if you're younger with a higher body count, you're probably going to have trouble pair bonding. It's probably a red flag for, probably growing up in a fatherless home, being a child of divorce. And if you grew up with a single mom, you're probably more likely to have dysfunction in your relationships and get divorced. So if I were a man, or if it was a man I cared about, no, I would not want a chick with a high body count.
So just to quickly add, since I intervened on the other side, so Rachel is not too far off. It's not 1 out of 4; it's 1 out of 5 people currently have an STD. But anyway, small difference. Anyway, all right, cool.
So it's
Open
people.
panel.
It's not just women.
And is it people or is it just women?
Right.
It's
Because you
people
just said
in general.
women.
It's people in general.
Okay, so there's
Overall.
no differential. Okay.
I have to look
Do
into
we
that.
know if women have a lower rate of STD versus
I'm
men?
looking it up. Give me a sec.
I'll look it up.
Also, I have a question. If this woman has an exceedingly high body count, but she's never been on birth control, she's never had an STD, and she's never had an abortion, does that change your mind at all about this woman?
How on earth would you have a really high body count but never have had kids or had an abortion
I
if
can
you're
give
not
you a
on
really
birth control?
You could be infertile.
I can give you a really easy answer. You could do porn, and in porn they do a lot of STD checking, like a lot of STD checking. So she could be extremely careful, and then she could also be timing her abortions. They've been
Do you think that high quality men want to marry chicks who've done porn?
Are you
Okay, I'm
fucking
just saying.
serious? You have any idea the amount of like men that are just like psychotically obsessed with porn stars?
Or
you don't
let's
want
say
to
she
marry
didn't do
them.
porn. Let's say she was just
I
really
mean,
anal
they're
about
pretty
checking all of her
rich.
partners beforehand, and she made
I
sure
can't
that
hear when you're both harping like that.
I have stopped talking. I'm sorry that you're lagging, but let's not get concerned with that. Let's just work with what we got to do. Go ahead.
Okay, you mentioned two times now that you don't like women, so I don't understand the internal
No, we don't have to
hate.
get into that. We don't have to
I
get
didn't
into
say
that.
I don't like women.
No. Let's stay focused.
I didn't say I don't like women.
All right, let's stay
You
focused.
just called us harping.
That's because you're harping. That has nothing to do with whether or not she
let's
likes
stay
women
focused.
or
I agree
not.
with Nina. Nina's making the most sense right now. Let's stay focused.
Okay, so
That's
if there was a
impossible.
woman who had maybe an extremely high body count, however, she never had an STD, she never had an abortion, and she's never been on birth control, how would you feel about this person?
Okay, that's a great question. I'll tell you how I feel. I would say you should marry her because she's a literal unicorn and she probably has magic powers. So I would say in that case, if you found a magical unicorn porn star with a high body count who's never been on birth control, never had an abortion, doesn't have an STD, and somehow avoided pregnancy, she probably has witch magic some kind of unicorn magic power, so I'd say go for it.
No, she has access to fucking Planned Parenthood. You not know how STD
You mean the place
checking
where
and then
abortions? You mean where the
Guys,
place where
you just
abortions are
said
birth
it.
They have a
control?
lot of other things at Planned
Wait,
Parenthood.
1 second, Rachel.
They have-
Wait, hang on 1 second. Rachel, you're lagging really badly. Let's turn your
Just turn
video
off your
on.
camera. Just turn
That
off
could
your
help with the
camera.
lag. Yeah, let's turn your camera
Yeah, just
off.
turn off your camera.
So first of all, Planned Parenthood does other things
No,
besides.
no. You still have to. No, Rachel, you still have to have.
She'll
your
come
device.
back in. Give her a second.
Okay, there we go. All right. Go ahead.
So you wouldn't have to be a unicorn. You could be a person who understands how to test whether or not you're ovulating, because they do have ovulation tests. They also have the ability to prevent. So that would prevent the abortions. And then you could also do STD testing. That would prevent STDs, and then you wouldn't need birth control. So
These are
there's
outliers.
that.
These are incredible outliers, Lauren.
Well, but
There-
she
yeah,
asked that
we're
question.
asking-
She's answering
It's
her
called
question.
isolating variables. So I'm
Yes, and
asking
if
the
you're
high
isolating the
body count-
variable to only get us to outliers, it's worthless.
No, because I'm asking about the high body count. So if the issue is women with STDs,
It's not. That's not
maybe
just
I'd
the issue.
understand. Or if
That's
the
one
issue
issue.
is, or if the issue is women who get abortions, that's another issue. However, you're saying high body count is the issue. So I'm wondering if you isolate high body count, just that specific variable.
The answer would still be no. So the answer would still be
come?
that even then, because of virtue. So men
Virtue?
tend to look, especially high quality men, for virtues in women. The same types of virtues you're looking for in men. So what are the virtues that you're looking for in
Can
men?
you
likely?
explain what you mean by virtue?
Yes, I am. You have to be quiet though, as I explain what
Yeah,
the
no,
virtues
I was
are.
done
So,
talking. Go ahead.
yeah, great. So the first one virtue would probably be something like loyalty. I would guess you would not want your spouse to be
Loyalty.
running around with other people, right?
Sure.
That would be one of my guesses.
Okay.
You'd want somebody who had temperance. You'd want
What
somebody
does
who
temperance mean?
followed even keeled.
Self-control.
They have self-control.
Okay, what does
They're
that mean in like a
even-keeled.
practical, like day-to-day sense? Temperance?
They're not impulsive. They
Yeah,
don't just
what do you
pop
mean?
off and do crazy shit.
Right.
So
They're even keeled.
Okay.
You need that explained?
Well, I don't know.
Honestly,
it
do
just
you?
seems a little...
I mean, we can't explain it if you need us to,
Yeah,
but
I'm
I think you
asking
know what it
to.
means, right?
No, can you
So even
elaborate?
keeled means not, yeah, exactly, not impulsive, doesn't go crazy, very predictable, right? Things like this. Those are the types of attributes that most people look for in a partner. They're not looking
People want boring
for.
people? That doesn't seem like that's a very characteristic
Oh, so boring.
thing.
You think that's boring?
Well, I mean, the way you're
Just to-
describing
just
it
to
makes
not
it
be
seem like it's
crazy?
fucking boring.
Not to be
So
crazy?
They're not
like
spontaneous.
Being stable and rational
Also, you might
and
not be-
having
So what?
emotional control is boring.
Okay, we don't have to get
This
caught
might
up in
not
this.
be-
Let's
We need a porn star, otherwise life is
no,
boring.
I'm just
It's
saying
just
the
ridiculous,
way.
Nina.
Okay, so what are your other things? We don't have to get caught up in this.
Is that it?
So
Well, those are
loyalty
just
and
well, no, that's not it. There's many other virtues, and when you're
Okay.
looking at virtues, if you'd like me to give you a list of the cardinal virtues, I can do so.
Well, you
But
gave me two.
these
Why
are-
are you not giving me the rest of them?
These, I literally am pulling them up so that
Oh,
I can.
okay.
I'll read them
No
off
worries.
to you so that you have them.
Gotcha.
So
Right.
you could be a non-impulsive person. In fact, it would take a pretty non-impulsive person to wait for STD testing and to do ovulation tests and to make sure that you're wearing a
Yes, but
if you don't
chastity
consider
is also
member-
a virtue.
So why do you always interrupt me?
Well, because I wasn't
He was
done.
talking.
First of all, I was talking. You
Oh
interrupted
my god,
me.
you guys keep doing this.
but-
I just
So
stay
anyway,
focused.
chastity is another one of the virtues. So if you're looking at women who have chastity, especially this is why virginity is so prized in society, especially as
So
we
that should
have
apply to
very,
both, right?
especially as we have very
Yes, it
few
does.
virgins. And yes, it does.
Do you think that a
It
virginal
does.
woman should marry a man that's been kind of slutting it up, as you would say?
Hey, here's a really simple way to.
Okay,
to frame
I'm
this.
realizing I'm
The
derailing.
reason-
I'm
the
sorry. Let's
reason-
stay focused. I'm sorry. Let's stay focused, Andrew.
Okay,
go
so,
ahead.
so if you're looking at chastity between both of them, there's a reason that Lauren just stated. When you have two people who are virgins who get married, they actually tend to stay married a lot longer.
Sure. But let's
When
keep
you-
going with
when
the
you're
list.
Yes, it is true.
That's not.
Okay, read
Look
it.
at Crowder. Crowder's a perfect example. And
Read it.
They weren't
You-
virgins.
you-
And it's just
you-
15 before they got married.
The statistics just don't show that to be true, even over time. In fact, the highest
Read
rate
them.
of divorce when divorces
Read what?
were first legal, the people to first get divorced, like in the biggest numbers, were people who were married as virgins.
Your study
That's
that
'cause
you
everyone was
hang on,
married
your
as
study
virgins
that you
back then.
just cited, one of the first things that you said was that people with a low body count tend to stay married longer. That's what you
Okay, so we're
literally
moving
just
on
said
from what-
is
No,
your
I didn't.
opening. Yes, you did.
Again,
Then
I'm
read
really
it.
trying to
Read
stay
your study.
focused.
It
Literally
as
temperance
Alex
and
explained.
chastity. That's it?
That's later. Hang on. There's an aberration. I'm not even talking about the aberration though. I'm just saying that if you have people who are religious and chaste and have a low body count who get married tend to stay married longer. That's in the data that you're looking at right now.
No, it's not.
Then
And
read
it
the
changes
data.
over time too.
Yes, it changes over time with body count. That's true. But if you're younger
No.
and you're virgins, yes, you do tend to stay together for longer periods of time.
I think they have
So
higher divorce
in
rates.
U.S. history, there when no fault divorces became available in U.S. history, there was different
Yeah,
like
you guys
the
listen for
rates
me?
of which people got divorced and their body counts have shifted over time, and that's shifted with culture.
Yes, because
okay,
there was
and
a
I
lot more
also
virgins. Yeah.
I have a question. I have a
Let
question.
her finish. Let her finish. Go ahead.
I have a question. When did you have the conversation, and Rachel, you can answer this. Rachel, Andrew, when did you guys have the conversation about each other's body counts before you got married?
If you guys don't want to answer that, that's fine too.
And we're
Yeah,
not going
I don't
to.
want to do anecdotal stuff, and here's why.
Look,
this is
didn't
really
you guys
simple.
have that conversation?
You've been talking forever. Let me talk.
Wait, Rachel. Chill out.
Well, I gotta listen. She'll just talk forever unless I say something. So here's
hang on. You guys all talk forever, okay?
Yeah,
Let
no,
her.
I
We're all
haven't.
debaters.
You
We all
guys
talk
don't-
forever.
You guys don't want to
She
answer
asked
the question.
me a
That's fine.
question. Here's
Let her rephrase the question, then you can answer it. Go ahead.
When did you have that conversation?
I'm not going to talk about my personal life in a debate. Here's
Did
how
you
you
have
can
that conversation?
Here's how you can understand it. The reason men value a low body count in women is because it means she's valuable. She doesn't just give herself away to anyone. It's the same
How
reason.
does a man?
It's the same reason women don't value simps, because
How
simps
does a
will
man
just do whatever you want.
Lauren, let her finish now. Let her finish.
So the reason men don't want whores is because the same reason women don't want simps. If you're that easy to get, nobody wants you. It's that simple. You don't have to do
How does a man
anything.
know a woman's body count?
Well, you could probably get to know her and know if she's had 50 other dudes before you. You'd probably be able to tell from
Reputation,
how she lives her
porn,
life. Yeah,
OnlyFans, all
reputation.
sorts of different things.
Yeah.
What? No, that's so not true. So
Why
you're
is that not
you guys
true?
never had that conversation, is what I'm gathering.
I never.
So for
First of all,
we know,
hang on.
Rachel could have
Stop.
had like.
We've never. Why is it? Let me ask you a question. How many sexual partners have you had? How many dicks have you
None.
sucked, Lauren?
0.
Mm-hmm. So you're lying?
No.
Yes.
Like, yes, you're lying.
Why
So
are you, that's so rude.
So here's
that is
so
actually
here's the thing.
incredibly rude. Are you guys serious?
Well, I mean, if you're gonna ask us,
say this is proof women can lie. She's gonna say I'm
Rachel's been
lying
cheating
because
on
it's
you
proof
for
women
months
can
now.
lie.
I can just
She
say
didn't
stuff.
It's the same
That's
thing
so
Farah
rude.
does.
Stop. She didn't say you were lying.
It is the same thing Farah does. Okay, I like you a lot more, Rachel. We could be friends.
No, we can't. We absolutely cannot, because the sound of your
Okay,
voice
fine,
is like
okay,
nails on a chalkboard.
You realize you guys sound exactly the same, right?
No, because I don't talk like this.
You literally
And
sound
Lauren
exactly the
does.
same.
No, we don't.
Oh my God.
Are you serious right now?
Nina, I can do a Nina impression. Do you want to hear my Nina impression?
Yes, I would love to. I love you that.
Andrew, what do you think?
You know who you remind
That's pretty
me of?
good.
Do an Alex
I
impression
support
next.
that.
I wanna see that.
Can you do an Alex impression?
no, but I can. I do a really good Alex impression.
Go
Yeah,
for it.
Andy does.
Yeah, this is Alex.
Wait,
Playing with-
I know who
playing-
you
the
remind
Playing
me
with
of.
Fire
You're
channel.
like the embodiment of just.
Oh yeah, he's
Frozen,
gotta do like the
right?
drinking out of the side.
I do the side thing, although I feel like they got my voice wrong. You gotta do like an insanely deep voice. What's up, guys? This is Alex from Flaming Fire. Just finished fucking 20 hoes.
No, I know you want to sound. I know you want to sound like that, but you don't. You always sound like slightly confused. Like, hey, this is Alex, and today I'm going to teach you how to get a chick's phone number sometimes,
Not
and it
deep enough,
works
Andrew.
almost
You-
80% of the time. Sometimes.
I assure you, Andrew, I am definitely not confused. All right, let's get back to the initial proposition.
Okay.
Yeah, she reminds me of Just Pearly Things, like almost to a T. But anyway, I don't think that you would be able to know a woman's body count unless she told it to you and she was honest. So your whole thing about valuing a woman based off her body count, and then also you mentioned pair bonding, which is like the weakest. There's literally no science. There's correlation, causation, which you should know is not justifiable in the scientific mind, but
it's just as justifiable as your definition of emotional abuse, which is nonsense.
Bro, what? Like,
Bro.
one was a scientific. You're trying to say pair bonding is a scientific thing that happens due to.
No, I'm saying it's. If you can bring up emotional abuse, you have no more support for emotional abuse than I would for pair bonding.
No, because emotional abuse is a thing. Now you can argue about what level of emotional abuse is justified for a divorce. That's a subjective issue. But you're saying pair bonding.
Well, it wasn't 5 minutes
does
ago.
exist, and pair bonding is a true thing. Whereas pair bonding implies that there's some sort of a chemical issue that in which you have sex.
No,
with two
it could be. It doesn't have to be chemical.
It's emotional as well.
It doesn't have to be. Yeah, it doesn't have to be chemical. I didn't say it was chemical.
As well.
Yeah,
which is where
it doesn't matter what
in.
you said. You said pair bonding. Pair bonding. That is the discussion.
That's not strictly chemical.
Yeah, it's
that's
also
not
emotional.
a strictly chemical phenomenon. It's a psychological, emotional phenomenon as well, just like emotional.
Sure. Okay.
It's a phenomenon that doesn't
keep us on the rails a little bit. We're talking about pair bonding here. Let's.
Well, no, it does exist scientifically.
Sure.
What are you talking about?
Let's go into that. Let's talk about pair bonding here. What aspect of pair bonding is taken away from with a higher body count? Like, how do you get the pair? If it's emotionally based, then like, what does it have to do with like physical?
So it used to be. I'll tell you. So it used to be that this was argued from an oxytocin perspective, but they recently did studies on voles where they saw that the voles would still pair bond even absent the oxytocin, meaning that there must be some sort of emotional response, a physiological response, which happens even when oxytocin is taken out of the equation. So what Rachel is saying to you is, even if this is not purely chemical due to the science, and I can send you the Vole study if you want to see it. I know because I prepped for this debate on pair bonding tomorrow on this channel. Right? What you're going to find out is, hey, there's also emotional bonding, which happens even inside of animals, which are close cousins. In this case, from a biological sense, they're stating, the scientists are, that these are at least the closest thing that we can find who pair bond. So there's an emotional status to this as well as a chemical status of oxytocin. It's not just a one sleeve fits all type of thing. But to say it's unscientific or it's not studied is insane.
I didn't say any of
that.
It is. I'm asking you to explain.
No, but Lauren did say that. She said it's totally
fine,
unscientific, and it's not totally unscientific, is it, Lauren?
It is totally unscientific.
So did I just give you literal scientific data? Would you like for me to send you the study right now?
Yeah, I've already read the study, and the study is based off causation correlation principles, and is totally.
You've read
just
the study.
Well, can you link?
What's the animal? What's the animal again in the study?
Well,
what animal
Andrew,
are they studying?
You said you have the study.
Shut up, Nina. What is the animal they're studying?
The vole.
Let us finish our conversation. You don't have to play Captain Save-A-Ho every 5 minutes. Now, Lauren, why did they use voles in the study?
Because they're similar to humans in terms.
Voles are similar to humans?
In terms of chemical, and also because they're cheap rodent type animals used in a lot of studies.
So you don't know why they were used?
I mean, like, what do we use pigs for
They
things?
use voles in a lot of scientific studies.
Why did they use voles for this scientific study?
I don't know. Can you just answer the question instead of asking her random
Stop
questions
playing
that clearly she doesn't
Captain
know?
Nina. Shut up,
Why?
Nina. Answer.
Link the fucking study, then you
Answer the question. I want the question answered, Nina, not your prattling. Lauren,
I just wanted
why
to look
did they
it
use
up while
voles?
you're doing this.
Stop talking, Nina.
Can you just
Lauren,
link it?
answer my question.
Why don't you give me the answer?
No, I want you to answer because you read the study. You just got done saying.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Why did they use
I
voles?
remember what?
Why did they use voles?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Right, you don't know. You don't know the
So why did they
primary
use
reason
voles?
for the study which you cited
I
because they pair
assume you
bond
know
for
it
life.
then.
Because they pair bond for life. That's why.
Okay.
But so hold on. That doesn't make any sense.
Most important critical part of the study.
That literally makes no sense. So you're saying that they did a scientific study to prove pair bonding
Because they have
existed,
the same IQ
and then they
Andrew
used
has.
an animal in which they knew that pair bonded. That would be so circular. That
It's
makes
not
literally
circular.
no
Let me tell you why. Because they were looking at the oxytocin
please link the study?
portion here. And the oxytocin When they pulled the oxytocin out of the animal, they still pair bonded. So they're trying to equate this to humans to say maybe it's not oxytocin or a chemical reaction that leads to the pair bonding of human beings.
Your argument is circular, and that's not
It's
necessarily
a study.
And
It's a
even if
study, not my argument.
The likely reason that they actually use the vole is because it's the most common animal used in
No, it's because they pair bond for life. That's why. And they wanted to see if they would continue to pair
it's
bond
not because like I
after
was
they
like
removed,
a
after
scientist
they
or
removed the
anything, like,
oxytocin. Yes, that's why it literally says in the study, that's why they used them.
They
You
say a lot of
lunatic.
things in studies.
Holy shit, you're crazy. You're a crazy chick.
Andrew, maybe
oxytocin
hang on. Andrew, maybe you can link the study in the private chat just so they can take a look
Yeah,
at it.
I would.
Also, Angela has
Also-
been trying to speak for like 20 minutes, so let's just let her get a word.
Sorry.
Go ahead, you're good.
So wait, so you guys are saying people with high body counts basically aren't relationship material. What is a high body count to you?
Question.
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's asking
Yeah,
you.
so for me, I think that it's actually easier to reduce it to this, to just say that every additional person that a woman has slept with in the eyes of men likely lowers her value to most men. That's the way that I would frame it. So giving it like an arbitrary number without system and just saying something like, well, maybe it's 9, maybe it's 8.
What is
maybe
the
it's 7.
factor of like?
I don't know that we would all agree that that's true, but I think that most men would agree that the more that we add, the worse that it is.
Andrew, it's looking. The question is intended to look at it from your perspective. So imagine your son when he gets older comes to you and says, "Hey, Dad, this girl I'm dating has a body count of whatever. Is that too high?" That's kind of what the question is designed to probe.
Wow. Well, I'm
Yeah, well, I understand, but I think that that question in and of itself, the reason that he's coming to me to even ask the question to begin with is because he would think that X amount of people that this chick has slept with is a red flag to begin with. That's the point that I'm making.
What's the red flag?
If we reduce it, I would say that the red flag is that you're promiscuous, and promiscuous
have a
women
question.
have less trust. What? Go ahead.
I have a question. If virgins
I'm
are
sure
so
you do.
desirable, why aren't men just going like straight to churches and finding
They
like
are.
the most
In mass.
they
are in
really
mass.
honestly, men are going to the clubs to find women.
Listen, they're going the amount of young men, which has skyrocketed inside of even what you would consider to be obscure churches in the United States, like Orthodoxy, for instance, which has skyrocketed in membership, is due to younger men.
We know.
Looking for
Don't lie.
more.
You know the statistics are that less people are going to church.
I'm not going to be allowed to answer a question without you interrupting.
I just wanted to say my piece. Go ahead.
God, this chick. She never stops
Go
talking.
ahead.
So one more time, I'm going to explain this to you. In more traditional churches, memberships are shooting up through the roof. Now, what Nina's trying to counter is, wait a second, there's actually been a reduction of X, and that's not true. There has not been a reduction of X of Orthodoxy in the United States. It's shot through the roof. And Catholicism is also on the rise for younger men. And you see this specifically because they're trying to have a return to tradition. Yeah, it is true, whether you shake your head or not.
Have been hemorrhaging especially since COVID.
I have to ask you, Andrew, do you think that Rachel is worth less after you fucked her?
Dude, why are you asking me these?
I think that is a fair question. Don't you fucking act like it isn't.
I think that you're worthless because you have an OnlyFans, Nina. That's what I think.
That's not answering my question.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer your personal questions. And when
No,
you bring them
I'm
up, I'll
saying
just
it's your
shoot a
opinion.
personal
Do
one
you
back.
think that it's not a personal question? I'm saying it's.
Yes, it is.
She's not worth less to me.
What is the personal aspect of
but I
it?
think she'd be worth less to somebody else.
So you think that
Yes.
she is worth less to somebody else?
I think that
Because
from a
you
man's
fucked her.
perspective, that she would be worth
That's all I was
less
asking. It
to
wasn't.
other
I didn't think
men.
it was. I didn't
yes.
think it was trying to be offensive. I was just asking the question. That's fair.
You were just asking the question. How many
Yes,
times
I'm asking
have
the
people
question.
paid you? Have people paid you to do private OnlyFans systems for?
I don't think you understand anything about my. Wait, how do you know I have an OnlyFans, dude? Like, what the fuck?
Because you broadcast it for Twitter, Nina.
No, I don't. You are just. You are
do.
looking for that shit if you found it, dude.
I'm looking
not.
for it. It's not that other people
posted my
post your shit.
OnlyFans in like 2 years.
As much as I love,
why does Nina
as
get
much
asked
as
a
I love,
personal question, but then Andrew and Rachel can't answer a basic question?
No, he
I
did
did
answer
answer
the.
it.
He did answer the question. To be
when
fair,
they had the conversation
Did answer
of
it.
each other's bodies count.
Yeah,
Okay.
again, Well, I'll answer that question, Lauren. I think it's fair as soon as you tell me how many dicks you've sucked.
0.
And you're not lying about this. And how would I
I'm not
determine?
lying. Never sucked a dick.
And how would I determine that you're not lying?
Exactly, Andrew.
So your point,
I told you.
right? So your point here for the question is to determine that that you can lie because it's not
Andrew,
disputed.
I don't think that you're lying about the things
because
that
I think
you
you're
say.
lying right
Like,
now,
that's not,
right?
Like, this is kind of bad faith here. You want to really understand that. Like, she's like,
a bad
I think
faith
that we're
question.
living or we're having a conversation where I trust what you're saying, like, and I assume everyone else does. Why do you think that she's lying?
What? So again, I
Do you
think
have
that the
any proof
purpose.
that I've ever sucked
I
a
think
penis
that the
ever?
purpose of her demonstration of saying, "Hey, how would you ever make that determination based on the amount of information that you've given me right now?" I couldn't, but that doesn't mean that if I was dating you or somebody else was, for God's sakes, that they could not investigate to make a determination as to whether or not you slept with other men. That's just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, Lauren. To be honest,
So
it's just ridiculous.
You're saying that you can value women and add value to them and subtract value to them based off their body count, a number that you could only really ever get by asking a woman, and then you
No, you don't just get it by asking a woman. That's a straw man.
Virgin, and you assume that she's a liar.
That's a straw man. So I've given you multiple ways that men will investigate women to determine.
I don't have an OnlyFans. I don't.
That's nice. I'm not dating you, Lauren. So, like, what's your point?
Your point. The point is, you gave multiple ways in which you could determine a woman is high body count. One of the ways was OnlyFans, and all of the various.
Yeah, but you would have to be interested in the woman. So if you're dating the woman, I think that most men would probably want to know how many dudes the chick has slept with. That seems to be pretty common.
Somebody was interested in me, and they looked into me by looking up my history or whatever. They would be not able to see what my body count is because I don't post. So you'd have to assume I'm a virgin, I guess, because I don't post about my sexual escapades, and I don't have an OnlyFans.
So you go out on a date with a guy, and he says, "Do you have an ex-boyfriend?" And you're like, "Yeah, I have X amount of ex-boyfriends, right, or this type of thing." Well, if you're clear as the driven snow when he investigates, then fine.
He's not going to meet your family.
Okay,
like he's not going to meet your parents.
What about this?
What is this argument?
What is this of a guy that's dated Lauren? Okay, so a guy that's dated maybe 2 girls for like within the past like 8 years, and he dates the 3rd girl, and the girl's probably had 5 boyfriends or 5 bodies. Is that a deal breaker? Because we can't really break this down, so that's going to be more than him. So you're saying men wouldn't value that?
So I don't think that it's necessarily a deal breaker, right? I think that all I'm saying is that if the man is presented, let's say all things equal across the board. Let me just ask you guys this question. All things equal across the board. So it's the same guy basically, and same exact woman essentially, okay? They have the choice. They can pick the same version of this woman who's fucked 5 dudes or the same version of this woman who's fucked no dudes. Which woman do you think that they would pick, all things equal?
Well, I mean, would you not want somebody with experience? Like, I would think they'd probably want.
Answer my question. Just answer the question. Don't ask me a question. Answer me a question.
I think men would go for the non-virgin. I do. I genuinely do. I think maybe the majority. I'll give you a point that maybe
worst cope I've ever heard in my life.
Would choose the virgin.
So let me ask Alex.
A really fucking piece of shit cope, Andrew, is when you ask us a question and when we answer it honestly, you say that we're coping.
You didn't answer. You asked me a question.
You are coping.
Have you heard?
No, you asked me a question.
Like 5.
Have you heard?
I answered your question,
Andrew. Andrew, have you heard of cucking? Have you heard of this concept of cucks? In fact, there's a wide variety of men in the United States, around the world, who enjoy watching women get fucked and then sometimes want to fuck those women afterwards because they're cucks. In fact, they prefer women.
Would you date one of them?
Higher body count.
Would you date one of those cucks?
Sure.
Would you date one, Lauren? Would you date a cuck?
Maybe.
Maybe you would.
Know.
If he was like a super nice guy and he said, "Listen, I just want to watch my best friend fuck you, and then I can do so afterwards,"
well, I mean,
you would be cool with that, right, Lauren?
Them, then, like, that's a whole different.
No, I'm just asking Lauren. Remember,
sorry,
there's a high degree of cucks. She maybe would date one. Can you tell me the criteria in which you would maybe date a cuck, Lauren? I can't wait to hear it.
Like a
if I fell in love with somebody and
he wants you to get railed by his best friend, that's fine with you?
Look, I'm not really. I don't. I don't do promiscuity myself. That's not my thing.
Okay, gotcha.
However, I could
It's just
see
for
plenty of
everybody
women
else.
who would find that enjoyable,
Just
who like the idea of getting fucked by multiple guys.
yeah.
And would
Okay,
like
I
a
want you to
partner
do
who would
this.
be okay with that.
Close your eyes and tell me one woman you know who likes that. Go ahead.
Look, there's this person that I know who.
That one.
Right. So I think if the scenario I gave you was a little bit more realistic, but when you created the hypothetical of all things equal across the board, like I understand like that obviously that sounds amazing on paper, but it's just not realistic being that it's easier for women to at least engage into hookup culture or get sex. So we're talking about the realities of a guy who probably has only dated 1 or 2 girls versus a girl who probably dated 5 guys. That's 5 bodies. So you're saying to go back, that she's not valuable because she's dated 5 guys?
Lena the plug. Thank you, chat.
No, I don't think so. I don't necessarily think that's a deal breaker for every guy. So you've got hundreds of millions of people. There's obviously going to be room for these dynamics. The point of the hypothetical is just to demonstrate this, that if all things are equal and you think a man had to pick it's the same exact woman, but he gets the same exact woman untouched by other men, or he gets the same exact woman after she's had many sexual partners, which one do you think he would prefer? I think that most reasonable people can intuit he would prefer the one who is untouched by other men. How do you think that that's incorrect? Is the question.
Wait, Andrew, just to clarify, wait. I think we should clarify, Andrew. When you say a lot of men, like what range are you thinking of? Because that could be, subjective based on the person. Are you thinking 10, 50, 100, 500? Like what's a ballpark?
I think that just every time you add one, it's worse than
No.
before.
But you're posing the question.
I can't give you a definitive deal breaker for every man. That's impossible.
No.
It's
Just a ballpark of what you mean when you say a lot of men.
It's an arbitrary metric.
Exactly. Just a ballpark.
I agree.
We're talking like
here. So try to understand. You're missing the point. The point isn't whether or not it's arbitrary. No, hang on. The point isn't whether or not it's an arbitrary system. I've already conceded that it's arbitrary.
Sure.
What we're trying to do now is just determine intuitively, what do you think that most men would prefer? And that will give us an idea as to why it is that men kind of would prefer to have a lower body count, even if they can't tell you specifically why that is.
Let me explain, Andrew, why. Wait. Let me just clarify this. Let me explain why I'm asking the question, because I think earlier you mentioned let's ask Alex, and then you guys change gears. But if you give me a hypothetical, the girl is a virgin or she's been with 100 bodies, I would say I'll take the virgin. But if you give me a hypothetical where it's like a girl's a virgin or she's been with 5 guys, I'll take the girl that's not a virgin. I'll take the girl that's been with 5 guys. So it does matter, just because I don't want a girl who's a virgin.
Because of preference, right? But here's the thing.
Exactly.
Do you think most men would intuit that?
You think most men would want their dick sucked by a woman who's never sucked a dick, or a woman that sucked lots of dick?
Well, actually, I don't want to start getting involved in the
Okay, we don't have to do that then. That's fine.
So do you guys think that after Steven Crowder's situation, you think he's going to get another virgin, or do you think he's going to pick someone who has experience?
I doubt he's going to get another virgin. Most women aren't virgins.
Right. So it's not that. I would just say, like, after dealing with a virgin and realizing like how much of a down spiral.
No, it is that. I think that if he had his choice of the woman that he fell in love with, whoever that is, right? And he could have her untouched by other men, or have her while she's been touched by other men, he would intuit out, if he was given that choice, he would prefer her to not have been touched by other men. That's what I think.
Bruh.
I think it.
Wait, you still never answered. You still never answered my question. I answered your questions about how many dicks have been in my mouth. Now, can you tell me when you had the conversation with your wife about each other's body counts?
We've been married for 18 years. I couldn't even tell you.
Did you have that conversation?
Yeah, did you not have the conversation at all?
Very early.
Of course, we had the conversation. Everybody does.
No, that's not everybody does.
Yeah, I think everybody does at some point. I really do. I've never been in a relationship where we haven't had the conversation ever in my life.
Well, how many relationships
have you been happened.
in? You guys have been married for a long time, right?
Yeah, I've been married for a long time, but I'm an old man.
How many relationships have you been in?
Well, now you're just, how many more personal questions would you like to have?
I mean,
how many
you don't have to answer it if it's.
And how many of them were sexual?
You asked me earlier how many boyfriends
and
I
you
had.
lied. So we don't care.
Yeah.
You have no proof that she lied.
Yes, you lied.
I had 0 boyfriends.
She's doing the parlor routine.
I mean,
I know what this is.
I don't want
so
to
you guys remember that you put this into the personal domain first. You brought it into the personal domain first, not us.
No,
okay, I have a question for you girls.
Watch the video
I have a
back.
question. Do you guys think that body count affects the reliability of a man's like assurance of his paternity of his children? In other words, if he marries a woman who slept with 25 guys versus a woman who slept with 3 guys, who do you think he's going to be more secure in the paternity of his children with? And do you think
hold on. I
So
think
if she slept with 25 guys, like over the course of
paternity-
years, but only slept with him 9 months before the baby came out,
Just gonna change
versus
the
a girl
hypothetical.
who slept with 3 different dudes around 9 months
So
the
wait,
baby came out.
No,
then
no,
I think
no.
the guy-
I mean, you're looking for a woman to marry
Okay.
who you want to have children with.
Okay.
Okay. And girl A has slept with 25 guys, and girl
Alright.
B has slept with 3 guys.
Okay.
And the guy is going, I feel like with girl B, I can be more certain that the children are going to be mine. I feel like she's probably not going to.
So you're equating body count
do
to
you guys
cheating?
think that's true or no?
But you
I'm asking if you guys think that it's related.
I actually
You're
would be
saying-
more concerned with the person who has lower body count. I guess if I had to pick, I think that's a silly argument. But if I had to pick, I
Yeah,
would
but you're
be...
also a prostitute, so I mean,
Bro,
that's
see, this
Look,
is, you're like,
I'm
oh,
sorry,
Lauren
basically.
is the
She
one
is.
who came up with personal shit
How
first.
am I
She's been
if you-
attacking Nina for drinking
if
since
you
the
have
moment
if you
we
have an
fucking
OnlyFans,
started.
you're a prostitute. I'm sorry.
And you've been attacking her for her OnlyFans.
It's not an
Do you
attack.
want Rachel in a fucking
You have,
hijab
like,
or
you're
some
It's
shit?
an
Like, what do you
attack.
mean? Like,
He's just mad because you stopped posting Nina.
Why?
He was-
Why are you?
you
Wait,
understand
hang on,
that
why
I
are you
only
upset
did-
that she's
Andrew,
a prostitute?
do you
A
understand that I
prostitute
only did
is
lewds?
prostitute.
Do you understand I only did lewds, right? I didn't say you could put
What's a
on
lewd?
Instagram. You understand? You
What's
don't
a
know
lewd?
you don't understand what a lewd photo is.
No,
I was never
What's a
naked in
lewd?
any of my photos that I put on OnlyFans.
you were just selling your flesh for money, right?
I just was taking pictures of myself.
What
and
do you mean?
posting
No.
them.
Yes, that's a yes. I'm selling my flesh.
Posted pictures
So
Do you
are
think-
you as a fucking streamer?
do you
You're doing
think
the
that the-
exact same thing. You understand
do
how
you think-
capitalism works, motherfucker?
Hang on.
Are you serious?
Stop. Are you saying that you did not post pictures to your OnlyFans
Mm-hmm.
that you thought were going to make men sexually gratify themselves? Is that what you're really claiming?
Not really.
Not really what?
I just posted some
It's more
pictures
for
I thought I
women.
looked cool in, and I thought I looked hot. Like whatever. Like it was just like
All
bikini
right. And how many
photos.
females were buying
Does
those
it
pictures?
matter? What do you really think
Yeah,
that
it
it would matter?
matters.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
Lauren
I
was
think that
buying
the
all
men
of
are
my
buying
shit.
them because men want to see the pictures,
So that
and that's
makes
why they're
me-
buying them.
Okay.
It makes you a prostitute.
Who is your audience, Andrew? What is your audience? What is the demographic of your audience?
96% male.
Same.
Really seems like you're being a little bit of a whore then, huh? For the male gaze?
No.
Yeah.
How does that follow?
Oh, facts, Nina.
I mean, it just seems
Oh
like the
yeah,
only
it's
people that want to
brutal.
watch you
Doesn't
are
even
dudes.
follow.
Wow, these two
Are
are
they?
so
do you-
smart.
Do you think
I'm
that
just
they're
so
sexually
impressed.
pleasuring themselves to be Nina? What the hell? Are you, what,
I mean,
what kind of
you think that
argument
they
is this?
don't? You're a handsome guy. They probably are.
You are selling. You're selling pictures of yourself, lewds or nudes or whatever, because and men are buying them because it's sexually gratifying. You know that that's why it's being done. That's prostitution. I don't know why you'd be upset with me for pointing that out.
I'm not. I just think it's really silly.
That's,
I think you're being a little bit of a
Oh,
silly
you guys both seem pretty upset 5 seconds ago,
yeah,
even though I didn't
you
say
can
anything
tell.
wrong.
This is the face of someone who's really upset.
Yeah, we're so upset. We're going around calling people drunkards and whores and stuff and talking about.
I didn't call her a whore. I said she was a
I mean,
prostitute.
if I'm a whore,
because
you
she is.
are, and you're a prostitute too. It's online fucking like you're selling your entire like. People watch your show
Persona.
because they like you. It's your persona, exactly. So it's like
They don't
you're
go
a
to
whore
watch
too.
him in his bikini, though.
So ridiculous. Wait,
You don't think
Yeah,
that
then why
there's-
don't you turn off the
honestly
camera?
think that there aren't some people who probably jerk off to fucking Rachel? Like, are you serious right now?
yeah, but
I'm
her
pretty
object-
sure there's not.
But here's the thing,
Rachel,
here's the
stop
thing,
it! Don't
Nina.
sell yourself short.
Nina,
I'm an old lady.
even if that's true, that's
Bob,
not
you're
the
pretty.
purpose of what she's attempting to do, and that is the purpose of what you're attempting to do. That's the distinction between intent.
I'm not.
Which
I
is what
literally
makes you a prostitute.
again, Andrew. I have not posted on that shit in 2 years. All it was lewds.
Okay, so you
I
were a
don't
prostitute. My bad.
I don't advertise it at all. If you want to call me that, I guess you can. But I feel like it's very silly, and it's like much of a cope on your end.
Okay,
Look at
so
You're
I'll
as much
correct-
of a whore as
Hang
I
on, I'll
am.
correct. I'll
Sexy.
correct. Former prostitute. My bad.
Yeah, and you're still
The fact that
fair?
you have to keep coming to these ad hominem attacks just shows that you're
Oh yeah,
not
we
really
started
strong.
those. We started those,
You
not you
did.
guys.
You did
I mean,
start those with
I
Nina.
When?
When did I say anything bad? I love Rachel. I love you. You know, we're besties. So like, I don't understand what
When the whole purpose
I've
of
been
you
kind of
guys,
bitchy, but Nina hasn't been bitchy at all, and you've been
the
attacking
purpose
her.
and the attempt of trying to dive into our personal life and personal
No,
dynamics.
we just asked a
is
question and we said if you were
No, it
uncomfortable, you
wasn't.
didn't have to answer it.
Yeah, and here's the
you attacked
thing.
Nina first on her personal shit.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
You
over
literally
her
called me a
drinking.
whore.
I had not asked anybody on this panel a personal question until one was asked of us. Promise, you can play the video back.
So somebody else asks a personal question, and then you can ask a personal question of anybody else on the panel. And it doesn't really seem that much.
Yeah, I mean, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. If you're going to dive into,
let's get back on the body count and get off the
Okay.
personal
So,
meta.
I will say Nina has always been pretty respectful to me, so I'm not going to go that
I
hard.
love you, Rachel.
Thanks, Nina. I love you too.
Oh.
But anyways,
that was a very touching moment.
It was.
So do you guys think that a chick can have a sky-high body count and it just has no effect on her ability to be a good mother and a good wife?
Yes.
It just totally doesn't matter.
I think you need to prove why that would become a problem.
I think there can be issues, like you pointed out, like earlier, about like maybe she has an STD, or maybe she's done. Like, I personally don't think I would need to see the data again about abortions and the ability to have further children, because I've heard mixed issues on that. If not having an abortion in the past is important to you, and also I'm pro-life, so that could be important to me as well.
Statistically, Lauren, on that one, just to really quick, I'm sorry if I'm like derailing a little bit. It's generally the statistics are the same of having a child, if not less. So yes, there are a more health risk when you have an abortion, but it's the same that you would if you were to carry out a pregnancy. So kind of a wash on that
interesting. So I understand that part, but those are just, you're saying it's statistically more likely to happen if she has a high body count. But if you're isolating the variable of high body count, I don't necessarily think that would prevent her from being a good mother. And I also think that there are things that you could benefit from having a high, like you have a benefit of experience and of maybe warning your kids about the dangers of promiscuity. And so there's be beneficial, actually.
You know, I always think that's a really bizarre argument, because I'm just wondering what y'all are doing in the bedroom that you think you need to go through like 20 or 30 dudes to figure it out. It's pretty simple. There's only a few parts and they can only be put together in so many ways. Like, why do you need to...
Very creative, then.
Huh? I don't understand your
how never mind.
Can you explain your argument there, Rachel?
Because like
I'm sorry.
No, Rachel, it's like, so you're saying these extremes example, like a really high body count, and this is why I hate these conversations, because it's like I think I'm pretty normal, so I'm gonna say just an average body count, whatever an average girl is. But if we're talking about like sex workers or like people that are like in the porn industry, I'm assuming they're always gonna date somebody that they work with or in the same industry. They're never just gonna go date like a regular average guy who isn't exposed to this lifestyle, or maybe like having multiple partners. So I just go ahead.
Okay. So, well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Actually,
That's a pretty good point, actually.
Angela's been decent the entire panel, but Angela, I just did want to point this out though. There is a post porn industry for most of these women, right? So they're only in porn when they're viable to be in porn, and that's usually when they're younger and prettier, right? They're not usually they're not usually rolling porn into their 40s, 50s, 60s, this and that.
That is not
when
true.
they do leave that industry, it is true. So when they do leave that industry, there is a shelf life for porn workers.
Have you heard of MILFs before?
Okay, yeah, I have. So anyway,
literally
back to
the
what I was
most popular
saying.
porn category
Yeah,
last
so
year.
to what I was saying to Angela, they do tend to actually leave that industry, and then they're not hooking up with people who are in the industry. They're not marrying people who are in the industry, things like this. So most porn workers are not people you've ever heard of anyway. And the shelf life for people who enter into pornography is very, very low. It's not something that they do usually long term.
I love how you just say things as if they're facts, but then don't bring.
Yeah, you're actually wrong about that. Like,
you haven't asked
there's
me,
a lot of
you want to see the
porn
shelf
stars.
life of a porn worker?
One of the most.
Yeah, I'd like to see all the data on that. And Ron,
Please.
Jeremy, how long has Riley Reid
You
been
can't
doing
bring
stuff?
up exceptions and claim they're the rule. How insane are you,
Oh, if
lady?
you're saying on average,
Or
then
any
sure.
milk
But you're not
Yes, on
saying.
average. We're talking
You're
about
saying
averages.
that you are not saying on averages. That is your
By the way, it's
failure
3 to 4
of
years.
not
3 to
saying it
4
directly.
years. It's 3 to 4
yeah,
years.
because the industry is hard. It's a fucked up industry. That doesn't mean that like
You
people
could
are
say
not
the same thing for
interested in you after
acting.
3 or 4 years. It just means that people just tend to leave the industry after 3 to 4 years because the industry tends to be very abusive, especially if we're going into the industry itself
So
and
then
not
if
doing
the
working for
argument,
yourself.
so then Nina, if the argument is, but wait a second, aren't all these porn stars just hooking up with people in the industry? It's like, well, probably not, since they're only in the industry on average for only a couple of years, right, Nina?
Okay, but if they're
If you're talking,
like if they're in that industry for that particular amount of time, like they're basically doing like on a daily basis fucking somebody else because that's their job. Like I mean, like it doesn't really matter how long they stay in it. The idea
Thank you
is
for
that
the
it's
non
a
sequitur,
professional.
but can you contend with my argument now?
Well, you're talking about sex workers, correct?
Yeah, so what I said was the argument to me was
Mhm.
this. Andrew, most of the time,
Mhm.
these people are hooking up with other people inside of the industry. And
Yes.
it's like, well, not really, because they have a limited shelf life inside of that industry. So most
Okay,
of
but
them
if
are
you
going to be hooking up with normies, right?
it's not a
no,
limited shelf life.
If you go into work every day, right? Like, I don't know if you're retired or if you're still working in the job that you work in, but like, you go to work every day and you do your work. These people are sex workers, so they go into their work and they probably fuck somebody every day. That means if you go in like how
probably every job a
many
person has.
days a year do you think you work?
Probably 300 days, I would guess.
Okay, so then they probably are fucking 300, maybe some crossover of different people, but they're probably fucking
I don't
300
think it's that
people.
high, but I'll humor
not
it. I'll humor
necessarily
it.
saying that's the same person. And I'm sure there's some crossover. But like, yeah, okay, so they probably got 300 body count, give or take some crossover with the same people, whatever. So what is that or not like a professional aspect to the fact that they have a high body count?
It would be a professional aspect that they have a high body count.
Okay, so then why are you acting like that's not? Maybe I'm unsure what your argument was?
Clearly. Even though I just restated it twice for you.
Okay, do it a third time.
Okay, so here was the argument to me one more time. The argument was, gee, Andy and Rachel, most of the time inside of these industries, these porn
people call you
industries, is what
Andy?
Angela
Can
said.
I call you Andy?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
that's
anyway,
all right.
So you don't want to hear the argument?
No, I'm sorry. I
just say I don't want to hear the argument.
No, I just
say
thought
it.
I've never heard you refer to yourself as Andy before. I just thought it was. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to derail. Go ahead.
Hold on.
All
like
people,
no,
hang on.
listen.
Let me make this clear. On the Andy
I
thing.
asked him a question.
Anybody who has never engaged in prostitution can always call me Andy.
Okay.
Wow, what a
Okay.
dick.
Thank you, Andy.
She was nice to you too.
Oh, stop! I'm not offended by it. Continue.
At all. You don't know the
Andy,
dynamic a bit, but anyway, so back to where we were at. The question that was posed about porn was, are they dating inside of their own industry? It's like maybe they are while they're in the industry. That's probably every industry everybody works in. They probably mostly date or pull out of their employee pool or whatever. But the shelf life is very limited, and you are going to have to contend with the fact that you were in porn at some point with whoever the normie is that you end up with. And most of them are going to end up with normies if they end up with anybody because they have a shelf life. That's the point, Nina.
Okay, first of all, they don't
What's
have
the
a
problem
shelf
with that?
life. It's just like so for acting, I would imagine that the average person who acts is also around 3 to 4 years because you have so many people trying it for like maybe a few months or a year and then quitting. And so that's going to bring the statistical average down as opposed to people who genuinely take this on as a career. And I'd imagine the average person who genuinely takes this on career only needs to do it for maybe a decade, maybe decade and a half or two. And then
every
they
career
make
has a shelf life. Every single career
every
on
career
planet
has
Earth
a shelf life, but I don't think that the porn industry, like, I think
it has a
there's
shelf
a-
life because you just got
I
done
think
saying
that
that,
there's a-
and then you refuted your own argument 5 seconds
Why
later and said
the
every
fuck
industry has a shelf life.
Constantly talk over me.
Because you don't make any sense and your arguments
You don't make
literally
any
make no
sense.
sense. I just showed you a performative contradiction you just made inside of
No,
three
I-
sentences.
I didn't even
You
get to-
said porn stars have no shelf life. And then you go on to say in every industry, everybody has a shelf life. They both
I
can't be
didn't
true at the
say
same
porn
time.
stars
Learn
had-
geometry. Learn geometry.
Lord Jesus. I didn't say porn stars themselves have porn stars themselves, just like any other industry, like any other person, like an engineer doesn't have a shelf life, but people in general believe after a certain amount of time, because mathematically that's just, you're going to have a number of averages eventually. That's just how it works.
Like a shelf life.
Maybe, that's not a shelf life. I
It
don't
is
think
a
you
shelf
understand
life.
how shelf life.
No. Not only is it a shelf life, it's a perfect example. So it's like milk, right?
You just
Milk,
never let me.
milk has
Exactly. Milk has an expiration.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Even though it has an expiration date, it can be utilized after the expiration date and still not be bad, or sometimes it'll sour before the expiration date. So what we do is we look at the expiration date when generally it goes bad and when generally it doesn't, and we say this is the shelf life of the milk, just like we do with careers, Lauren.
Right. So engineers don't go bad after a certain amount of time, but they still
do.
have
Their bodies break down. Not only do their bodies break down, but their minds break down, and they do have an average shelf life of work. Yes, they
That's
do.
like saying
I don't know
literally anybody has an average shelf life of work.
I have said that, yes.
Is a retarded conversation.
And she agreed. She agreed with that statement 2 minutes ago.
Let's move on then.
No, okay.
It means nothing.
So
yeah. So I have a question that gets more to the point of this. Can I kind of try to put it back on track? So rather than talking about porn stars, why don't we ask what would make, so if you have a girl who sleeps with a different guy every weekend, what do you think is making her do that would not be problematic for a man who is considering, a relationship with her?
Just wants to fuck.
It's what's behind, like
maybe she has been lonely. She's been searching for a guy. Hold on, potentially she's dating these guys. And if you're saying it's every weekend, maybe she is just really incapable of keeping a guy down and is not realizing that she should wait in a relationship in order to secure the man's interests.
Well, I guess then I'd have to like flip that argument in a way where it's like, okay, so what if a dude's doing that? Like, what? I think it's just kind of a human condition to like maybe fuck around a little bit. But like, is there a difference between a man doing it and a woman doing it?
I think it's perceived differently.
Well, what was the man? Wait, Rachel, can you answer that question? Like, or maybe you can ask Andrew or Alex here. Like,
Andrew
the
and I
exact same
actually
question.
disagree on this a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Andrew and I disagree on this a little bit because he thinks, I do think male chastity is important from a religious perspective because, like if you're Christian and you're trying to achieve theosis, it's important in that way. But I think just like in a secular psychological sense, I think that men have a biological imperative to spread the seed far and wide, and I think that women have a biological imperative to secure resources and security because as the child bearers, we are tied down with any infant we have for about 2 years because we're nursing, we're kind of disabled by having a child, right? So I think it's not as big a deal for a guy to have a higher body count. Now, would I want some guy who just bangs everything that moves? No, because that's just like gross and germy and like shows that he has no respect for himself. But I do think that with a woman, it is more important because we're the gatekeepers of sex and we are the selectors of who gets to pass their genetics on.
That is true.
So, but then I have to ask you again the entire questions again in the reverse, where is it an issue for you if Andrew had, had multiple partner? I mean, again, you don't have the answers if you think you're uncomfortable. Like, I'm just as an example. You don't have to say directly him, but like you're obviously you're currently already married, but like would that be an issue for you if hypothetically?
Andrew when he was young was quite the panty dropper, and there was always bitches chasing after him. So it didn't bother me. If anything, it was like it kind of let me know that he's high value because all the women around were after him constantly. So he was fairly selective, but he wasn't, I mean, to me, it was like, okay, this is a guy worth chasing after. That's how I see it. I know that's like incredibly based and most women won't agree.
Did you kidnap
but
him?
That's how I personally feel.
Andrew,
no, I just had to, I was just constantly having to like fight off, skanks all the time.
Why were you fighting? So he was attracted to skanks and you had to fight them off?
Huh?
So there were skanks that he was hanging out with?
No, there was just always it was like, so he's a successful guy. He had a good a very good job. And so in his place of work, he would have a rule that he would not eat lunch with anyone who was a woman. He wouldn't be alone in any capacity with anyone who was a woman, because they could see that he was good looking and had a really good job and probably made good money. And these girls were like, you know, working the lower level jobs, so they would kind of chase after him. It was just like, it's what women do. Women are hypergamous, and if they see a guy who they think is a good provider, who is a high value guy, they're going to go after him, right? So
have you done that, Rachel?
You know, like me?
Yeah.
Well, I think I think that I secured a guy that's probably just slightly out of my league. Yes.
You've never met a guy that makes more money than Andrew?
No. Well, I've never been able to date a guy who's more successful.
What if you had the
Andrew,
option to? Shouldn't you, by nature, do it then?
No, because I've already picked him, and we already have a full
but you're
family.
hypergamous by nature.
No, it would actually. So my chances now at 43 years old. First of all, statistically, if I were to divorce Andrew, my shot of getting. But I wouldn't statistically have this.
But if you did.
What if you did?
Yeah,
no,
but you
absolutely
guys,
not, because
you guys
I'm
are kind of
Christian.
missing. You're missing an important point
Andrew,
here.
shut up.
Which is that part
They
of the
just want to
nature.
hear what.
Yeah, part of
They
the
want the
nature.
dirt.
Yeah, part of the nature of this thing is that
I
the
think-
value structure is a Christian value structure, and human beings are
Uh-huh.
always fighting their nature, male or female. Just as males get tempted often by females who often try to put them
When
in
was the last time you
compromising
were
positions
tempted?
or things like that.
Wait, so is and so you
Is it just
settled
always
for
going to be this?
Andrew?
Is it just always
So
going to
you
be
settled
It's
like?
kind of funny.
Andrew
When's the last
because
time
this
X
guy
happened to
who was-
you?
So
What does this
you
have to do with
settled-
anything?
I just think it's
So
funny.
you
We don't
settled
have to
for
talk about it.
Andrew because he was the guy who made the most that you felt like.
Well,
you
I
were
mean, nobody
capable
settled
of
for
doing.
you, so.
People have tried to. People have proposed.
Wow.
Yeah, but
very
don't
good
worry.
argument.
Every single year, that'll get a little bit harder than last year, sweetheart.
Andrew and Rachel,
Yeah,
would
don't
you guys
worry
come to my
about
wedding?
me. I have my options. Don't worry about me, sweetie.
So even though I get what Rachel's this example of Andy being a high value man, how many high value men do we have walking around that women have access to? So saying that men having high body counts aren't actually an issue, I don't see how that's actually like relevant to like the mass majority of men.
Well, women always want the top 10%. All of them think that they're going to shoot their shot for the highest, 10%. I'm sure Alex can tell you all about that. I did.
Are you
And I
attracted to a
secured
dude that's
for
fucking
me.
more dude? Or not dudes, I'm sorry.
I don't know what the question is. For me.
Fucking more
What is
bitches?
the question?
No, I was saying that women are always chasing after the best guy they think they can get. So it's relative, right? I'm clearly not an Instagram model. I am not in the top 10% of women looks wise. So I had to compensate with other things like loyalty, and being less annoying than other women, things like that. Being a really good mom, that was like a huge thing for him. So you can
Rachel,
make
I
up
think you're
for
beautiful.
that. I know, Nina, thank you. But I'm realistic, and I have eyeballs, and I'm 43 years old now. So, was I hotter when I was younger? Totally.
Well, I
Yes,
think.
Yeah,
Okay,
but even though
let
you're saying,
me try to answer Rachel's question. So I do think that women generally want to look for the best possible partner. I think men are exactly like that too. I think human beings in general look for the best possible partner they can get. But I do think one big thing the Red Bull community misses is the concept of like investment. So if you're like in a relationship, like if you're in a relationship with a girl and she's happy and you're happy, she's not going to just like break up with you because a higher value guy comes along. So investment counterbalances, I guess, hypergamy. But yeah, that's just kind of my take. Anyway.
If her
I would
model
agree
was
with that.
genuine, though, then you would find what you would consider like the most high value men in society, typically marrying 18-year-old virgin OnlyFans models. But if you look at the high value men in our society, like Zuckerberg, Gates, Musk, Musk continually gets married to new people, but they tend to go for women who are in their 30s or even their 40s. Bloomberg. Who is the other one that I was thinking of? Like all the wealthiest men in the world tend to date older women and sometimes previously divorced women. So yeah, that if your model doesn't actually apply to reality. And then I'm
Well,
also
actually
finding
it does.
Rachel,
It
and
does.
I'm also finding a lot of the times the people who push these models, since, for instance, the red pill communities, for instance, Sneeko, Zerka, Myron, all of these men date women with extremely high body counts who have done OnlyFans, and are not 18. And so the men who are pushing these ideologies are not even attracted to the woman they say that all men should be attracted to.
Okay, but this is the thing that you're kind of missing with that. So, like when you're talking about people like Zerka is literally insane.
Hey,
God
don't
bless
talk
him and
shit
everything.
about my boy.
He's totally crazy.
He is crazy though.
You know
You're
what?
right. He is crazy.
He is crazy, but I don't think there's anything, I'm not hating on him. I think he's pretty funny. But I mean, these guys are living like a rock star life, so they're not looking for wives and moms. They're not settling down at all. When you do look at men who marry and they're high status, so like Robert De Niro has a far younger girlfriend right now. Leonardo DiCaprio he like chucks girls to the curb once they hit like 23. And he gets a younger one, no matter how old he
He doesn't want to turn her into
Right,
a wife.
right. Yes, exactly.
The high value men that marry other women tend to marry women who are in their early 30s, maybe late 30s, and are frequently once divorced.
Wait, what happened to Andrew?
He died when I
crashed.
Rachel killed him.
His computer crashed. He's getting it back up. He just bought all the stuff to build a new one, but the one he has right now is band-aided together at the moment.
Okay, let's do like 5 more minutes of this topic, and then we'll move on to the after panel post show. Okay, keep going. It's all ladies now, except for
Rachel. Do you? I mean, you have kids. I know, right? Like you have like 4 or 5?
5. Yeah.
5. Do you think it's irresponsible for is it both of them? I don't remember, Robert De Niro or one of them. They're like incredibly old and like they're gonna die before their kids ever know them, right? Do you feel that that's a little irresponsible for them to be having children at the age that they're at?
I would say it's probably not ideal. I don't know if you would say irresponsible. I mean, it's not ideal. I think the statistics are super duper clear about fathers in the home being like a
like if they're gonna die,
like,
it's kind of like the same thing, right?
Yeah, I think it's probably not ideal. No, I mean, I don't know if it's like morally wrong, or maybe you could argue.
I mean, wouldn't you argue that it's the same, where it's like if we don't have the fathers in the home, like if they die because they're old, like doesn't that seem like the same level of irresponsibility?
Yeah, but I think that men having children in their 70s and stuff is like really rare, so I'm not super concerned.
Right,
about
but
that.
do you think it's immoral though? Like I kind of think it's kind of fucked up personally. I mean, if it happens accidentally, it happens accidentally, sure, whatever. But I think it was not that in this particular situation.
Well, I don't know, but we were supposed to be talking about like how men should feel about women's body counts, and my point was like, okay, if you're choosing a potential mother for your children, do you want a woman who's got like, a super high body count? Because especially nowadays,
what does that take away?
An OnlyFans model. Because if she's an OnlyFans model, especially if it's public, okay.
But what if she's not? She just fucked a lot of people. She just like had like a crazy summer where she went all out.
I think divorce is risky enough for men these days without adding to the fact this woman clearly has like pretty low standards.
I don't see what they're related to divorce. Wait, you're saying about like
I'll explain it. If you want to know, I'll explain it. If a woman has a super high body count, she clearly grants access very easily, right? The bar for access has to be low.
Yeah, Andy wasn't wanting to say like what was a high body count. What would you consider a high body count?
Well, it depends, because I think that if you don't get married by the time you're 30, like your odds of getting married at all drop off a cliff. And if you get to 30 and you're not a virgin, you're probably having a decent amount of partners. Maybe not, but if you're not, it depends on why.
I'm talking more of a number.
I love how this is not based on like
what are you
data.
basing this on? Like, do you have
It
a number?
It can't really be because there's too many, as you said earlier, there's too many variables, right? So it depends on the age of the person. It depends
Have
on.
you heard of isolating variables? Have you heard of that
Yes,
concept?
I know what isolated
Right,
variables.
right, but like, I'm just asking you for a
But
number.
you
What do you think
isolate
is
every variable?
What would you think? Like, I mean, like, I don't want to delve too much into your personal life. I know you're saying that you don't want to talk about this, so I don't want to make you uncomfortable.
The virginity is ideal, and the less the better. I think if it's, I would probably, but this is the thing, right? It's arbitrary. No matter what, it's going to be somewhat arbitrary.
I have to ask you. I
matter
have
what.
to hold on, just really quick, Alex.
Okay. Rachel, you're right. It is arbitrary, but the question is, like according to your standards, right? So it is. I do think it's important to give at least a ballpark, because what could be a really high body count for you is
I'll try to ballpark it.
Yeah, just ballpark.
So
Ballpark.
if to use the example that Alex put out, if my son came to me and my son is 22 and he's dating a girl his same age, I would say under 5 would be good. If she's 22, because hopefully she hasn't been. No, like under 5 bodies if she's 22 years old would probably be good. But yeah, there's like factors. So again, if you get to like 30 and you only have 5, that's pretty good. You know, say you've been sexually active for 12 years, you've only done it with 5 guys, that's only 1 guy every 2+ years. If you are 18 and you've got a body count of 12, that's a problem.
I guess I kind of wonder, like, do we add the aspect of, like, how much are you fucking the same like, if you're, like, with one person, you're fucking, like, every single day.
Body count. It's different bodies. So that's the thing, is, like, how many different men are you granting access to?
What's the difference?
You're riding the carousel. It's a big difference because it's indicative of your ability to hold together a relationship. It's indicative of your ability to grant access to just whoever, right? So if you're
Rachel, have you never wanted to just like
take
fuck?
The guy home every night? Yeah, well, my husband, yeah.
Well, I mean, outside of
I have never. So I'm divorced. I have. Everyone knows.
Don't, Lauren,
yeah,
don't be
so
shitty.
it wasn't my choice. It wasn't my choice.
Okay.
Anyways, so no, I would have done literally anything to avoid that, but it was unavoidable. And out of respect for my ex, who is still around, I'm not going to like tell his business, but it was not my So, but no, I don't like. I've never been one of these women that just has casual sex. I've never done that. The only people I've slept with, I was in very long-term relationships with. So I don't really get the whole just wanting to bang a stranger thing. I think it's like it kind of creeps me out, to be honest.
Well, why do you not understand that? Like, you just never wanted to fuck everyone, or have you always been with somebody?
I've only been single for like 6 months of my
life. That makes a lot of sense.
I've always just been in a long-term relationship. I've only ever been like in a really long-term, like marriages, basically.
Okay, but what if Andrew got hit by a car and he died?
That would probably be it for me.
Well, let's
hope. That would probably be it for me, unless some fantastic, amazing person came along. But I'm 43.
But you
I've already
just want to like just fuck somebody, just like to get your rocks off or whatever.
Maybe, but like I have values that don't allow me.
Well, I mean, he's dead.
That.
You're not betraying him. He's dead. Literally, death till you part. Type
right,
of thing.
But in my religion, I'm an Orthodox Christian, so we don't just randomly bang people. Like it would have to be. It's supposed to be within the sacrament of marriage only. So at this point in my life, as an Orthodox Christian who's had plenty of, married sex, no, I don't just have this insatiable urge to just like collect dicks.
Okay.
We are kind of getting near the end. I do have quite a few questions I actually want to ask, mainly Miss Wilson, but I'll give like the 2-minute thing. So if you guys have any points,
maybe
you want to
Andrew
make,
could just come and hang out with you or something, so to make it easier.
I think he's getting it back up. I think.
So I'm gonna go to say, being that Lauren is a virgin, LOL, and then Nina has had an OnlyFans, so you're very
Angela, I'm a virgin too. I've never had sex.
I have heard that from Alex.
Me and my girlfriend, we don't have sex. We just look at each other.
They just wash dishes together.
That sounds like edging, but a partner form. Very hot, very sexy.
Love that for you.
And going back to this, because my memory is getting blah as we get later. So
Go ahead.
I personally don't engage into hookup culture. I don't agree with it, but I know plenty of people do it. That it goes with like a certain lifestyle, and I think it's normal for
you
them.
don't agree
It's
with
not
hookup
normal for me.
culture?
Excuse me?
You said you don't agree with hookup culture?
I don't agree with participating in it. Like, that's
Gotcha,
not my thing.
gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. But I can understand for, I guess, like the
For sure.
generation we're in, and also depending on like being in Miami, meeting people who are active
Absolutely.
online streamers and sex workers. It's really normal. And I think that there's this huge disconnect of people that watch this type of content, not understanding. Tom, you're funny. Anyways, yeah, so listening to this conversation, I can understand, like, I think there's a huge disconnect when we talk about body counts, because Rachel said here that 5 is like normal up to like 30. Somebody else that I talked to that's part of like the incel community would say that's too fucking high. Nina saying it's normal to be engaging in hookup culture. Somebody else say it's not. So it's just, again, it goes back to saying, like, who exactly are we talking to? We're saying, is a high body count too high? And it just really depends on who the hell we're talking to, because as somebody who works in a nail salon, I gotta say, like, there's a bunch of old farts in there that are happy to date these twats on the bimbos and the yachts, and they're completely fine after they're divorced. They're fine. Those girls are rocking their fucking life off in the hookup culture, and it doesn't really matter. So if we're talking about the young guys who don't have a choice, but if you're asking them, hey, would you want a girl who hasn't had bodies, a girl who has 20, 50 bodies? He's going to choose, obviously, the no bodies, because if you're not getting any bodies, you're going to make sure you secure the one who isn't fucking everybody. I think that we're not really narrowing down who we're talking about, and it's just too broad for me.
But
to,
if you just want to get your dick sucked, you're going to go with the one with the most bodies, because, like...
Yeah, if you just
they're
want
going to know what
sucked,
they
that's
want,
the thing.
you know?
Yeah, but I think like if these guys are trying to secure, hopefully, a long-lasting, I don't know, a body that continuously come around whenever he wants, this has to be somebody who's like stable enough to want to be sleeping with.
I will say this: I did poll the chat, and I asked, which would you prefer, a virgin or a girl with 5 sexual partners? 73% said a virgin.
Wait, Alex.
Alex.
W for Alex's chat. Let's go.
Can you redo it?
No, that just proves our point that there's a large portion. In fact, you said about 30% of your chat said that they
less
didn't
than
want
30.
the virgin.
Alex.
73% said they want a virgin, and
So 27% wanted a non-virgin. You're saying
So
all
then,
men.
what would the average be, Lauren?
Can you ask the same question with a blowjob?
And also, you can't.
You know the answers are gonna be different.
Average. You did everything.
Okay, I'll do it for you, Nina. I'll do it for you.
You guys want a fucking blowjob from some fucking random asshole who's never had a dick in their mouth? Like, come on.
Again, what on earth are you doing that you need vast amounts of different dicks to figure it out? I do not understand. A dick is a dick, for God's sake.
I disagree with all of them.
I mean, I remember being like a younger person and like thinking like it was called sucking dick, so it was just like literally sucking it like it was a fucking straw, and that was probably the worst blowjob that anyone's ever gotten. Let's be real here.
Going from like what
Honestly-
you just said, your poll, like Alex, this is your channel. Your channel is predominantly like a dating thing where a lot of these guys are struggling. So they're gonna be picking virgins. Just, I mean, and you.
Which
you have
channel?
I would, Angela. I would actually expect it to be the opposite, because I feel like
my chat may be right, heavily Christian dominant.
I'm actually surprised by the responses, because I've made countless videos where I've said, "Yo, virgins are overrated." I've hooked up with virgins. It's not that pleasant, but yeah, I guess.
So now knowing that, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, but like Alex, you're the host. It's your channel. That's your view. You're teaching them. So people that you're teaching obviously don't have the exact values you. They have to be taught these things. So they're gonna be like holding strong on the fact that they want virgins because they can't even get a date with a girl. So to play it safe, that's their first option. But like for example, Steven Crowder, I really don't think he's going to be picking another virgin. Someone who has experience or someone who's had partners like Alex and the other people who engage into hookup culture are going to say, hey, I want someone who has a normal amount of bodies or a body that doesn't bother them, as opposed to getting a virgin.
Steven Crowder's going to be picking a dude because he's gay.
Yeah, you know the recent controversy with him.
Now knowing this,
he was...
so now knowing this, I just
straight guys don't send dick pics.
Would you, if you guys would modify your answer now when I asked the question, if all things were equal between the two women, if it's the exact same woman, it's just you could have her before she had the body count or after.
Your mic went out.
I think he said before or after, like if like somebody had like a high body count.
If you had two identical women, one had a body count of 5, one had a body count of 9, which one was more preferable to the average dude? And once again, it's just preference based. And you're going to have a group of men, whether it might be a slight.
Would be though.
You're really quiet, Andrew.
Well, so average meaning above 50. Meaning above 50, that means almost nothing. So yeah, there's a group of men, and maybe that group of men is slightly larger for those who would want the virgin, but there's also a very large group of men that wouldn't prefer the virgin.
It's a large group, I agree, but it's a minority in comparison to the average, at least with this poll chat at 27%. So I'm going to ask you again, at least based on this poll chat, and these are degens, which do you think they'd prefer? Because they just told you.
It depends on the person, and maybe more men would choose the virgin, but there's a large group of men who would prefer not the virgin.
I mean, I've taken like a dude's virginity, like, and it's like they fucking suck. Like, it's like whatever, but I liked the person, so it was like fine. But like, it just like I don't understand why that would be appealing to people.
Yeah, Alex, I hope these.
Nina, how many different dicks do you have to suck in order to figure out how that works? I want to turn the question around.
The same question that you've asked like 10 times that makes no sense. That just shows that your lack of relationship and then your issues in your own life. But anyway,
no, I'm asking Nina because everybody needed to know from me, like, okay, how many body counts?
No, go ahead and ask your question.
So you said, like, in order to be good at sex, you have to have a lot of different men to have sex with. Like, why can't you practice with the same person to get good at sex?
Oh, sure, no, you absolutely can practice with the same person. I don't necessarily.
Okay, so why do you need to have sex with different dudes?
You don't have to.
Okay, that's all.
I think like just having more sexual experience.
How would you know, Lauren? You're a virgin. You can't comment on the situation.
I think to field Nina's argument, she's just saying that you just need experience. That experience could be with one partner, but if you're a virgin, you cannot possibly have experience, right? But just having one partner could give you as much experience as a girl with 20 bodies, right? It just comes down to
I still think they're mutually exclusive. Like, I absolutely agree with that, what you're saying. And it's just like, I just think like somebody having experience, I think is probably a pretty good thing, especially if you're interested in like having some like good fucking sex. Like, if you're talking about a relationship, then the body count shouldn't matter, right? Like, this seems immaterial if we're just talking about having a relationship with somebody. I don't think the relationship aspect of this would, or body count, I guess, to keep with the premise, should at all impact what type of relationship you can have. But if we're talking about sex, like, I think that it would actually kind of be a little bit of a buff there, because they probably know what the fuck they're doing.
But to Steelman, then the other side, the debate is kind of ending, so I feel like I can get involved a little bit more.
Nina, I was just curious though. Do you like tell them where you learned
Andrew,
tell them where you learned all the tricks? Do you tell them where you learned all the tricks? Do you go, yeah, for my ex-boyfriend. Do you like one?
Andrew, let me ask the question, then you can answer the question. Okay, so the question, the Steelman, what Rachel is saying is that a girl with a high body count, doesn't that signal that she might have other characteristics that are incompatible for a long-term relationship? Like, she could be very novelty driven, like she could be afraid of commitment, like she could have some emotional trauma. So maybe it's not directly the body count that's making her less suitable for a long-term partner. It's all the other things that are associated with it.
Absolutely, but the thing I would say is that applies to both ends of it. If you're talking about like on both partners,
I agree.
I don't think those are independently related to like women or men. I think that it's just that absolutely can be indicative of those things, and that's why you should get to know somebody. But I don't think that means because they have a high body count that means that is a factor. But you're right that is a possibility, but that's why you get to know somebody, of course, in a relationship, right?
Okay, let's let Andrew ask this question.
Go on.
Yeah, I was just curious when you were talking about how you're going to have the most bombastic sex ever. Do you tell your partner where you learned your trick? You'd be like, well, Fred taught me that one. Is that something which comes up in the course, or do you think maybe they wouldn't want to know? You think maybe they would be like, I really don't want to hear about you and Fred having sex, and that's where you learned how to do that thing. I'm asking you, Nina, this question.
No, I don't. I think that would be that's like a really psychotic thing to say. Like, nobody would say that.
Right. And why do you think that they wouldn't want to know that information, Nina?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. You just because they wouldn't. You said it's
Well,
a
I think it
psychotic
would
thing
be
to
really
ask, but you
odd
have no idea.
No, I think it would just be odd to say that. So I don't. Would they want to have that information? Are they
Why
asking
would
me
it
about
be? Why is it that
Are
you
they
think that they
asking me,
wouldn't
hey,
want to
how did you
know?
learn how to suck dick so good? Or
No,
something?
I'm just asking you. I'm just asking
What are you
you
asking
if
me?
they're like, do you ever tell your partner like, oh yeah, I learned that from Chuck
Why
and
would I
Fred
do
and
that?
John? Well, I mean, why wouldn't you? Do you think he'd want to
I
hear
think
it?
Depends on your
Okay,
partner.
wait. To then comment on like Nina's side, it would be like your wife telling you about a big shit she took. Like, why would you not do that?
So my
Yeah, it's just like it's kind
so
of
my
in a,
whole,
like it doesn't
so my
really seem
whole
like
point
it's
here,
warranted
actually,
to
Alex,
have.
is my whole point here is to this point, which is he doesn't want to fucking hear about it. Why do you think he doesn't want to hear about
I
it?
didn't. I'm not telling him about it.
Well, same
Why is
reason
this
you
my
don't want to hear about
problem?
it.
Why would you think that he wouldn't want to hear about it? Why do you
I don't
think
know.
that would
I'm
be the
not
response?
talking about it. Are you constantly talking about that with Rachel?
Answer
like,
my
what the fuck
question.
is
Don't
the
ask me a question
No,
to answer my question. Just
You have
answer
to.
my question.
You have to say what you're saying. I don't understand. Why do I think that he doesn't know about? You're asking me a hypothetical on something that is like ridiculously.
Why do you think he wouldn't want to know that information?
Tell me.
Why do you think?
Why don't you tell me?
I'm asking you. I'm asking you
I don't know.
50 times.
Why don't you tell me?
You don't know. You don't think that it's because the person who you're in a relationship with doesn't want to think about former sexual partners because it's revolting.
Okay, so that's how that's what you think.
That's what every man thinks.
But that's what
Andrew,
you think.
Unless he's a cock, Andrew's right. Yeah, that is kind of how.
And so, but you think that because
you understand that's
can
an
have, you can have
insecurity,
more
right?
and more,
You
you
understand
can
how
have more and more and
insecure
more
that sounds?
dudes that you have sex with, and you think though that even though
So
the
you think that you're just
permanent
not
status
able
of
to-
Nina,
Sorry, go
you
ahead.
think that permanently, all right, having sex with tons of dudes, that this is not going to be revolting every single dude you add to the list? Of course it is.
Well, let me ask you this.
No,
Why?
it's not.
Why?
No, it's not.
Well,
There's many men
hey,
who
Lauren,
are
hold on.
fucked.
One second. Why?
For the same reason that if you were to volunteer whatever the sexual intercourse you had with another man was to the man you're currently engaged to in some way, whether it's maybe even if it's a fling, they probably don't want to hear that because
Why?
it's revolting to them to think that somebody else is banging their chick. It's
Well,
revolting
they're
to
not
almost every
currently
man
banging
on
their chick.
on-
So why is it when it comes to the past? What's the issue?
Well,
Obviously,
so
they're with
this
you
is
at the moment.
this is what's intuitive, right? They don't want to hear about it because their intuition tells them this is revolting. So if men's intuition's telling them it's revolting, you've been with other men, I don't even want to think about the fact that you've been with other men. That's a bad thing that you've been with other men. It probably lowers your value to most men. You see how that works?
What if they just don't like it? But what if they just
I
prefer it?
want to guide him down the why path here. I don't think he's going to be able
Why
to do
does there
it.
need to be a why? Why can't
Why?
it just be a preference? Chicks like call dudes. Why?
I'm asking him.
Why?
I'm
Who
asking
cares?
Rachel.
ahead,
I
ask-
love you,
ask
but
away.
please, why?
Ask away.
Why?
Why what? Why are they revolted by it?
Mm-hmm.
Likely because of a combination of factors. One of the combination of factors being that psychologically inside of men, it's a red flag when women have had multiple sexual partners and they clearly don't want to think
Why?
about it. Another reason is virtues. I'm giving you multiple reasons.
Okay.
Right? And by the way, don't ask me why, say why and
Go
then
ahead,
a specific
go ahead. Stop.
question.
You don't need to do this whole thing. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's two right there. Do you have any refutations to either of those?
No, I want to ask you why.
I just answered both your
No,
question
you
as
just
to why.
named other things and then you didn't explain them.
I did explain them. Do you want
Do you want to
a
repeat
further
them then?
explanation?
Please repeat them then.
Yes, they're revolted. They are revolted by the fact that you have been sleeping with other men because it has a psychological red flag impact on them.
What
so
is that?
When they think
What is
about
the
it,
red flag
when
impact?
the red flag is that if they're thinking about you having sex with other men and they're revolted by it, that's the red flag.
What is the red flag? Who's red flagged then? The woman or the man?
Well, for the man, the woman would be red flagged.
So it's a red flag for the man to see that the woman is a red flag.
That literally didn't make any sense.
Well, I don't know. You're the one that explained it that way.
I mean, no, like, to be fair,
What?
interesting, very simply, it's just revolting. It's like hearing about your girlfriend
Why?
taking
Why is it revolting?
dirty
Okay, oh, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, then let's just go on that.
What? Like,
Why
do
is it
I know
revolting?
the
Why do you find it
neuroscientific reason
revolting?
why it's revolting? I know it's revolting.
Well, tell me your opinion. I'm talking to you.
I think that it offers up massive red flags, and that promiscuity is
It's
a turn
revolting
off
because
to,
there's red flags?
I think there's more to it than that.
promiscuity is a turn off to most men. So if you're promiscuous,
No, I'm asking you.
And I'm telling you, literally telling you the answer to your question,
Okay.
Nina. So promiscuity is a red flag for men, and the more promiscuous you are, the less loyal that we think you are, including me. Yes, of course. Promiscuity is a big red flag for me. Don't like promiscuous women. Never liked promiscuous
why?
women. Never going to like promiscuous women.
Why?
Because I find it revolting that women have tons of sexual partners. That's why.
Okay, but why? Okay, you need to understand. Like, I'm trying to have you like go down the path here. You're saying that you find.
Well, then you need to ask questions other than why.
I think it's pretty clear what I'm asking when I ask.
Say why and then ask the question.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Why do you find it revolting that women have multiple sexual partners?
Because it's intuitive.
Because why is it intuitive?
I think he's also
because it's part. Hang on, because it's part of my ontological being that it's intuitive. That's why, Nina.
Not at all an answer.
How I could not give you a better answer.
Because it's part of your
That's the most specific answer I could
Nina,
possibly give you.
Why do you find it revolting if you watch a puppy getting kicked in front of you? Why is that revolting for you?
Because I find the loss of the life of a puppy upsetting.
Right. It goes against what you value. Well, and for Andrew,
well, no, I
he
can
values...
actually answer that question instead of like dodging around it like Andrew's doing.
I don't think he's
Well,
dodging.
I can answer it.
How did I dodge? Kid, no, I need you to tell me how I dodged this. I was the most specific I could be.
Do you want Rachel answer?
No, I want you to tell me how I dodged,
Well,
because that was your accusation.
Okay.
No, I want you to tell me how I dodged.
Saying it's his nature.
I just feel like I didn't get a good question of like you're saying like
which part was not answered.
Like literally none of it. Like I was asking you why do you feel this way, and then you wouldn't answer as to why. You just kind of kept
all of it.
Okay, let's let Rachel give her
Rachel, please.
Open panel.
Yeah. So if something is cheap and easy to get, is it valuable?
Yes.
Oh my god.
No, it's not. By definition.
You don't consider water and electricity valuable?
Yes.
Water and electricity are actually not cheap and easy to get.
Well, I guess what I have to ask you.
Do you have any idea what it takes to power the modern electrical grid? Because Nina could tell you all about it.
Sure. But I'm saying, like, do you mean valuable on a personal level or by like literally like a monetary value?
Here's an example.
Material and metaphysical.
Here's an example. Do you want the $10 purse from Target or do you want the $800 Birkin bag? Which is more valuable to people?
Where are you
Which is a
getting a
status
Birkin
symbol?
bag for $800?
All right, chill.
Well, I don't know how much this shit costs. Okay, the expensive designer purse.
You're asking the wrong person.
Purse.
Notice, by the way, that neither of you answered the question.
Well, because
you want the Lamborghini.
Well, if it's an $800 Birkin bag, it's probably from Thailand, and I probably don't want
Lauren, please.
But would you prefer to have that or $10 purse?
Trying to engage here.
Answer the question. Is the preference
don't
that
give a
or
shit
the
about bags? Probably the $10 one. I don't know. I don't like expensive shit.
You don't like
I personally don't like expensive shit.
I'm gonna very quickly steal man Andrew and Rachel's position.
Well, I want Rachel to have her whole point though. Like,
my whole point is that if something is cheap and easy to get, it goes down in value. And if it is in high demand and difficult to get, it goes up in value. That's how things work.
I think those are additional reasons, but I think the crux of it is that for Andrew and I think Rachel, having sex comes with a certain level of emotional exclusivity and just exclusivity in general. So for them, it's like they're having sex with people they care about in their worldview. And so to imagine your partner that you care about, that you see a future with, that you might get married to or are married to, talking about having sex with another person is just repugnant and repulsive because they envision that person to be sexually exclusive with them. And they're being reminded, it's like kind of like a slap in the face, like, oh yeah, well, I fucked this guy. So I think that's...
but Alex, Why?
Human nature, I guess, in your world.
Yeah,
Well, I
but
imagine
why?
you would have like an emotional
Hang on,
connection to that person.
hang on, Alex. But why though?
Are you trying to mean the fact that I asked you why and you couldn't
I
answer?
can't play the chain of whys with you when I'm steel manning you.
Wait, why?
Why do you love your wife?
Andrew, I know you pretty well, but I don't know
You're gonna
you
make
that
fun of me
well.
for that? Like,
Why?
Well, I don't know.
Same
Like we met like a
advertisement.
year ago. We've never met in real life. But
This was an extremely well done advertisement that did really well and sold a lot of cars for a used BMW. And you can't read it, but it shows a very pretty girl. And then the tagline is, "You know you're not the first, but do you care?" And it's a used car advertisement that does very well because men get the concept that you might not care if she's the first if she's that fucking hot.
That's not why it did well.
An interesting.
It didn't do
argument.
well. It didn't do well because this chick is being marketed as being pre-fucked. It did well because it's funny, and so therefore it's memorable. That's why it did well.
Okay, but why is it funny? It's funny because it's true. You wouldn't
Yes,
care
it's
if
funny.
you're
No.
first, but it's a
That's
valuable
not,
call.
the ultimate irony
Well,
is what makes it hilarious, right? Is that it's ironic. It's ironically not true because you do care.
No, you don't, because it's for
You
used
do.
cars.
Before
I
we
know
get too into this,
more.
before we get
That's
too
what
into
makes
this,
it funny is the irony. That's
No,
literally
it's
what makes it
not.
funny is the irony. Yes, it is.
and
Yo, real, wait,
so it would make sense that you wouldn't get the joke.
all right. I'm saying like I just think that keep it on
This
the.
is why
the
men
real
are
here.
objectively funnier than women. Women don't
Angela's
understand
also
humor.
married here. I'm curious on her opinion on this particular subject.
Before we do that, let me just introduce one piece of data to this. So I did the poll you asked me for, Anita, and you were actually correct. The results were pretty different. So for a blowjob, would you prefer a virgin? 52% said a virgin, and 48% said a girl with a 5 body count. So the results on that were slightly different. Yeah.
Slightly.
Yeah, everybody knows that men will just pump and dump hoes, and they marry girls who are have a higher bar for access. And no matter how much these girls want to cope, no matter how much these girls want to cope,
Yeah,
no
according
matter
to data
how
too.
much these girls want to cope, men don't like hoes except for to use them
men
and
like
throw them away
hoes
like
quite a
Kleenex.
bit.
To use them and throw them away like Kleenex, not to wipe them.
True. You're coping pretty hard and not bringing.
I mean, like men. I mean, like people
You
like
haven't
people
presented
for that
any
exact
data.
reason.
You literally have not presented any data.
What data are you
Where?
looking for?
Where is the data? Where is it?
What do you mean look up?
Two studies. I brought up the divorce rates.
Where are they?
Show me all the hoes getting wiped up faster
You
than
want me to
girls
look
who
up
aren't
hoes getting
Alex, can you
wiped
post
up?
that study that you know what I brought
You want to
up
look up that
earlier
exact
you
wording?
Where are they?
Which study you want? The
The
Institute
one
of
where
Family
you said
Studies?
that you did the video on it about how it dips, and you.
Yeah.
Lauren is trying to tell us water isn't wet. She's
I
insisting
can-
water
I can
isn't
look
wet.
you the video
Ridiculous.
up
I
tomorrow.
never said water isn't wet, but that's okay.
Can you
You're
show
trying
us?
to tell us that that men want hoes. You're trying to tell us men would rather marry hoes than they
Okay,
would
well, let me
not
ask you. Let me
hoes,
ask
and
you
that's
guys.
silly.
Honestly, it is ridiculous.
Rachel, your husband was calling me a whore because I have a OnlyFans that I have
No,
now
I wasn't
posted.
calling you a whore. I said you engaged in
literally
prostitution.
specifically called me a whore directly. I don't know
No,
why you're gonna.
that would mean a hooker. I said prostitute.
Sure, whatever. Does it really matter? Doesn't care.
It matters because one's engaging in sex and the other one's prostituting themselves.
It matters to him because he's autistic, so that he matters.
Well,
in
I'm
his
autistic,
dictionary.
so like I matter about this distinction.
I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry. Intelligence upsets you.
Hey, okay, I'm just asking the question. I'm asking Rachel.
How long
do you
before
think
Lauren
it's-
says that you have a small dick,
I
or
don't-
that you just want to fuck
We
her,
all
and
have
if you
small
don't want to fuck
dicks
her,
and
that
big
you're
pussies
gay?
or whatever. Yeah, I get it. Anyways, moving on. Do you think that it's unfair for your husband to say?
I said, if you want me to repeat, I said I probably do think he's gay based off what the woman looks like.
We're
when he
all
marries.
gay. It's okay. It's
Gotcha.
fine.
I would be so hurt. I would be so hurt if I wasn't already
So
married
just-
and had 5 kids and had a
Am I having
successful
a
life,
debuff
and you're
right now?
29 and alone because nobody
married
can
twice.
stand the sound of your voice.
You've been married how many
You guys
times?
both literally sound the exact same.
No, she's saying I've been married twice. She's
Oh,
really
wait, so
mad
wait,
for some
twice as
reason.
many
No,
times
Lauren,
as
I will
Lauren?
debate you
Rachel,
one-on-one.
we love you.
Lauren,
Lauren, we
you
love
should
you.
debate me one-on-one, and I will end you. I will completely terminate your online career.
Just
in one
gonna.
debate.
That seems kind of like a
Only thing that
threat.
you're
Maybe
good
you
at
should be
ending
careful
is
about
your
that.
first marriage.
Got her.
I can't hear you because you sound like
I said the only thing that you can end is your first marriage.
Well, you can't
The
even
only
start your first
thing
marriage,
that
so
you can end is your first
Angela,
marriage.
do
You
you
can't
want to
even
just get
start your
married to
first
me and
marriage.
we could just fuck off?
I didn't. But anyways, what were you saying?
Rachel
Lauren?
started a marriage and ended one. You haven't even got to the starting point.
Ultimate cat fight. Okay.
I don't even know.
She's mad because the lawyer is too stupid to argue. Don't ever hire this person to be your lawyer. Holy shit, she can't argue her way out of a paper
What is
bag.
it that you do for a living? What's your educational background?
Well, I'm a best-selling author.
Best-selling?
Does that count? Yeah. I have a best-selling book.
It
Yeah.
was on Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
was on Tucker Carlson as well. What about you, though? When are you going to
Before
start your first
before
marriage?
I got fired.
What's your book?
My most important accomplishment is raising 5 fabulous human beings.
What's your book called?
It's called Occult Feminism. What's your book called?
Occult Feminist. Well, I was a
Yeah.
math major, not a literary person.
Right, so you haven't written a book. You haven't done anything of note. You're not
Andrew,
married.
have you written a book?
You're an imbecile. You can't argue. You think that argument structure has to do with geometry?
I mean, she doesn't know the 3 basic laws of logic.
Geometry.
Geometry and argument structure. I love it.
Listen, y'all are all smart people. Let's move on to the after panel. Everyone can make a
I
15,
completely
20
forgot what I
second
was going to say.
closing statement if they want to. Or not. Lauren, we'll
I
start
would
off
love to.
Okay. You can kick it
You
off.
can let Lauren go.
Go ahead.
first.
No, you go ahead. You start.
Yes, Lauren's Googling my book so she can find some troll reviews and try to talk some shit, but that's fine. Everybody can see what happened here, and what happened is giant coke from Lauren about, men actually would rather marry girls who are kind of hoes. There's no data proving that body counts matter. I wish I would have gotten to argue no fault divorce with her because she was wrong about a lot of stuff there. That's kind of my jam. It's my specialty. She was asking about my educational background, and this is
I'd
what
love
I
to know
do
your
for a living.
educational background. What is it?
But
What is your
what
background?
Lauren has done here is just devolved into total. This is what happens anytime that I debate a woman for the first time. They have absolute emotional breakdown. They resort to name calling, personal attack. She doesn't have any arguments.
Her closing.
So. Yes, my closing. You can just shut your mouth. But she's not used to being. She's not used to being told no. She's not used to having anybody not tell her, "Oh, sweetie, you're so smart and so wonderful."
Okay,
So the
I don't think
minute
personal
she
attack
runs
should be in your
into real life,
closing. Let's keep to the subject.
well, what I'm trying to say
Take
is,
it's not your panel, Nina.
I think you
It's
have
her
a
closing.
also not your
Well, I'll
closing.
give
It's
her
my
another
closing.
15
So.
seconds.
Sure.
Yeah, 15 seconds. There was no argument here. Andrew did not need any help to do this. I just wanted to jump in because it was just it was like nails on a chalkboard, except for Angela. Angela's nice. Nina's fair. At least Nina's fair. But no, there was no. Andrew absolutely, completely, single-handedly demolished this whole thing.
What the fuck? I don't get a compliment.
Alex, you were a great moderator.
That's adorable
thank
you
God.
saying that, and I do love you, Rachel. But I think Lauren had some solid points.
I need validation every 20 minutes so I can feel good.
Alex,
okay,
you're
let's
great.
move-
We love you.
You're great. Fair. Let's go to Angela, and then we'll go, and Andrew will wrap it up. Okay, Angela.
Yeah, so as I stated, the body count conversation, I find it highly irritable. I just think that there's no way to really measure what is high. I think it depends on who we're talking about and what you do on your day-to-day basis, and depending on who you are and what's your preference. And I think that, yes, if we're going to the extreme and say an average guy wouldn't want to grow as a body count of 50 or 60 when he's only had 1 or 2, yeah, I get that's a huge extreme, obviously. But I just think these conversations are just so extreme. So yeah, I wanted to be combative and annoying, but I couldn't do it because I couldn't find something that I solely agree on because there's no way to measure these things. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, Nina.
Oh, this is all messy. I just think that obviously my best friends Andrew and Rachel, it's hard to always argue about them. But I think Lauren had some really good points going into this. I think that it's really stupid to think that somebody's value is based off of their sexual experiences and as a bad thing. Because honestly, you ever been with somebody who can't make you come? feels really fucking bad, dude. I would be pretty fucking pogged out to have a dude that like is able to like make you come immediately. Like, I don't understand like what this argument is about. Like, oh, I want somebody less experienced. The only thing that I could possibly think of somebody wanting somebody less experienced is because they're insecure, they don't understand how to do it, and they don't want to learn. It just seems like some dumbass like ego bullshit where like I'm really worried that like some other chick got dick down harder than I could possibly do, and I think it's pathetic and it's for fucking losers.
I'll introduce you to my man Ben Thorpe. He's
Ew, you're so mean.
I would like you to call the
Nina.
police about Ben Thorpe.
If he's anywhere near, there should be a Ben Thorpe like camera that if it spots him near your property, it automatically calls the cops.
Andrew has been very explicit about the fact that he doesn't want to be on the panel.
I've told you, I am not going to be on a panel with him or Grace anymore because
I will respect everyone's request. Okay, Lauren, you're next.
I think that it's hard to isolate the variables of body count, and if we're looking at this from a scientific perspective, or if we're saying that men in general prefer something, you're negating how small that minority or how large that minority might be, because maybe the minority is just 48%. So if you're trying to paint things as a paintbrush of men in general prefer things, we're really not talking about men. We're excluding a large portion of men, and we're not talking about the reality of the world that we live in. Furthermore, the people that push the propaganda and the ideology that men only want virgins are not the ones who end up dating virgins. Even Andrew on this panel has married somebody who has previously been married and had her husband leave her for whatever reason. So he's not choosing a virgin in his life, and yet he's saying that men prefer virgins. So the men who propagate this propaganda don't even live to their own values, and he's a perfect example.
Okay, let's let Andrew go.
When I say the word stupid, I need you to understand exactly what I'm talking about. Take this moron above me who claims that my argument was that I wanted to have a virgin, which wasn't my argument, but rather that if you were to go to most men, including me, and say, would you prefer the same woman with less bodies or more bodies? Or more bodies, shut up, it's my closing, or more bodies, they would tend to prefer the woman with a lower body count. This was demonstrated in the poll. Lauren, once again, strawmanned me. Done it this entire panel, has no idea what she's talking about. Now, Nina, I don't, like, we're always going to go back and forth because she's a blood sport debater and so am I. We've been throwing hands for a long time online, and we're going to keep on doing it. It's brutal blood sports. We've done it on the Crucible for a long time, and it's going to continue to happen. It was nice to meet Angela Knight, but Lauren, listen, unequivocally, you are one of the dumbest human beings I've ever talked to in my life. And that's saying something. What is the dumbest I've ever talked to?
It is, even though it's very personal, it is his closing statement.
And when you said geometry, I couldn't make good argument structures based on when I was in school. I went and took geometry classes. That was literally the dumbest thing anybody has ever said to me in my life. There has never been a thing which has been said to me which was dumber than that.
So what was your score in geometry then?
Okay, Lauren, since he went after you personally, I will give you a quick response.
Go ahead, Lauren.
What was your score in geometry then?
Oh my God, I can't believe you just doubled down. I can't believe that you just doubled down.
I don't think you did very well because I don't think you're good at logic structure.
I'll say I did dog shit in geometry. I like a C.
Math is for nerds. All right. Anyway,
well, very good.
Let's move on to the after panel and read a few super chats. Appreciate everyone for the support. Salute to the chat panel. Thank you. If there is a super chat that's very demeaning to one of the guests, I will not read it, but I still appreciate you guys donating.
If it's to me, you can read it.
Men are generally virtuous and forgiving. Would you single woman on panel be open to turning to Christianity, repenting for your sins? Question for the girls, I guess.
That's a retard fucking statement. Yeah, you think that Christianity is like what, like female or positive for women? Like, fuck you, you're an idiot.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Lauren.
I don't
Lauren.
understand.
You ever
if
read
this
the
person
Bible, dude?
genuinely-
Go ahead.
If this person genuinely wants women to be prevented from like expressing themselves sexually, then why isn't he promoting all women become Muslim and cover themselves in tarps? Why Christianity? Why stop there? Why
Tarps?
allow us to show our hair?
Why? Wait a second. Why is that the argument? Why is that
So he's saying
problematic?
that we need to repent for our. I have nothing against Christianity, but he's
Mhm.
saying that like in order to be virtuous and like non-promiscuous, and yeah, Christianity wouldn't be the most
I
extreme
guess
of religions.
to have a serious.
But why would that be the requirement, though, Lauren?
Yeah, but hijab ruins the sexiness of a woman. Come on.
I don't understand how that would be. Why is
I do have a serious
being a
answer
Muslim the
after.
standard for virtues? I don't understand.
Why
It's
is being Christian a
more
standard?
preventative of promiscuity than Christianity. Christianity allows women to show their hair, to show more skin. It's not as repressive for women. So if you're saying that women need to repent for their sins because like promiscuity is a sign
Showing
of
your face is promiscuous, Lauren? That's weird. That's the
According
first time
to
I've ever
Muslims.
heard that.
I've been very tempted looking at all this hair and faces.
Never heard that before. Showing your face is promiscuous by
Andrew,
Lauren.
you're being pretty slutty right
Big
now.
brain stuff. Big brain stuff.
Is that why you
Bro, you
had?
couldn't even-
Is that why you had your wife turn off her camera?
Can't even figure out how to work a laptop, and he thinks he's big brain.
I'm just kidding. We love you, Rachel.
I don't have a laptop. What are you talking about?
Your desktop just fucked up in the middle of this.
Yeah, my desktop crashed. Oh no. Wow, that's never happened to anybody in the
calm
history
down,
of
it's
mankind,
Never
Lauren.
happened to me during a debate. I always
He's
have.
hoping so hard.
Totally. Just looking for anything.
All right. Anyway, why don't we just accept the fact that most religious and chaste people want chaste? Is he trying to say chastise?
Chaste?
Or chase?
Chaste.
Yeah.
What does
I'm
that
not sure
mean?
what the-
Really, it means like having chastity, like being chaste.
Is it
Oh,
like?
it
Is
means
it
what-
religious related?
So she gave the definition by using the word in the definition.
Well,
Again,
people
geez.
understand the word
No.
chastity as having like no promiscuity, keeping to yourself, keeping tight. It comes, but like having like a chastity belt is.
I don't think anyone's disputing that religious people want.
Yeah, like if you want to
chaste.
date another religious person, right? That's kind of what they're asking. They're like, if it's a religious person dating another.
Chase
religious
means
person.
reserved. It means reserved. That's what
I mean,
it
that
is.
seems fine.
That's
I don't have a problem
chastity.
with that.
Having chastity.
Oh,
It's
wow.
I don't
Kings
think,
and
I don't think
queens.
anyone disagrees with it.
No, see how I didn't put the word in the definition and you
You know,
did?
a lot of times if
Oh
you
my
go
God,
to
you guys
a
wanna
dictionary, if you go to
be
a
like an old
dictionary and
married
you look
couple
up
right now.
jumping,
That is so
it'll
petty.
tell you the verb form of jump. So
Jesus
apparently
fuck-
you've never opened a
Does the
dictionary.
does the dictionary say
do all these
jump means to
things?
jump?
Yeah? Can we go
Does
to
it
the
does it say
dictionary?
jump means to jump? Is that what it
No,
says?
if you open the
No.
dictionary and you look up jumping, it'll
Uh-huh.
say it means to the verb form of jump.
Oh, you mean a reference
the
to
way
definite
I
N. It'll
chastity
reference to definite N. Yeah, I know. But the definition, which is what I
You're
said,
making her dumber.
will it reference to definite N?
I
I'm
love how
shocked.
you just keep calling me dumb because I'm higher educated than both of you, and you guys can't.
Rachel,
handle
you come to
it.
my
Well,
wedding.
that's the standard.
You paid money for a certificate. I think that's why she's so mad. She paid all that money for a certificate to tell her she's smart, and it was a lie.
Man, that education's
All
it's really
right,
serving you.
I can tell she's so educated.
I am. I have a law degree.
She's dumping
Rachel,
me.
will
I
you
don't
come to
even
my
know.
wedding?
I have a degree in psychology.
Are you getting married, Nina?
Hopefully
like
soon.
there's management and then psychology.
Yeah, I'll come.
Oh, it'll be fun.
Nina and Circa are taking it to the next level. Okay, let's bring on
Stop.
people from.
Yeah, imagine being a Christian and calling someone dumb and going for
I
ad
don't
hoc.
need to
Literally,
imagine it.
like,
I did it multiple times.
Fuck up. Go ahead.
Jeez, Nina, you seem upset. Why don't you calm down?
Well, you're being rude to Alex.
The church fathers called people morons.
Alex is
and
having the
impotents.
time of his life, Nina.
He's trying
Relax.
to.
I wouldn't say
rude
time
to
of my life.
everyone.
It's
He's just a rude person.
All right, anyway, we're going to bring on a few people from the panel. Probably go for another 15, 20 minutes. I actually wrote down some questions as well that I was going to ask,
We got some
but
time.
let's first get through the people. Okay, Ashley, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going? I just want to say,
love you, Ashley.
Angela, how are you doing?
I feel like I'm learning. I feel like I'm learning everybody right now. This is fun. I think I'm rude. I'm doing good.
Nina, I'm not gay, but I'd be gay for you. Lauren, you have beautiful hair. Rachel, you are such a cold bitch. I love it. Andrew, cannot wait to take a bite out of you tomorrow night on this very subject. Alex,
That better be a compliment coming from me. Okay.
Ashley, you love me. Come on.
I do love you. You know this. And when you said that the first time I debate a chick, like it's always brutal. Seriously. So guys, the very first debate I ever had in my entire life, let alone YouTube, it was with this bitch right here. And at one point during the debate, Rachel goes, "What the fuck? Is this your first debate?" And I said, "Yes, actually."
Your eyelashes look beautiful, by the way, Ashley.
Thank you so much. You're
Nice
so
to
hot.
meet you,
It was actually really funny because Ashley was like, "Well, you're full of yourself and very pretentious," and I was like, "Well, you need to put a bra on and brush your hair," and we were just like going back and forth. It was really funny.
Brutal. And then at the end, it was the infamous like, "I do have great tits. Thank you."
You should never have to put a bra on. It's braless or flawless in my
Fuck
opinion.
yeah, dude.
Yeah, bras are for people who want to hurt their back for the patriarchy. Let them free. Keeps them perky too.
Let's all get our titties out. Alex, put your titties out.
The easier it is for me to get to where I'm trying to go, the better. What's up, Nick? How you doing, man?
Hey, not too bad. Do you guys hear me?
Yes, you sound perfect.
Oh, okay, perfect. Are we just going questions from everybody that pops in, or?
You gonna do some like lifts or what?
No, I'm post-workout right now. I think I'm
You're gonna do a thing in the gym and you're not gonna do any lifts.
Not today. It's the normal shtick, but not right now.
Can I get like a barbell? No, just like I want you to lift something of some size.
Nina, are you ovulating?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. We got something of some size.
I want you to put something big in your hand and.
I just needed something to be lifted so it didn't look like it was a green screen.
There you go.
Juicy.
Okay.
What was your question?
Yeah, well, it's a question and a statement, I guess. I just wanted to say I think it's really cool, BPF, that like you defied the norm insofar as deciding to marry someone who I assume previously had a body count coming out of like a previous marriage. I think that's really cool of you because I think that generally speaking, like men of character, Chads, if you will, basically live their life based on their own understanding of the world, right? Like what they observe and the decisions that they kind of like reap out of it. You know what I mean? So if you meet a woman that you think is beautiful and of good character that will make a good wife for you, you pick them. You don't base that off of a statistic. Only an idiot would do that, right? That's something called ecological fallacy, when you apply a broad statistic to all individuals. Like we don't make decisions that way. So I think it's really cool of you to do that, and I'm really happy for you guys that you didn't make a stupid decision based on a statistic and lose out on your, like if you want to use soulmate, your wife, whatever.
That was a really nice way of putting our points.
I genuinely appreciate that you explain what something is after you say it because it helps. I'm being dead ass.
Great.
That was beautiful. That was like a nice way of
Andrew,
saying, I think Angela and Nina's and my point, but like in the nicest possible way. In a way, it's like, why would you rely on body count as a reason to value a woman when you could actually meet the woman and see that she's very valuable despite whatever her previous history is, and she would make a great mother based off attributes that you notice from her, from interacting with her, as opposed from trying to dig into your history and seeing how many dicks she sucked.
Exactly. And like biblically, like we even have the example of Mary Magdalene, right, who is a prostitute and becomes one of Jesus's most devout followers. She had character, she had faith, and that was more important than her history.
Okay, wait. I'll jump
Andrew,
in
you're
on
muted.
this.
I'm not sure if you're intentionally.
I do think that Nina and to a small extent Lauren, you are strawmanning the opposition. I don't think they're saying that body count is the only thing that matters and that's what you should focus on, or that it's like the fact that she has more dicks in her, which makes her less suitable. I think what she's saying. I don't think it's
a straw man. I think that's actually pretty accurate.
That is literally their point.
I think it comes down to.
Well, Alex, is that not your point?
I think a lot of them are saying that it's about risk mitigation, like lowering the risk. And at the end of the
That's
day,
what I said.
if a girl has a body count of 100, she's more likely to be highly novelty driven. She's more likely to have, which means she's seeking the next dopamine high.
The purple pill.
So why would you base anything on probability when you're meeting these people one-on-one, so you get to make these determinations about their characteristics and their attributes without having
I
to
feel like you could.
rely
Yeah,
on
I'll be honest. I think that you're a dumbass if you can't tell a girl is like probably got a high body count because she likes novelty shit. I think mostly they're pretty upfront about these type of things.
No, I mean, first of all, I think that it depends. So if a girl senses that you're the kind of guy that really cares about it and she wants to have a relationship with you, she has every incentive to lie or at least minimize it significantly.
Okay. So men do the same thing.
Sure. But it doesn't change the fact that, I agree that men do that. I'm just saying that
Oh my God, your dog is so cute.
We're discussing women right now. So it's like about risk mitigation. You don't have a crystal ball. You don't know what actually the girl's true intentions are. There's a lot of things you can go off. Like, does she seem like she's loyal? Does she seem like she's
is this really gender based though? It just seems like that goes on both sides.
Well, let's be straight. We make risk mitigating decisions on the basis of investigation, right? And a really weak level of investigation would be looking at a statistic that's not involved with anything else about the person. A really high level of investigation would be you date the person, you suss out their character, you see what their values are, and then you make decisions based on that. That's why we date people, right?
Right.
Even if you want to go back, that's why we court people, is your parents are trying to figure out if this person seems legit, if they're worth your while or whatever.
Yeah,
Nick,
but Nick,
would you have married Kyla if her body count was 200?
Yes.
If her body count was 200, now I'll be nuanced about it. So if her body count was if her body count was 200 and she had some kind of figurative, not literal, come to Jesus moment, and she was like, I think I was kind of chasing crazy whims back then, and I was engaging in behavior that wasn't super safe for me, but I've kind of changed. I've seen the importance in delaying gratification. Then I'd be like, all right, yeah, you learned something from your walk on this earth, and I think you're probably better for it.
But if that wasn't the case, if she didn't have some kind of come to Jesus moment, then that would be a deal breaker for you.
So in this case, the come to Jesus moment is she's acts super crazy and does risk-seeking behavior all the time.
No, let's just say that you don't know, she seems cool, she seems chill, but her body count is, let's go more extreme. Her body count is 500, and she hasn't had any kind of come to Jesus moment. She hasn't realized that, she's seeking validation. Would you still consider marrying her?
So somehow in this crazy hypothetical, if this didn't generalize to how she acted or how she was in any other way, then it's fine. But in reality, it would.
That's the point, is that being that promiscuous changes who you are as a person.
I disagree with you there, and I also think there's a glaring elephant in the room that no one's talked about yet, but I'm going to save that one for tomorrow.
No, say it. You can't just drop that. What's the elephant?
Tune in tomorrow.
I just don't understand what the issue is. What is the issue? I feel like nobody's done a good example of what the issue is. Why does body count matter?
Okay, the reason it matters potentially is because it's correlated with a whole other behaviors that are not suitable for a long-term partner, like for example being highly novelty driven, highly novelty driven, having validation seeking issues, like for example having some emotional issues. There's a whole, girls generally don't fuck 2,000 dudes unless they have some issues.
Do you think somebody who has been raped shouldn't be able to have a good relationship with somebody because they have trauma?
Nina, that's a total.
No one gets raped.
No, hold on. Let me cook here.
Of course, you would make an exception for rape. I'm not saying the girl has to be a virgin.
Okay, but it's obviously a situation where it's something that is different and is a trauma aspect of it, where they're obviously more vulnerable to a particular situation. Do you think that that's a situation that because it's more difficult, that's a problem, or what?
Wait, Nina, do you mean
why I can't debate women?
Wait, but because they were raped and they had that trauma, they were more susceptible to sleeping with more men after that experience over and over, and that's why their body count, or just because they were raped in general? I'm just
saying they had a particular drama, and then maybe that I think basically what Ashley was saying is exactly what I was getting at, where it was just maybe they were now less they were violated you know, maybe that was their first experience, unfortunately as it is, and then they just like were trying to reclaim their own sexuality by, you know, doing
Why are
something
you guys
sexual.
just trying to base all of your arguments on the wildest outliers?
Well,
like,
I'm just
that's
asking
a
questions.
terrible
We don't
debate
have.
tactic.
I'm not
I
saying
know,
that.
but it's a terrible tactic for making an
No,
argument.
Well, I'm asking you guys as a question.
Rachel, you have not made the best arguments tonight.
Okay,
It's a
no, we
fair
don't get personal.
hypothetical.
I'm asking you
Ashley.
hypotheticals of like what would you guys think of this particular
No,
situation?
no, it's a fair hypothetical. Yeah. So if the girl got raped, which is highly unfortunate
Mhm.
and tragic, and then that kicked off her going out and fucking like 300, 400 people, then yes, even though it sucks, I would be really weary of getting into a serious relationship with her unless she has addressed that issue, which is causing her.
Well, I
to go
assume
out
she
and
would
fuck.
she would have been telling you.
That's
about
our
this.
So the important thing here, right, is that it would be as a result of the underlying psychology, not the fact of the body, right? So if you're
Right.
Yes,
the body count of the fact,
I've
if you
always
get
said
raped-
that. Yeah.
If you get raped 1,000 times and have a body count of 1,000, but it affects your psychology in no way, if we want to do all the crazy hypotheticals, right? Then it's like, okay, we're not going to make presumably a determination on the basis of that. What we would say is maybe like, oh my God, how did you get raped 1,000 times? That's crazy. It's like, how does this even happen?
Where the fuck are you hanging?
Fuck are you partying?
Exactly, right?
I
But
was-
that's the point. It's the underlying things, not the fact of the body count that matters. I think we all
Right.
realize this.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I don't know if Rachel and Andrew would agree, but I do agree with that. But at the end of the day, you're making a decision with limited information because at the end of the day, you don't know how your girlfriend or your future wife truly feels. So there's certain things that you have to make a decision by. There's an exception for every rule. Are there some girls who have a high body count who can make great partners? I'm sure there are, right? But again, like you're working on limited information, and if your choice is
Well, Andrew wouldn't answer this question, so maybe you would, Alex. What is a high body count?
To me, I would say that a high body count. It depends on the age, also. But if we're saying like
Well,
my
you're
age,
the
like
same age
30,
as I am, so.
yes, 30s. I would say like when we get past, I would say like past like 15, 20 gets like up there. Past like 50 is high.
You're aware
50
people are
or
in the
15?
Past 50 is like high. Past 15, 20, it's getting up there.
You're aware people are in back chat?
Huh?
Alex?
Oh,
People are
I
in
guess
back
there's some
chat?
other people in the.
There's actually no one there.
Oh, well, there was somebody who wanted to come
down
up.
what he thinks
waiting.
is body count.
If it'd be cool, I want to like pin Andrew just a little bit here. Is that,
Yeah,
is
go
that-
ahead.
All right, so Andrew,
You might want to
Andrew,
get a
I
little
know-
closer to your mic.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'll put you guys next to each other so you can really pin him. There we go.
Yeah, great. I need to get. I might need to get boosted. My mic's just really quiet.
No, you sound perfect now.
Oh.
I'll turn you up.
Nina, you.
Okay,
you're
so, Andrew, I know you said later on in the debate that merely what you were doing was displaying the fact that if all things were equal, if we had a perfect like ontological clone of a woman and everything was the same except one had a low body count or was a virgin and one had a high body count, you said like that was all that you were saying, that most men would pick the low body count or the virgin, correct? Am I understanding that?
Andrew,
Yeah, I think on average that's true.
Yeah. But you weren't implying that throughout the entirety of the discussion, right? You were implying more than that throughout the majority of the discussion.
What do you think I was implying?
Because I think you were using a lot of loaded language around topics of
I
sexuality.
don't care about your opinion. Tell me what it was.
Bro, you're the worst person to talk to.
Conversations are kind of like subjective, right? So it's about the interpretation of the audience, and you're a pretty skilled rhetorician. So I don't think you were unaware of the implications that you were making, that
I
everyone
don't
was
care about your opinion. What's the
So what is
argument
the-
that you
is
have
the-
problem with?
I'm pointing out the fact that at the end, you said your conclusion was different than the implication of your argument was throughout the
Okay,
entire conversation.
so I made you feel bad. Got it. You don't actually have an argument. Do you have an argument or not, Nick?
I don't have an argument. I'm
Okay.
criticizing your argument. I'm presenting like a counterfactual.
Okay, well, give me the counter argument then, not how you feel.
I don't have a counter argument. I'm criticizing your argument
You just don't like criticism, Andrew?
on the basis that your conclusion was not commensurate with what you were saying throughout the debate.
Andrew, you're never going to get.
So that sounds like an argument. Wait, that sounds like an argument. So you're saying that my conclusion was not consistent with the rest of what I said in the debate. Can you demonstrate that for us real quick?
What I'm trying to demonstrate essentially is bad faith, not an error in the argument.
Oh, it's bad faith. Got it. So you can't tell me how or what I said, which was inconsistent. It's just bad faith.
How long do you
I
have,
just
Andrew,
explained.
for bad faith?
So I just explained, right? So it's like the conclusion that you said you were merely making is juxtaposed to the implication of the arguments that you had throughout the panel, right?
You mean the implication that you drew from it, not anything that was actually said.
The implication that the entire audience drew, and that everyone would draw from the entire conversation.
How do you know that the entire
because he intuited it. It's his feelings, literally. He's telling me that he felt like I meant to say more than I actually said. That's his actual decorative statement here. Big brain stuff, Nick.
People are really
You
believing
implied
you.
certain things in your arguments, then you didn't back it up in your closing.
That's
yeah. So it was a bait and switch, right? If you want to be technical, it's a Mott and Bailey. So
was that bad faith of you?
If you know that you're making a Mott and Bailey, yeah, it's bad faith because you're.
What was the Mott and Bailey?
Okay, so during the conversation, you were saying things about how being infidelis and having lots of bodies is makes you a bad partner, right?
No, never happened.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Maybe I understood. Maybe I misunderstood. Sorry.
Clearly.
So you didn't say at any point throughout the entirety of the conversation that if a woman has a high body count, she is more likely to, or in general, or is basically almost always going to be a worse partner.
No,
everyone on this.
My argument,
so you just
literally,
my argument, and you didn't support the study.
My argument was that the more dudes a chick ends up sleeping with, the less valuable she usually is generally to dudes.
And
how
much reduced her ability to pair bond is, right?
I didn't bring up pair bonding.
You brought up the
No, I didn't bring up pair
Rachel might have
bonding.
brought it up, but one of you two did bring it up.
You were literally pillorying Lauren about the implications.
That's true, but that doesn't mean I brought it up.
Okay, so are you saying that you disagree with the Prairie Vole study and its implications that you seem to be addressing about it having an impact on human pair bonding? So you don't think that's true?
No, in fact, my argument is that I think that if you look at that vole study, especially when it's talking about the chemical makeup of the voles, that you could maybe make some application here, but that wasn't what our dispute was about.
Yeah, so but I'm asking you then, so what do you think about the study about the prairie voles then?
You're going to have to wait till tomorrow when I have a debate on this with Ashley, literally.
Nick, did you know that they've actually debunked that by actually studying prairie voles? I sent that article to Andrew, so.
Yeah, I know about the.
I don't think he knows how to read, so.
So you're saying you refuse to answer the question about whether or not you think the prairie vole study has.
Well, not when I have a debate scheduled with my debate opponent tomorrow, literally.
All right.
Yeah, no, okay.
Maybe you should go to bed and get some sleep if you're going to be that worried about this.
What does this have to do with what you claim is the bad faith argumentation due to the implication of an argument I never made, Nick?
Well, so it is literally an argument that you made.
Okay, and what's the argument again that you're claiming I made?
That ran through hoes are worse partners.
Worse partners or less desired by the opposite sex?
Either
I
or.
would say it was pretty clear that you made both arguments.
Oh, okay. Well, then you just go ahead and show me that clip that you won't be able to find because you just lied.
Well, why don't I ask him right now?
No, you did.
Hold on. Let's just ask him right now. Let's just ask him right now.
Nick, whoa, may I please? Nick, I don't think, though, that would be the definition of bad faith.
So I can give the definition of bad faith.
Please do, and then explain how what he did was bad faith. I'm confused on that one. I'm not trying to troll. I'm dead ass.
Yeah, so bad faith is very explicitly when you're engaging with people in discussion or negotiation on the basis of deception of either them or yourself. That's what bad faith is. So for example, if you could make an argument throughout a debate, right, that is very big in scope, and then at the end of the debate you say, and so simply, only this tiny little conclusion. right? That
I'll give a good example. What I thought was really bad faith was when Nina was talking about her best friends and she said Rachel and Andrew, but she didn't mention me. That was really bad faith.
That was
And
true.
she should,
Well, I didn't
and
want to
she
make
should
them
be
feel
ashamed
bad.
of herself.
I am
Should be
ashamed of
ashamed.
myself. You guys all are all my best
Alex,
friends.
I'm super sorry, but I gotta go. Thank you so much for having me on. Everybody catch me on Infowars, 4th hour of Alex Jones tomorrow.
All right,
damn.
love
I
you,
have
Rachel.
I have a question
Bye,
for you, but okay,
Mia.
I'll ask Andrew.
We love you.
We love you.
All right, Nick, do you have any more questions for Andrew?
Feisty.
Andrew, my brother in Christ, I have no enemies, and I love you, and I wish that you would change your ways and stop lying to people all the time.
Can you give me the any lies that I've given to people? Can you go ahead and do that for me, Nick?
Okay.
Or are you just slandering?
Lies.
You're just on here to slander.
So would you expand?
You just are you just
Wait,
mad
but
because
how
I
much?
blew out your
how
wife
much
in a
can you guys
panel the other
bench
day?
press?
Because I think
Maybe
you're
we
just mad, bro.
maybe we can like do like a
I
thing.
think you're just mad that Not So Erudite has two conflicting sets of values, and she got exposed as having two conflicting sets of values as a Christian. You're just mad, and so you're coming on here to vent. That's what I think.
I think
so. I think you're bad faith, bro.
I don't know about that. But you didn't,
Why are
you
we talking
make a
about
good
Not
argument
So Erudite who's not here?
Wait, you guys talking about shit on Not So Erudite? I will fight you over her. I love her.
Yeah, why are we talking about her when she's not even here?
I think the fact, Andrew, that you won't let me speak and
Yeah,
keep
you're
having
cute.
to like uproariously interrupt me is proof that you.
You've spoken far more in this exchange with me than I have, Nick.
Well, so that's because I was asking the question that you keep dodging.
So
right?
then you saying that
you interrupt me like you are right now.
Yeah.
Okay,
go ahead, Nick.
Let me ask the question about deception, right? So would you extend the definition of lying to any sort of interaction in which you're being deceptive with people, intentionally deceptive? Would that be lying?
No. There could be instances. There could be instances where you could be deceiving intentionally, where it would not be a lie. For instance, a magician. I don't think a magician.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I just try to figure out
a
common definition. To me, anytime you're interacting with someone deceptively, I call it a lie. So I'll change my framing. You're not a liar. You're deceptive. So what I was going to say. Okay. Oh man, with all the gish scalping, I can't even remember what I was going to say anymore.
Of course you can't.
Yeah, that you were. I remember what your point was, that you were saying that.
I would say that that's mostly true. I would agree, like mostly with that, Nick, because I was talking with Nick. I was talking with Nick, but
Andrew,
Nick,
can you
I was
tell
just
your wife
literally
that I love
giving him an
her?
olive branch and saying I think that mostly that's probably correct. That if you intend to deceive, it's a lie. I could just think of like a couple examples where it seems gray.
Cool. So we have a basically similar definition of lying or deception. I'll just use deception since it seems less muddy. So, would you agree that it's deceptive when you're arguing with someone on the basis of, I don't know, say example, how to formulate logical arguments or coherent statements or something like that, right? How to take inferences and create conclusions out of them. And rather than engaging with the inference and the conclusions, you just say, can you explain the 3 laws of logic?
What if the person, hang on, what if the person's previous, hang on, no, you hold on. Let me answer his question.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry.
So then answer this for me, Nick. If the previous statement, which led to that, was in and of itself bad faith, where they say, when's the last time you took X? When's the last time you took X studies? Right? Hang on.
It's not
So then you retort. You're saying that that I'm in the wrong for explaining that that's not actually how logic works. It's not based on geometry.
I never said logic was based on geometry, but geometry, the class, has an entire section which is about logic-based propositions. So if you did poorly in your geometry class, it's probably because you struggle with logic structures.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the fact that you don't get that concept is probably because you struggle with logic concepts.
But really quick, Nick, I am curious though, because you were explaining, like, would you say this is bad faith? Would you say this is deceitful or lying, which seem to all be tied into that, right? But and I'm sorry, but I'm just an arguer. I love to play devil's advocate. But did you not come on a panel for the specific reason to try to like kind of paint Andrew into a corner and kind of attack him, maybe through some deceptive measure, like, because my opinion, like, I thought you were coming on the panel, like, engage in the whole conversation, maybe bring something more to things, but like, it seems like you had an agenda from the moment you got here, and you were being very deceptive and coy about the way you went about it until Andrew kind of forced you to admit the real reason why you're here. So by your own definition of bad faith, I felt like you were kind of being bad faith, and it was just confusing to me.
Again, being bad
And
faith
as your definition, I don't really understand it.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, it's actually a really important thing to look up on like Wikipedia to understand exactly what bad faith means. So, me coming in,
Wikipedia the shit out of it.
Wow, I'm not sorry. I'm not trying to condescend to you. I was just saying it's like really.
It was a little bit. Thank you for acknowledging that.
It's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry that you felt it was condescending. So
you admitted that it was first.
Hey,
that
yeah.
was condescending.
All right.
Let's let Nick finish.
Come on, though. You know what you're doing with your language there.
That's fair. Go ahead.
Okay, so anyway, what I was saying is, so it wouldn't be bad faith because there is no deception. What I did is I came onto the panel, and when I wanted to pin Andrew on things, I said, hey, would it be okay for me to pin Andrew on some things? Right, so it's like if I came in and I was just like, "Hey guys, I'm just here to be like buddy, kumbaya, man. I'm just
Is that what you said? I thought you said, would it be okay if I asked them questions?
Ashley, come on.
Actually, that's literally what you said, though.
No, I specifically said, can I pin him on something? And then Alex moved me up and be like, here, in this way you can pin him more directly. So yeah, I said specifically pin him on some things. Anyway.
Oh, after you had asked. No, I meant when you first came on, though, and you were like, hey guys, can I ask some questions? And then you were kind of being coy. And do you remember, like, in the beginning, and you were asking questions, and Andrew was finally like, what are you getting at? Like, get to the point. Obviously, you have an agenda. In my opinion, coming into a situation having an agenda or a preconceived, you know what an agenda is, right? Like,
yeah. So for an agenda to be bad faith,
having an agenda and not getting straight to the point when you come into a situation, that could also be seen as maybe a little bad faith.
So I don't think it's deceptive to come in and say that I want to pin Andrew on some stuff, and then to say that I think your argument is bad faith. I don't know. That's what I.
That's not what I thought was deceptive or bad faith about your behavior.
Yeah, but can you
tonight.
bench press more
I don't
than all
actually.
of us?
You were on this soapbox about.
I'm
bad
doing
faith.
240 now, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's more than me. That's more than me. So yeah, Alex helped me beat.
I'm having fun. Sorry.
That's okay. It's cool.
I got TRT and DECA, so kind of unfair advantage.
I'll mute. Sorry, guys. I'm on one.
Yeah, okay. It's cool, Ashley. Again, sorry that you felt that I came off condescending to you. Wasn't my intention. I apologize. Holy fuck, where were we, Andrew?
Can you bench press more than Angela?
To be fair, Nick, you're the only reason why I know what condescending means. And that's the truth. You went on a whole ass rant about it. And I learned the difference between like being mean and being condescending, which is how I knew you were condescending just now, to give you some credit.
Nick, do you have any more questions for Andrew before we move on to the next thing?
I think it's just going to devolve into more mumbo jumbo. Anyway, I want to talk to Ben Thorpe, Alex. I'm the only one.
Do you think you can bench press Andrew?
Nick, you want me to set up a debate? He's been begging me for the last week to set up a debate.
Do you think you can bench press Andrew? This is a very serious question.
I think I could bench press.
If you're willing to do it, I'm down to set up.
You can bench press Andrew.
Andrew's probably over like 230.
What do you weigh, Andrew? If you don't mind me asking.
Don't make it weird, okay? Don't make it weird.
I'm just curious.
I don't think I could. I don't think I could bench press Andrew.
Nina wants to see some sweat.
I weigh 185 pounds.
Nick?
Yeah, Nick. Get my number. Yo, Nick, get my number from Kyla and text me and we'll set it up.
Okay.
Let's fucking go.
Okay. I'll just try to put a pin in it super fast. Andrew, I think that when you engage in a conversation, acting as though you have grand implications to your argument, saying things such as, women who are rammed through have an inability to pair bond, referencing the study about prairie voles, right? And I've heard you talk about these things multiple times before. This isn't the only time. Not even just in this
Hey, Michael
panel,
Jackson, you want to shut the fuck up?
Unless you change your mind about that. So
we are listening to Nick Cook. Nick, start over for just a second ago. I want to hear this.
Sorry for interrupting. I want to ask you a question, Nick.
Whoa, hang on. Nick is talking. You can go
Say
after
my
him.
panel, bro. Add me on Discord. Okay, yeah. So even further to the bad faith is the fact that right now you're pretending as though these are not your beliefs. You're entertaining that these are not your beliefs when they actually are. I know that they are because I've heard you talk about them multiple times on multiple panels in many situations. You say so on the basis of empirical validation through studies like the Prairie Bowl study, and you talk about it from a sins versus virtue, vices versus virtues perspective from a Christian directionality. You do think it is the case that having a high body count makes you a worse partner, makes you this, that, and the other thing. I don't know why you're pretending like you don't believe that now. Everyone knows that you do believe that. And so pretending that that's not what you believe and that it wasn't what you were arguing throughout the entirety of the panel, and then saying, I'm merely saying that typically speaking, the majority of men, all other things removed, would prefer a woman who is a virgin over a woman with 100 bodies. I'm saying that is deceptive. You're engaging in bad faith. That is not correct. And I think you should
Wait, can we put hands up? Would you rather have your dick sucked by somebody? I know I'm like just trying to be with somebody who has never sucked a dick versus a person. I mean, it doesn't have to be a woman, man, doesn't matter. Would you want somebody to suck your dick that has no experience?
Definitely a woman.
Versus somebody who does have experience.
I'd prefer a good blowjob to a bad blowjob. All other things removed.
Raise your hand then.
I'll take a woman with experience.
Andrew wants bad blowjobs, I guess.
Also,
you're not gonna put your hands up for a good blowjob? I mean, yes, good blowjob.
I want to ask you a question, bro.
Final note. This idea that men hate hoes is fucking bullshit, bro. Half the rap songs are about how we fucking love sluts, bro. That's just facts.
Angela, don't you morning tomorrow, my love?
I have like the perfect song
for me, huh?
Yeah, Angela, don't you have an early morning tomorrow? I can't
always have early morning, but I'm not a pussy and I have to sit this through even though I sat through this whole thing and couldn't contribute to shit.
Angela, I love you.
I'm sorry. I feel like I said
all right, let's let Michael J ask his question. And
Go ahead.
I have a question for Michael J though.
Well,
where did he get that super sexy picture of Destiny for his avatar?
Well, when you say the night at my house after we, that's
nice.
I'm just kidding.
I love that.
I mean, it's true though, but yeah.
It's kind of funny. The story I have about Destiny is when I first got my puppies. He went to my friend's house. I don't know if you know who Trump is, and when I first got my dogs, he was there.
Yeah.
Just gonna go ahead.
That's so fine. You say the whole time, like.
Yeah. Go ahead, Michael. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, so I just want to ask Nick a question about you sort of I watch an erudite stream, like a not so erudite, like you guys are Christians, right? Like I'm just like so shocked by you.
Yeah, we're
so
Christians.
you guys are like in favor of like promiscuity, like women.
Who is you guys? Who are you referring to?
Nick and erudite.
I don't think they're in favor of it.
Well, you guys are like open to these things. Like you guys would be okay with like homosexuality and let's say like women, like doing OnlyFans and stuff. Like you'd be okay with those. You guys would be okay with those things, right? Nick?
Absolutely.
So I think basically like our society is fine with it, so I'm not going to say anything about it. Basically,
like it's not
based on your like actual religion, like you as a Christian, like would you be okay as a Christian? Do you think as a Christian, as a practicing Christian, would that be like unacceptable, or would that like not make you a bad Christian at all?
So here's where it gets complicated. Me and erudite are not Orthodox Eastern Orthodox Christians or like Catholics, right? Who have like a super easy list of dogma. We are like non-denominational Protestant Christians. And so we think that like figuring out what is right and what is wrong is really important to do within a cultural context of your society, your civilization, your period of time.
Really? I thought you guys said you weren't sola scripturis.
I don't know we're not sola scriptura. I don't know.
Well, if you're not sola scriptura, then how do you know that your interpretation of the Bible is correct? Who do you appeal to for your
Andrew, what does it mean?
Who do you appeal to? It means by Bible alone.
God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Yeah, I don't appeal to any.
That's sola scriptura. That is sola scriptura. So you think that the Holy Spirit is giving you the correct interpretation of the Bible, right?
Wait, no, hold on. This is a misinterpretation of any of the five solas, which I don't adhere to any of the five solas.
So where do you draw the authority for the Bible?
Yeah, so I already told you through my own revelation and with God, basically.
And is the Holy Spirit involved in that?
Yeah.
Okay, so then that's one of the five solas. So it'd be faith alone, that'd be sola fide and sola scriptura. Both of those would be involved in that, right?
No, that would be if I only regarded those, right? So if I thought that, so for example, with Sola Scriptura, I don't want to derail the panel into theology, but if I was Sola Scriptura, I would say there is no other book, there is no other text. It is not okay for me to accept any other.
What other text and book do you use then?
What do you mean?
For your Christianity.
The Book of Enoch, for example, and lots of teachings that come
You
out of
use the Book of Enoch? How do you know it's canon?
Like, can we not get into a religious debate? This is like ultra boring.
Yeah,
well, it's not actually ultra boring, right? Because the thing is that the question which was asked to Nick is, how these values that you have, you said that you don't believe in any of the 5 solas. So where would you be drawing your church authority? I'm just curious, what authority are you appealing to if it's not through the solas?
I already said revelation. I already explained divine revelation.
But that's going to be ratified by the solas. What else could you use? What else could you use, Nick?
Well, no. I do not want to get into a religious debate.
I mean, honestly, I just want an answer to that question. I answered his.
Okay,
what
fine.
else could you
Just
use
that
besides
question.
the solas? What else could you use?
Just that question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I already said my relationship with God, like faith,
Like sola
the
fide.
magical. That would be through faith alone. The fides.
But all five of them work in tandem.
All right. No more religious shit. It's boring
All
as fuck. We're all a bunch of degens on my channel. We don't care.
What if it's the guy that believes that he makes out with and has sex with God? Can we talk about religion then, Alex?
Just to
You
close.
remember that fucking guy?
I'll make an exception for that Looney Tune.
To be clear, Andrew, you don't understand the solas at all.
Okay, well, just to
by those things alone. But yeah, to Michael, to finish your question, right? So I was saying that. Fuck. Hey, you asked me if it's fine if we think like homosexuality.
Well, I'll rephrase the question just to be clear.
I think I remember.
By any standard of like any.
Keep going.
No, just like simply gonna like by any Christian standard, like, do you not consider yourself to be like a bad Christian? That's kind of what I asked. By any Christian standard, like,
I think that I think like all men fall short of the glory of God, and so I'm not perfect, and I'm just trying to figure things out as I go, basically.
So you are admitting that you're like a flawed, like you are deliberately practicing Christianity in a flawed manner.
No. So that would be like admitting to be like a Gnostic or something like that. What I'm saying is that I sin and I do things wrong, and my interpretation is open to error. But
hang on, Justin. You have to lower the volume. There's massive background noise where you are.
If you know anything about Scripture, if you know anything about the Bible,
okay. I'm literally gonna now have to be like slightly rude and redirect like manually and like no more religious stuff.
Favorite topic.
Do you want Michael J? Do you want to ask anyone about anything aside from religion?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Lauren like a simple. I mean, you're like a conservative, right, Lauren? Like you also have like a law degree too, right? That's like quite shocking. Right? Okay. All right. So like, what part of like conservatism like do you side with? Like, what you're like? You say you voted for Trump or something, or like what? How are you a conservative, basically? Like, how do you differentiate yourself from like a liberal, let's say?
Oh,
like,
in many aspects.
Let's say like a Destiny person. Let's say like think of Destiny for instance. Like, how are you any different than Destiny?
I'm not a communist.
Destiny, do you even know who that is, Lauren?
Neither is Destiny.
Yes, it rings a bell, but he seems pretty irrelevant. So I'll just move on.
Religion straight to politics. This is very spicy.
I for one, I think that the way that we handled COVID, that's what got me into politics in the first place. I'm very very pro Constitution. I felt like the government was throttling our First Amendment rights by involving themselves with social media. I don't think that we should be stifling people's ability to talk and to have the public square.
Are you an anti-vaxxer?
Well, Destiny's in favor of all those things.
I did not get the COVID vax. I did not think the COVID vax was.
Okay.
Oh, you didn't get vaccinated.
Wait, what? I didn't.
That's like the only thing you've said so far.
Wait, get it? Not getting a vaccine makes you retarded?
Yeah, there was not enough data done on that vaccine. And also the J&J one was recalled. So if that tells you anything, like everybody who got that one.
Did you actually follow what happened with them?
I did, yeah.
And then you would know that it was recalled, as in like that's generally how it works. You're not.
If you're
how it is. Yes, if there's an issue with something, they recall it for a certain amount of time, and then they realize that there's no actual like risk or they have like curtailed the risk. that was the issue. So they just, this is like the most normal. I can't even tell you how boring. This makes me want to take a nap. How boring this process is.
I'm sorry, but this kind of outside of like the frame
By the
of the
way,
question.
by
I
the
just
way,
wanted to-
guys, if we're gonna get into the
Immediately
jabby
put back out, and
stabbies,
it was
I actually
all
got a
just
book.
financially motivated.
Okay, now wait. Out of respect for Andrew, let's not get into that.
It won't get your guys' channel banned, but it'll get my channel banned.
I don't believe in
no, you're good. We're not gonna get into it. I actually have a few questions for you. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions, Andrew?
Yeah, I don't mind, but I do want to wrap this up because we've been going for like 4
Yeah,
hours.
we're gonna wrap up in like 10 minutes.
Like,
Well, that's not gonna work if I have questions for him. So
Wait,
first, I want
Alex, before you, I'm sorry. Could I allow Lauren to like finish answering my question if that's okay?
Okay, fine.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay,
so
so
just,
I
I just
know-
like ask you to name like how you did from Destiny. You so far you named one thing like the vaccine.
I don't believe in global warming. I said that multiple times. I don't
We're just gonna
believe.
mute
I
this.
think there's like a lot of
Because people always try to fucking bomb the stream near the end of it, so we have to delete it. So it's just like,
I don't think
I'm sorry. Will that cause
Andrew, are you a vampire?
yeah, hey, sorry about that. I wasn't talking
Andrew,
to
are
you
you a
guys. I just forgot to
vampire?
unmute myself on that side.
I think there's a lot of evidence to show that you're a vampire because the only time I see you is at night
wait,
and you
wait,
are very
stop.
pale.
Okay, yeah, let him finish the question. I'm sorry.
Wait, stop. Let's let Lauren answer the question. I want to ask a few questions.
I want to build a wall. Why don't we have a strong wall on our southern border? I mean, it wouldn't cost everything
She's
more
beaver
to Ukraine.
coated.
I don't think that we should be. I don't think that we should be giving all of this money to Ukraine, especially because I think that a lot of it is being given to corrupt hands that are not even using it for the purposes of defending Ukraine.
What do you think it's being used for?
What about
Military weapons have already been sold to the Russian army to hurt Ukraine, even though it was meant to defend Ukraine. As for the handling, like as in between choosing between Joe Biden and then Trump, I don't like the way that Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan. I don't like the way the current
That
Democratic
was Trump's
Party.
plan.
No, it wasn't. No, it
Yes,
was
it
not.
was.
Trump's plan
Yes, it
was to
was.
get out of
Yes, it
Afghanistan,
was.
but it was not.
Guys, I got to split. So I just wanted to say goodbye.
Andrew, fantastic seeing you. Thank you for being my best friend. Tell
Let's get
Rachel
off
I love her.
politics. Wait, let's get off politics. Have respect for Andrew and his stream.
He's just trying to.
I want to ask him. But politics is not involved in the initial topic of this debate anyway. This is going to go for another 5 hours if we get into like fucking Afghanistan. Okay, so I have a few questions that I wrote down
Andrew's
for
trying
you.
to
Andrew.
leave though. Can we just say bye to him?
No, well, like I just want to ask him. Like I've literally waited for 4 hours to ask these questions.
Andrew, you
so
can't
first,
leave.
you can't leave. No choice. So first, I want to clarify your position on divorce. Do you think the government should be involved in enforcing
Andrew's
who
trying
can
to
get
leave.
divorced?
Like,
No, just
the people want to know.
Nina, let me ask him.
Talk, Nina.
He's an adult. He can leave if he wants to. He said he's down to answer a few questions. I won't keep him for more than 5 minutes. So anyway, do you think the government should be involved in enforcing who get divorced, or is that purely something that should be done by the church?
Do I think that the government should be involved in forcing people to get a divorce? Is that your question?
Who can get divorced, or do you think that's something that should be relegated purely to the church?
Yeah, I think for secularists, if they were going to do some kind of secular marriage, I think that they would probably have to have the state involved for an enforcement arm, from whatever that means to them.
So then my follow-up question, why is it that the government should be involved in enforcing divorce but not enforcing alimony?
I didn't say that they shouldn't. I said there's isolated cases, I think, where even the church would probably demand alimony.
But I think you said that generally alimony should not be something that the government should pursue, except for small exceptions.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't like the idea of alimony to begin with, but I do think that there are going to be exceptions to that rule. It just depends. It's situationally based. So I think that there could be times where alimony is appropriate, depending on the welfare of the child. At least if you're talking about the state and state enforcement.
Well, when it comes to the welfare of the child, it's generally child support, right? That's what will kick in. We're talking about alimony. We're talking about for the wife who didn't work, or it could go the other way, which
This
it rarely does.
motherfucker,
So I guess, like,
I
I don't know, like,
has a fucking page.
I feel like either the government should play a role in both.
Well, I don't separate these two things. If you're going to have a secularist state, right, where there's no religion involved, however you want to format secular marriage, I don't really care. It's not important to me because I don't believe that it's real marriage. I don't think that you have a real marriage. So I don't really care how you structure it, right? I think that marriage is sacramental. I think that it's an actual sacrament. So from my purview, if you're talking about the church and church enforcement, I think that the church may have some isolated examples. I don't know what they would be off the top of my head, where maybe they would allow there to be alimony. And I'm sure that secularists would have some standard for that, for whatever framework they had for divorce as well.
That you're going to call me a fucking idiot, and when your dumbass gets banned immediately.
I was very confused.
It doesn't sound like you want just the church to be doing the enforcing, because the church doesn't have much power when it comes to like forcing people to stay together and whatnot, aside from like social pressure. They do.
They do. They have the power of excommunication, and that's why Catholics often don't grant divorces.
They probably
and
either
why other
banned
churches
me
don't grant divorce. Even Protestants will exert authority in this right. Calvinists do it all the time and say that you need to stay together inside of your marriage and begin to work things out. They do. They can exert quite a bit of influence. I don't know what to
tell you.
They really can.
I'll just grant you all of that, but then you still want the government, the state, to be involved in enforcing who can get divorced.
It's not that I want it or don't want. I don't care. If it's from a secular perspective, I don't care. I don't consider that to be marriage.
Well, 304
so I want the state
viewers
to recognize religious marriage and allow the religious marriage to be have the enforcement done through the church, absent the state. I think that it's possible to do now to a small degree. Mormons do it to a small degree due to some of the laws that they have in some of their regions, but it's very, very tiny amount of people who are allowed to do this and engage in this.
Well, when you said you don't like no-fault divorce, that's a state thing. That's not a church thing.
No-fault divorce is also national.
Right. So are you saying that for religious people, you don't think the state
should be... There's no national divorce policy, by the way.
Wait, so are you saying that for religious people, the state should not be involved at all in divorce and marriage?
Yeah, I think that if you're a person who is devoted to your religion and you're getting married under your religious prescription, that I don't see a reason why the state needs to be involved in that.
Yeah, honestly, everything Andrew's saying here makes perfect sense from like a religious perspective. Like most religious people would just say marriage is a religious sacrament first and foremost, and the formal legal contract doesn't really matter. And like he said, like in Catholicism, they don't even recognize divorce. There's only annulment.
What would be the litmus test?
I have to ask you, Andrew. Like, if Rachel was beating the shit out, if Rachel was beating the shit out of you,
you guys debated for like 3 hours. Let me just get like fucking 5 questions in, and then you can go back.
Alex is going down a hole.
I'll let him cook.
Well, I'm not even trying to like grill him. I just kind of want to figure out like.
I have a point you're trying to make.
Okay, so before I was really interrupted by someone.
I'm sorry.
I accept your apology. So then what would be the litmus test for like, where do you draw the line if someone's religious enough? Is it just purely based on what they claim? Like, hey, I'm a religious person. Or is there some kind of a litmus test? Like they have to go to church once a week. They have to like, how do you determine if someone's religious enough to have a religious wedding instead of a state wedding?
The same way that you would determine that they can have a marriage now, right? So the thing is if you're opting in for a church marriage, you're going to be married by officiates of the church. They're going to know if you're a member of the church in good standing.
Do you think these are actually real bricks?
So anyone who wants to do it can do it.
No, it's not anybody who wants to do it. So this is a purely Protestant perspective. It's very easy for people to just make the claim that they're Protestants. That's fine. Okay. Anybody can do that. But in order to be like a member of the Catholic Church or the Orthodox Church, a process that takes many years. They will have to baptize you themselves. So what's that?
I just said, and then get confirmed.
It takes many years. It's not something that you just go, oh, I am. That's not how that works. So you have to be inducted into the church. So there's quite the process for it.
Well,
so
if you're saying
you can't just say I want to go have a religious marriage. That's not how that would work.
It is spiritual.
Well, if you're saying that for religious people, the government should stay out of marriage.
Also, what is this guy who's got his? Oh, my chat's over it. Some guy who has Michael DG.
So then the follow-up question is, what about for secular people? Should they just not get married
I don't want to be associated at all with DDG.
Should that involve the state, or how should that?
I understand from a secular perspective why
I'm sorry, you
secularists
can't
would
see this
want to
one.
have maybe some form of protection for marriage and this and that, but it seems like it's a really bad deal for men who are secularists. I'm not exactly sure
Dark
why
hair
it is that they
queens.
would
I love
want
Angela.
at this point to get married and have state enforcement. I can't even understand what the point of it is. I really don't even understand what the point of it is. There's no actual grounding or divine command saying you must.
no,
So why the hell do you do it? I don't even get it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree
I'm
with,
not going to
what you're
either.
saying. Okay, your position is different than what I thought it was going to be, but you're basically saying you don't actually want the state to be involved. You want the church to be involved for religious people.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just don't. I really don't understand, and I never have understood.
It's getting
Why
late for
do
me. I think
non-religious
I'm
people
gonna end
want to get
here.
married in the first place? I don't actually get it.
You're asking the wrong guy. I have
no
reason.
What is it hard to believe that people want to get married if they're not religious?
Because you can do all of the same. The state could have the same exact enforcement mechanisms that you would want, everything across the board, without ever
Okay,
calling it
but
marriage.
my family is. I'm personally non-religious, but my boyfriend or fiance is religious, so he wants to do a religious kind of ceremony. So, do you think I should be denied that?
I think that the church would deny you that. Yeah.
They would not do that. You're just lying. But like, why do you think they should?
I'm not just lying. I think that they very well may deny you a marriage if your husband was a member of the church and you were not. They very well could deny you that. Yeah.
He does have a point there, Nina.
I don't know what else to
What
tell
is
you.
the
They
point?
could.
It also depends on
That's
what
psychotic.
religion.
There's no point there.
Wait, I do want to go back to like I just have a few more questions for you.
Look, there are some exceptions. Like for instance, there's a problem going on inside of Orthodoxy and
I mean,
Catholicism.
I'm more godly
sometimes
than you are. Let's be real here.
Where sometimes you have like an Orthodox who will marry a Catholic woman, and that can be very challenging inside of those relationships. And it takes a lot of, I mean, it's hard. And so there has to be a submission aspect, and the church basically has to ratify it and say that it's okay to do. You have spiritual fathers inside of these churches. This is not, you guys only think of this through a Protestant prism. You go into
Do you
the
go
church,
to church
and
every
you wave
Sunday?
your hands around and you leave.
Andrew, do you go to church every Sunday?
2 Sundays a month.
So not every Sunday.
No, 2 Sundays a month.
Oh,
My church is really far away, so I made the commitment to go twice a month.
That seems
Yeah,
like you're
it's
really
really-
not very
I guess
godly, are you?
It's not a weak argument. Listen, it's not a weak argument in the middle of a Michigan winter to try to drag my entire family 2 hours to the closest Orthodox church. I'm sorry, it's not a weak argument.
I mean, it's kind of weak that you didn't want to live close to an Orthodox
Hold on,
church.
I meant it, no offense, but I meant it was a weak argument of Nina's to.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Oh, but it's kind of weak that you didn't want to move to near an Orthodox. If Orthodox church is that important,
I wasn't really trying to make an argument. I just think
that would be
he is
between me. That would be between
unfaithful
me
person.
and the spiritual fathers of the church who say that, hey, this is okay to do within the framework and purview of your situation.
So why
That's
wouldn't
between
you
us.
want to live near your church members in that community, which is the whole point of the church and the in the
so what
realm
I
that
mean,
you're trying to
Lauren and
destroy?
Nina, Lauren and Nina.
Why do you think that would be good for my children?
Let him cook.
Why do you think that would
Listen,
be good for
me
my
and Andrew
children?
do
Uproot them? What are you talking
prayer
about?
FaceTime every Sunday, so he's covered. He's good. Okay,
Alex,
anyway,
you've
I
never
wanna
been
get-
inside a church, and I know you haven't.
twice.
Hey, Andrew. It's really small. It's really small. It's really small.
Oh my God, you guys are still letting me get worded. Okay, go ahead.
No, you know what? Actually, hang on, Nick. No, you can't ask the
Ashley and I are
question.
best
I've got to
friends.
go
You
soon.
can't-
Alex, finish your line of inquiry.
Okay.
You can't put
so
it.
wait, stop. We kind of agree on the marriage thing, so I'm going to move on to the next thing. I want to kind of
Sure.
explore where you stand in emotional abuse. So I'm going to ask you a few questions. If your wife, for example, doesn't fuck you for 3 years, would you divorce her?
Divorce her?
Yeah.
Well, what are the circumstances behind it?
Like, let's just say she chooses not to. There's no good reason. She doesn't.
Rachel's like not having it anymore.
So if Rachel were to abandon her faith and we were to have tons and tons of interaction with spiritual fathers of our church, and under absolutely no circumstances was she willing to perform what is part of her duties as a wife, then they may grant a divorce. Yeah.
Wow,
Okay.
that you make that sound so sexy. So your reason,
Oh,
the reason
no,
you're
wait,
buying
hang on.
is for duties as
Well,
a
our
wife.
religion's not about being sexy for you, Lauren.
Clearly.
Okay, so I have another question. What if she insults you every day for 3 years?
again, then we would seek counseling and especially through the church, and we would try to work those problems out. Marriage is hard. Marriage is difficult. It's not easy. And the thing is maybe there have been years where she's insulted me every day for all you know. The thing is, it doesn't matter, because sometimes in marriage you have rough years, not just rough months, rough days, rough years. And people grow together through challenge, just like with friendships. Friendships are a series of trials before you can call someone a friend. Otherwise, they're not really your friend. If you haven't gone through anything with somebody and call them a friend, you're a fucking idiot because they're not your friend.
Okay. So basically you're saying is that you would seek counseling first, and then if it ultimately didn't work out, then you would call it quits, right? Is that correct?
Listen, you're misinterpreting this again. I don't get to call it quits. That would be within the purview again of the church. I can't just be like, I'm done. The church would take a look at the entirety of the situation before they'd make a determination like that. And more than likely, they would put down like different behavioral programs and things like that to do everything they possibly could to salvage the marriage, like most churches would.
Okay. I mean, I don't even necessarily disagree with that much. The last thing I wanted to ask you is, you were talking about earlier how there's like, it's kind of hard to draw the line for emotional abuse, right? It's like, where do you draw the line? Yeah. I feel like the same thing can somewhat apply to physical abuse. Like, what if you mildly push your wife away when she gets in your face? Would that be considered physical abuse?
Right. Yeah. So you can extend this too and be like, what about like smacking her on the rear end when she's not expecting it and it surprises her, so she lets out a scream. Right. It's like, listen, I think that when you're talking about physical abuse, we can draw far less of an arbitrary line than we can when it comes to emotional abuse. I think it's far easier to make the determination on what's being physically abusive and what isn't being physically abusive. And I think that when you're talking about consent, it's the easiest possible thing to identify. Like, hey, I don't like being slapped, and you slap her. I think you can identify those situations far easier. Would I say that there is like that it's even arbitrary? There's no system. No, there's a system for identifying these things for sure. Would I say that finding the line can sometimes be difficult? Sure, but I think it's far more obvious.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. I actually agree with pretty much everything you said, so we don't even have much disagreement, oddly enough. Okay. I'll kick it off to anyone who wants to, I guess, say something.
All right, guys. Well, have a great night. I'm going to get out of here.
Andrew, fantastic seeing you as always. As my other best friend, obviously.
We'll see Nina at the Pearl debate on the 24th.
Yes,
right,
we will. The Just Pearly Things debate.
If you guys want to see more of Andrew, he's going to be here tomorrow night.
All right. Take care, guys.
All right, take it easy. All right.
I think I'm also gonna head out too as well. Thank you so much for having me, Andrew. Or not Andrew, god damn it. I was looking at Andrew's name. Whatever. Alex.
I love you.
Yes, that's my name.
I also have Ashley, too many A names, okay? No, it's been fantastic seeing everyone, of course. Lauren, very nice to meet you. Nick, good to see you as well. Angela, I think that's the first time I've seen you, but very much a vibe. Would love to talk to you more. But yeah, I definitely...
Congratulations.
Sorry?
Congratulations, by the way.
Yes, I will just say yes. Don't know what for, but I'm just saying yes.
You're getting married. You've got all kinds of shit going on. Congratulations.
Are you going to England for the Just Pearly thing?
No, it'll just be an online thing early in the day on I think it's on the 20 on it's not this Saturday, but it should be the next Saturday.
Dude, I would love to debate Pearly things. I could just
Well, if you have any aspects you want to bring up, let me know. I mean, it's all set up, so I'm really excited for it.
I'll send you a detailed voice.
Absolutely.
I will also send you a list. I think everyone on this fucking panel will send you a list of.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, but it was fantastic meeting.
She's not very.
Yeah, she's not really that interesting. Let's be real. That's what is interesting about it is that she's not that interesting. You want to just.
He's like boiled chicken.
Bring up other aspects. Oh no, she's a fucking dumbass.
Pepper.
I feel like you guys are like exploiting her.
I want to ask her because she played. I'm sure you've heard her recent "Why Can't We Talk About the Jew" or whatever song.
No, Hitler wasn't a bad guy. But
yeah,
why?
yeah. I want to ask her your toxic gossip train.
No, don't focus on that. Focus on the contradictions.
Focus on that. I just wanted to do it.
Definitely focus on that.
I even did a whole tweet about that. I think Just Pearly Things was fully in the right. And I'm Jewish. I think she was fully in the right for that song. That whole song.
Yeah, I'm chill with it too, and I'm half Jewish.
Yeah. Okay, half
Wait,
Jewish.
hold on. Let's just let her cook. Are you really?
What I see that she was saying is that people are getting censored for persecuting one religious group but not persecuting other religious groups. And I do think there is a harsher you get harsher consequences for being anti-Semitic than you do for being racist against any other
a bad thing?
Well, that's not even anti-Semitism.
I think that all races should be treated equally.
I'm gonna go ahead and leave this one on that note. Thank you so much for having me, Alex. Always good to see all of y'all. But
Hey,
when the
what
Jews
is
come
happening?
up,
Where does religion anti-Semitic?
what the fuck was that shit? Dude, I was so much on her side until that part. Bro. Hold on. I'm not playing an XQC. Stop. That was very reasonable. I left, and then I went on the floor. Okay, it's a very different thing. Didn't do the worm because I lost. I just like my dogs. Holy fuck, dick. Who should I be hosting? I have like no brain power left. That was a lot. I still love Rachel. Oh, you know I won. I always win. You just troll her. I mean, there's an aspect of that. We got some stuff cooking up. I haven't decided how I wanted to do it, but like we got some stuff cooked up. I really would like to get in contact with the H3 community, audience, not audience. I want to get in contact with the H3 people, be like, okay, so I'm going to debate here. What else did you not bring up that I should bring up? But I don't think I have the ability to get in contact with them. If anyone can do that, that'd be pretty pog. I'll say Andrew looked very, very bad in this particular debate. I think it's kind of funny, the idea that it was basically 3 women. I mean, as much as I identify as non-binary, I just accept how I'm going to be perceived, whatever. what he saw was 3 women that are significantly like fucking dunking on him, and very funny in that way. Unironically, I think it would actually be fun to have them at my wedding. Is this like a Stockholm syndrome thing? Hold on. Toxic gossip train, driving around the track of misinformation. Do we have anyone that we want to host? So I am pretty drunk at this point. Well, it would be fun to have people. Oh, Nunkle's streaming. Funeral? What the fuck? He's been streaming for like 12 seconds. Hey, what the fuck? He's been streaming for 16 minutes. He's got 43 viewers already. Where the fuck are you guys at when I started streaming? It's like chicken and like usually fuck it. Like one other person when I stream for like 2 seconds. Mark's kind of there early, whatever. Dude, I'm kind of scared that my house is gonna burn down, like with how fucked up the wildfires are in Texas. So early. I started streaming the same time every single day. On Saturday, I started like generally just kind of during the day, but every other day I start at 6:30 Central Standard Time. Yes, I'm close enough. YL streams live in Texas? What do you want them to be pre-recorded? Why? Because they're streamers. I mean, half of my content is you guys. You guys link shit and I watch it, and like literally half of my content is like y'all that post shit. Or at least what I react to, not my particular content. Also, Austin is pretty fire. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and send you over to Dunkel. Call him bald or something, because I think that'd be really funny. Actually, hold on. Yeah, call him bald. He's a barber, which also has like a level of like that being funny. Until tell you I send my regards. I don't know. But thank you all for being here. We'll be here tomorrow at the same time. We're gonna have a really long stream probably on Sunday. I think we're gonna maybe do a 24-hour stream this weekend. I don't have it planned yet, so it's in the works because we did hit over 200 days in a row. So of course you guys have all been part of that. Like obviously, like I wouldn't have done it without you guys. I feel like I should do something special. I'll think about it. We'll figure it out. I don't have anything planned yet, but we'll be here tomorrow at the same time, and we'll figure out what we're gonna do on the weekend. Thank you all for being here. Call Uncle Bald. It'll be funny. And definitely don't say I told you to say that, because it would be funnier that way. All right. Have a fantastic night, and I'll see you tomorrow.